In a world shrouded in darkness, betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Chinfong, a man who once sacrificed everything for his sister, finds himself stabbed in the back by the very people he trusted most. But fate is not done with him. Cast back in time, he rises again, stronger, colder, and more ruthless than ever before. With unimaginable power in his grasp, he transforms into a god-level assassin, a shadow that strikes terror into those who once deceived him. Mercy is gone, weakness is gone, only revenge remains. The story begins in a scene of devastation. The battlefield is littered with the grotesque corpses of monstrous creatures, their twisted forms scattered like broken toys. Standing amidst this carnage is a young girl, clutching a dagger that glows with a poisonous aura, an artifact from a dark world. She turns to Chinfong with a dangerous smirk, her voice laced with both admiration and disdain. "You really are something special." But Chinfong is barely able to stand. He lies blood-soaked atop the carcass of a behemoth he has just slain, his breath ragged, his body trembling from exhaustion. His little sister watches him with cold eyes. Though she acknowledges his victory, surviving the ruins of ancient gods, and slaying a horde of monsters despite a limited lifespan of only 100 years, she is not here to celebrate him. Instead, her gaze sharpens. She reveals her true intent, to claim the artifact he fought so hard to secure, the fabled Eye of Judgment. Through the haze of blood and pain, Chinfong locks eyes with her, rage boiling in his voice. "Why, sister? Why betray me now when I need you most?" Her reply is merciless. "You're not my brother, Chinfong. You're just an adopted child. I owe you nothing." The words strike harder than any blade. The girl he had loved, protected, and sacrificed everything for now, discards him as if their bond was a lie, and then another figure steps forward, blonde, calm, and mocking. It is Songfi, the man Chinfong once considered an ally. "She's right," Songfi sneers. "You were never family. You were nothing but a tool. Your love for her was just a weapon we used to get what we wanted." The truth crashes down like thunder. Every sacrifice, every battle, every promise, it had all been part of their cruel game. His sister wields the Soul Reaper dagger, forged with one purpose, to drain his life force completely. Their betrayal is absolute. Memories flash before Chinfong's eyes. The day their parents died, the vow he made to protect her, the endless battles fought for her survival. Yet now she dares to call him a burden. "You tried to control me," she says coldly. "You dictated my every move, pretending it was for my good. I'm free now with the Eye of Judgment. We don't need you anymore." The rejection shatters what remains of his spirit. His body trembles with disbelief and rage. Before he can act, Songfi lunges forward. His blade flashes like lightning, severing Chinfong's neck in a single brutal strike. Pain engulfs him, darkness swallowing his world. As life slips away, Chinfong's final thoughts return to the world itself, a world forever altered by the gods' game, a forgotten trial that began in the year 2025. Humanity's existence had been rewritten. Life became a currency, death a cost. Monsters roamed the land, and those brave enough to play could extract power at the price of their own lifespan. The survivors became living gods. Chinfong had endured it all. He had climbed to the very top, conquered the ruins of the ancient gods, and seized the Eye of Judgment. Yet in the end, he had been nothing more than a pawn, his life consumed by betrayal. With his last breath, he makes a vow. If given another chance, he will never again sacrifice for others. No more chains of loyalty, no more selflessness. This time, he will live only for himself. And then everything changes. Chinfong's eyes snap open. He finds himself in bed, alive, unharmed. Confused, he grabs his phone and his heart stops. The date is 2025, the very day the gods' game first began. Reborn 9 years into the past, he stares out the window at a world blissfully unaware of the storm to come. But he knows, he remembers, and this time he will not be anyone's pawn. This time Chinfong will carve his destiny with blood. The silence of Chinfong's morning was shattered when his little sister stormed into the room, her face flushed with rage. "Why haven't you answered my calls?" she demanded. But Chinfong didn't react. His gaze remained steady as he calmly sipped his coffee, her anger washing over him like meaningless noise. Frustrated, she kicked over a trash bin, her voice rising in fury. Yet he only watched with cold detachment, his thoughts drifting back to the day everything had changed in his past life, the day the gods' game began, the day he had argued with her about Songfi. To Chinfong, Songfi was no idol but a fraud, a manipulative predator hiding behind a polished facade. But to his sister, he was everything. Blinded by devotion, she refused to see the truth. In an attempt to protect her, Chinfong had forbidden her from associating with him, believing he was shielding her from ruin. But instead of gratitude, all he received were accusations. She claimed he was controlling her life, dictating her every decision. What he thought was protection had only built a chasm between them. Now standing before him, her tirade grew sharper. "This is your fault," she spat. "Songfi dropped in the rankings because of you. You didn't give me the money to support him, did you? If you had just helped, everything would have been fine." Her words pierced him like daggers, each syllable dripping with venom. The entitlement, the anger, it was unbearable. For years he had endured, patient and understanding, but not today. In a swift, cold motion, Chinfong rose and struck. A sharp slap echoed across the room, the force sending her stumbling back, wide-eyed with shock. Tears welled in her eyes as her trembling hands clutched her stinging cheek. "How could you?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "How could you hit me?" Chinfong's eyes hardened, a glint of menace hidden beneath his calm tone. "I don't have time to argue with you, but if you keep screaming, I will silence you. Do you understand?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden credit card, the last relic of their parents' legacy. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it at her feet. The metallic clink echoed louder than her sobs. "This card holds every coin our parents left you. I've never touched a cent of it, despite everything I've endured. Now it's yours. Spend it however you want. But hear me. Well, from this moment onward, I no longer consider you my sister." Without another glance, he turned and walked out. The slam of the door cut through her weeping, but he never looked back. Inside his own room, the weight of his decision bore down on him. He remembered everything he had sacrificed in his past life. Hidden treasures he ignored, powerful opportunities he abandoned, all for her safety. He had lived as her shield, her guardian. But now, for the first time, he felt something new: freedom. No more chains, no more obligations. From this day forward, she would survive on her own. His gaze fell to the sleeping pills in his hand, the key to entering the gods' game once more. This time, he would not hold back. Every secret he had learned, every victory and every sacrifice from his previous life would now serve as his arsenal. And Songfei, the idol who had been the root of his downfall, would pay. "I will kill you, Songfei," he swore. "You will regret everything." The scene shifted. Chinfong now stood in a grand otherworldly hall, the hall of profession selection. It was here that players chose their paths in the gods' game, decisions that would shape their destinies forever. In his past life he had been nervous, uncertain, and burdened by the weight of choice. He had selected the warrior class, driven by his desire to protect. But now, there was no one left to protect. Speed, mobility, lethal precision, these were what he sought. Without hesitation, he reached for the mirror before him. The glass was cold under his fingertips. Instantly, a brilliant blue light engulfed him as a system window materialized in front of his eyes. A notification rang out. The Eye of Judgment, the artifact he had once claimed, had already been bound to him. It pulsed with power, activating on its own. A low hum resonated as a colossal otherworldly eye manifested behind him, its gaze overwhelming, omniscient. Another message appeared, its words glowing with authority. The attributes of the eye were revealed: might of judgment, and its passive ability, might. And so his second life in the gods' game truly began. Chinfang's lips curled into a faint smile as the truth sank in. The Eye of Judgment pulsed within him, its power surging like a tide, making him feel as if he stood at the edge of something monumental. Could it be that the artifact had chosen him once more, that its bond with him had endured even through his rebirth? Perhaps it was the eye itself that had pulled him back from death, granting him a second chance to rewrite his destiny. But before his thoughts could spiral further, a dark aura began to seep into his body. The system chimed in, "Congratulations. He had unlocked a hidden profession." Shadows enveloped him, consuming his form, and when the aura finally dispersed, he stood transformed. His once black hair now shone an ashen white, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. The system declared his new identity: Shadow Deity. It was not just an assassin class, it was a deity's mantle, a secret path far superior to the warrior class he had once chosen. Chinfang clenched his fists, absorbing the revelation. This was fate, a rare and coveted power placed into his hands alone. His smile deepened as his fingers brushed against his face. Against all odds, he had risen again, and this time the world would tremble before him. The system revealed the gifts of the Eye of Judgment, the authority of judgment, a primordial force that defied the very laws of reality. He could not yet wield its full might without divinity, but even its passive effect gave him an advantage no other player could match. His destiny had only just begun. In his past life, humanity had not even learned of such powers until the 7th year of the gods' game, when a single survivor stumbled into the land of order and revealed the existence of transcendent forces, but no one had ever been able to claim them. Now, at the dawn of his journey, Chinfang already possessed the original authority itself, an ability to nullify rules, to bend reality at will. For the first time, his ambitions shifted. Revenge alone was no longer enough. His true path lay beyond. If he could break free of the gods' game, reach the land of order, and seize divinity, he would unlock the full potential of judgment. With it, he could reshape existence itself. The air around him hummed with his awakening, but before he could dwell further, a system prompt appeared. He needed to choose a code name. For a long moment, he stood still, then the answer came naturally. Shadow. A name born from the darkness he now commanded, fitting and prophetic. The system accepted it. A suffocating aura gathered around him as its voice echoed in his mind. You are about to enter the game world, Earth abandoned by gods. The grim truth unfurled. In this world, players would slay monsters to harvest tradable life, yet death came at a steep price. Half of both tradable and non-tradable life would be ripped away upon falling. The stakes were merciless. The scene shifted. Chinfang now stood in Shelltown, the beginner's village. It was a fragile sanctuary where monsters could not intrude and players were forbidden from harming one another. Around him, confusion spread like wildfire. Fresh players stumbled about, their faces pale and frantic, whispering in disbelief. Many had simply gone to sleep in their homes, only to awaken trapped in this nightmare. But while others panicked, Chinfong remained composed, his sharp gaze cut through the chaos. He knew what lay ahead. The strong would rise, shaping this new world with their power and ambition. If he wanted to survive, he had to move fast, always one step ahead. As he walked through the village, all eyes followed him. His custom attire and the dark aura clinging to him marked him apart from the rest. Whispers spread quickly. One assassin-type player dared to eye the dagger at his side, but froze under the suffocating weight of his presence. This was no ordinary aura. It demanded fear, demanded respect. And just as Chinfong reached the edge of the village, a group of shaken players stumbled into sight. Their pale faces and hesitant steps told a chilling truth. Death in the game was not permanent. Death was not permanent in this world. Instead of vanishing forever, players who fell were dragged back to Shelltown. Their bodies were spared, but at a heavy cost, half of their lifespan stripped away. A group of 4 stumbled back through the village gates. 3 men and 1 woman. Frustration radiated from them. Their most recent battle had been against a lowly level 1 creeper monster, yet the result was utter humiliation. One man snarled, his pride shattered. "We couldn't even take it down. 1 bite and I lost half my life." Another groaned, clutching his chest. "We barely scratched it. That thing is too strong." The third man remained silent, trembling violently. His body was broken, his spirit even more so. All eyes turned to the blonde-haired woman who led them, seeking direction, but before she could answer, her gaze fell on a lone figure nearby. Chinfong. Chinfong studied her in return. Unlike the others, she carried a long bow, a weapon far too rare to belong to a common player. His sharp eyes narrowed, a hidden profession. She was no ordinary adventurer. Sensing an opportunity, the woman stepped forward. "We could team up," she suggested carefully. "The monsters are too strong for one person to handle. We've already faced one. We failed, yes, but we learned. Together, we can help each other." Chinfong's lips twitched with amusement, though he kept his face composed. To him, their only real experience was dying. "I prefer to work alone," he replied calmly, his tone polite but unyielding. Her expression faltered, and the men behind her muttered in disbelief. How arrogant was this man? 4 of them could not defeat a single monster yet. He claimed he would walk alone. But the blonde woman did not back down. Her curiosity sharpened. Who was he, really? Determined, she opened her status window and glanced at his name, Shadow. She scoffed softly, assuming it was mere arrogance. Still, a nagging instinct told her he was hiding something far more significant. She turned to her team, lowering her voice. "We'll follow him, watch him, see what he knows." A sly grin touched her lips. "Let's see if he rises or falls." Chinfong strode toward the edge of Shelltown, his figure steady and unhurried. The group shadowed him at a distance, ducking behind trees and rocks, their eyes never leaving his back. The blonde muttered under her breath, frustration leaking into her words. "This world abandoned by gods. None of us understand why we're here. I thought I was ready, but this is something else." Her eyes hardened as she remembered the battle. The very first monster outside the village had torn them apart like insects. Its single bite had nearly ended them. It was proof that this game was merciless. Her companions, however, were not focused on the past. Their gazes clung to Chinfong. One of the men, an assassin like him, whispered uneasily. "His dagger, it's different, shorter than mine, but deadly. I can feel it. That thing could kill in an instant. And look at the way he moves. Faster than us. Sharper. His reflexes aren't normal." The woman narrowed her eyes, observing Chinfong's attire and his poise. He knew something valuable. Perhaps a secret that could tip the scales in their favor. She prepared to close the distance when suddenly, Chinfong stopped. His head turned slightly, his gaze sweeping across the landscape with uncanny precision. A chill ran down her spine. Had he noticed them? And then it happened. The air around him rippled. Without sound or warning, his form simply dissolved. One moment he was there, the next, gone, as though he had never existed. The group froze, their breaths caught. The assassin was first to recover, his voice trembling. That was stealth, but not the kind we know. Ordinary stealth conceals. This erased him from existence. The blonde's hands tightened into fists, her heart hammering, but her voice was steady when she spoke. "We can't follow him now. It's pointless. We need to regroup, head back to Shelltown, and rethink everything. These monsters are too dangerous. We've already lost half our lifespan from just one death." Her team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her words pressing down on them. They turned back toward Shelltown, while somewhere beyond, Shadow moved freely, unseen and unstoppable. The men nodded reluctantly, one of them muttering, "Maybe there are treasure chests in the town, or NPCs with useful information. There has to be a way to get stronger without throwing our lives away." As they debated, the system's voice echoed coldly across the air, revealing the truth behind the skill Chinfong had just used. Latent image. It was a stealth ability that rendered him invisible to both allies and enemies alike. The first strike after breaking this invisibility would carry devastating force. And with invisibility mastery, his duration doubled, his stealth level improved, and his advantage widened. But there was more. The cooldown began the moment he activated the skill, meaning he could vanish again in mere seconds. It was not just stealth, it was dominance. Chinfong reappeared a short distance away, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His shadow class had gifted him an enhanced stealth that no ordinary assassin could dream of wielding this early in the game. No monster, no player would sense him until it was too late. Behind him, the blonde woman's group still clung to the false safety of Shelltown. To Chinfong, they were naive fools. The village offered no shortcuts, no hidden treasures. It was a sanctuary for the weak, a place for the unprepared to delay their inevitable deaths. His focus was clear: survival, power, ascendancy, nothing else mattered. The exhilaration of his brief invisibility lingered, feeding his determination. Though short-lived, it gave him a taste of the advantage he now possessed, one he could call upon again and again. A glowing screen appeared before his eyes, revealing his current status. Codename Shadow. Profession: Shadow Deity. Hidden Assassin Class. Level 1. Non-tradable lifespan: 75 years. Tradable lifespan: 0 years. Attributes: Strength 10+3, Constitution 10+3, Agility 10+8, Spirit 10+5. The system clarified. Every player began with 10 points in each attribute. Bonus points were granted by their profession. In his past life as a warrior, Chinfong's bonuses had been modest. Strength and Constitution, useful but limited. Now as Shadow, his agility surged with an additional 8 points. From the very beginning, he was faster than almost anyone. A new prompt appeared: 5 free points to allocate. Most players, desperate for power, poured their bonuses into strength or spirit. But Chinfong thought differently. Power meant nothing if you were too slow to strike. In this world, a single monster attack could be fatal. Survival was about speed, about control. He allocated all 5 points to agility. His total shot to 13, and immediately he felt the difference. Faster, sharper, deadlier, a hunter forged in the shadows. That was when he heard it. A guttural sound, raw and unnatural, slithered through the air. His sharpened senses snapped toward the source. Emerging from the darkness was a grotesque figure, the level 1 creeper. The system marked its rank: normal. Its twisted body twitched with hunger, its pale eyes glowing with malice. This was the very same monster that had butchered the blonde woman's party. The wounds from their futile battle still marred its flesh, faint scars of their desperate resistance. Yet the beast remained strong, relentless, its hunger only sharpened. With a snarl, the creature lunged. Chinfong's body moved instinctively, sidestepping with effortless grace. His speed turned combat into art, every motion precise, fluid, controlled. Agility wasn't just about evasion, it was mastery of the battlefield. The creeper's reputation was infamous. When it devoured a player, it absorbed their lifespan, feeding its growth. Each kill made it stronger, more evolved, more dangerous. Chinfong's gaze flicked over its body, noting every scar left behind by the previous fight. They had tried valiantly, they had failed, and now the monster was his. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his short sword. Darkness coiled around him, a spectral aura that pulsed with deadly energy. His eyes glowed red as he reactivated latent image. In a blink, he was gone. The monster's head jerked violently, its senses straining to find him. It snarled, thrashing, but the shadow had already vanished from its sight. Then he struck. Chinfong emerged from the void like a phantom, descending with lethal precision. His blade cut through the air, a perfect strike to break stealth. The boosted attack carried the devastating power of latent image, and the system confirmed it instantly. Damage dealt: 174. The creeper let out one final screech before its body collapsed, dissolving into a burst of energy that scattered into the night. Chinfong stood tall in the silence, his blade dripping with shadows. One strike, one kill. The hunt had just begun. Chinfong gained 10 experience points, but even he could not hide his astonishment. The sheer magnitude of the damage left him stunned. He had expected a strong strike, yet the result far exceeded anything he had imagined. The system quickly explained. The backstab skill had amplified the effect. When striking from behind or outside an enemy's vision, the damage doubled. This single mechanic turned Chinfong into a lethal predator, swift, efficient, and utterly deadly. As the realization sank in, memories from his past life resurfaced. He remembered the endless battles he had endured as a warrior, grueling, exhausting fights where even a critical hit barely dealt 40 points of damage. Each encounter had been a war of attrition, each creeper an insurmountable obstacle, leaving him battered and drained. But that was the past. This time, things were different. This time, he fought for himself. The rewards came swiftly. The system informed him that he had gained 3 days of tradable life, along with 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable life. Crushing the creeper's energy within his hand, Chinfong savored the surge of power. Yet the rewards were far from over. Another system prompt appeared. The Authority of Judgment had been activated. Chinfong was congratulated for unlocking a rare and extraordinary talent, Infinite Evolution. This ability granted evolution points each time he slew monsters in solo mode. These points could upgrade his skills, and every 24 hours he would automatically receive 5 points. Even more astounding, solo boss kills would yield 100% of the evolution points. Currently, he already had 5 points available. A thought struck him. Could infinite evolution allow the upgrading of skills themselves? In his past life, such a concept was unheard of. No matter what gear or skill books dropped, they remained fixed and unchanging. But this talent defied the very laws of the game. It hinted at limitless growth. His curiosity burned. Without hesitation, he selected 2 of his skills, Backstab and Shadow, for evolution. 4 points were consumed and the upgrade succeeded. His Shadow profession advanced to Bronze tier. Now he could stay in stealth for 12 to 16 seconds, fully invisible even while attacking. His first strike out of stealth increased in power from 60 to 80, and its cooldown dropped from 28 to 26 seconds. Meanwhile, Backstab evolved from poor to normal quality. Its passive effect now granted a 15% boost when striking from behind or outside an enemy's vision, up from 10%. The enhancements were staggering. Latent image stealth now lasted 16 seconds, and with mastery of invisibility, it doubled to 32. This meant he could remain in near perpetual stealth, enough to kill even a healthy creeper with a single blow. Reflecting, Chinfong realized how drastically this would have changed his earlier battle. What once had taken everything from him would now end in seconds. His strength and strategic potential had just reached new heights. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. You? Kill a monster solo? Don't make me laugh. Chinfong turned to see a muscular man standing proudly beside a girl. The girl, enamored by his build, addressed him as Ganji, praising his strength. With a body like yours, she said admiringly, you could probably defeat at least 10 monsters at once. Gangzi laughed arrogantly, patting his chest. Don't worry, with me here, you have nothing to fear. But Chinfong's sharp eyes caught movement above. A massive, spider-like creature hung from the branches, silently waiting. Neither Gangzi nor the girl noticed the imminent threat. Still smirking, Gangzi turned back to Chinfong. Why don't you join us? I'll protect you, he offered mockingly, clearly entertained by the thought of Chinfong struggling alone. But Chinfong did not answer. He had already recognized the monster. A nurse, a level 1 bronze rarity creature. He activated latent image, vanishing into invisibility. The girl gasped, pointing at the empty spot. Where did he go? Gangzi scoffed. Intimidated by my strength, of course. In that instant, the monstrous spider dropped from above, accompanied by a smaller one. Both crashed down mercilessly, crushing Ganji and the girl beneath them. The system identified the creatures: Elant, the nurse, a level 1 bronze rarity boss, and a baby spider, a common level 1 monster. Hidden in the shadows, still cloaked in invisibility, Chinfong watched the carnage unfold, his expression cold and detached. The nurse, with 1,600 health points, was far beyond what any novice could hope to handle. Its swarm of smaller spiders only made it deadlier, overwhelming even seasoned players. But for Chinfong, this was the perfect chance to test his newly evolved skills. Without hesitation, he lunged at the towering creature, breaking stealth with a decisive strike. His blade cut deep into the nurse's body, forcing a screech of agony as dark blood sprayed across the ground. The monster retaliated instantly, thrashing wildly to crush him, but Chinfong was already moving. With a fluid motion, he slid beneath its legs, narrowly escaping the massive swing. Another notification appeared before his eyes. 338 points of damage inflicted. A powerful blow, yet nowhere near enough to fell the beast. Almost immediately, another alert followed. 9 points of damage taken. A scratch at best, but it reminded him of his fragile 130 health points. A direct confrontation would mean certain death. And yet exhilaration coursed through him. To inflict more than 300 damage in a single strike, such power was intoxicating. The nurse's fury boiled over, its monstrous frame thrashed in all directions, a storm of legs and fangs, determined to strike its unseen foe. Chinfong knew these monsters were not mindless. They adapted, retaliated, and learned. This fight had only just begun. With the baby spider poised to attack, a reckless charge was out of the question. But Chinfong was no fool. As the nurse began weaving its web to retreat, he spotted his opportunity. A well-aimed stone, hurled with precision, slammed into the creature's abdomen, tearing open a gaping wound. 299 points of damage. Chinfong's lips curled into a grin. The system registered thrown rocks as legitimate attacks, and combined with his stealth multiplier, they carried the weight of deadly blows. He unleashed another stone. 279 points of damage. Each strike chipped away at the monster's immense health. Slowly, methodically, he wore it down. Then, a thunderous announcement echoed across Shelltown. The system proclaimed that a player named Shadow had slain the nurse, a bronze-ranked monster, becoming the first to reach level 2. The message reverberated through the starter village, sending ripples of shock among its players. Disbelief spread like wildfire. Countless novices had perished at the nurse's hands. How could anyone defeat it alone? Some whispered of exploits. Others stared silently at the leaderboard. Only one name stood there: Shadow. Among the stunned was the blonde girl from earlier. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even common monsters had been too much for her team, and yet Shadow had toppled a bronze-ranked boss. Could the system have made a mistake? Gangzi, the muscular man who had boasted so arrogantly, stood frozen, A single realization struck him. Could that hooded figure they had mocked be Shadow? Back in the shadows, Chinfong reveled in his triumph. The system chimed once more. 300 experience points earned, level 2 achieved, 2 evolution points gained, Shelltown leaderboard unlocked, and 1 reputation point awarded. As the nurse's corpse disintegrated into a burst of energy, he reflected briefly on the fight. With the boss defeated, the smaller spiders scattered. He regretted not killing them earlier for the extra experience, but the victory outweighed the loss. Then came his rewards: 46 days of tradable life, the bronze tier skillbook Hand of Avarice, a corrosion dagger that increased attack power by 35 and agility by 4, and 2 more evolution points. Intrigued, he focused on the new skill, Hand of Avarice, an assassin-exclusive ability with a 20% chance to extract additional loot from slain monsters. The only requirement, level 1 or higher. Chinfong's eyes widened. A bronze-ranked boss had dropped something this rare? His thoughts immediately drifted back to his past life, to a player called God of Sin. Despite lacking in combat prowess, that man had risen to fame solely because of this very skill. His wealth and influence had grown so vast that he commanded his own personal guard. A sudden realization sent a thrill down Chinfong's spine. If Hand of Avarice had a 20% success rate, then what would happen if it was enhanced with infinite evolution? The scene shifts back to the real world, where students are making their way to school. Among them is Chinfang's younger sister, walking beside her friend. The friend urges her to call her brother and apologize, reminding her that they had skipped an important exam the previous day just to secretly support Songfi. He must be furious with you, the friend says. But the younger sister shakes her head, refusing. I didn't do anything wrong, she insists. It was his interference that made us miss Songfi Sip's century time. If anyone should apologize, it's Sepsim. Her friend tries to reason with her, reminding her of how good Chinfang had always been to her. With a sigh, she even admits that she envies her for having such a caring brother, but the younger sister snaps coldly, cutting her off. Stop meddling. He's not even my real brother. I already have a brother, Songfi. As they arrive at school, the two notice a commotion in their classroom. A group of students has gathered around a desk, whispering in panic. Curious, the younger sister and her friend move closer, only to see something terrifying. Jiang Wei is slumped over his desk, his body slowly fading away, as if his very existence is being erased. The room falls into stunned silence. One girl, alarmed, shouts, "What's happening to Jiang Wei?" Another student, eyes wide with confusion, quickly responds. A few moments ago, Jiang Wei just said he wanted to take a nap, then he started disappearing, like he was vanishing into thin air. Murmurs spread through the classroom like wildfire. Whispers grow louder. Jiang Wei wasn't the only one. Social media is already flooded with similar reports from around the world. People are falling asleep and never waking up, their bodies turning translucent, caught between two worlds. No one can explain why it is happening, and fear begins to tighten its grip on the students. One girl, panic rising in her chest, fumbles for her phone. "I need to call my parents," she says urgently, her voice trembling. "We have to warn them. You should call your brother too." But Chinfang's younger sister clenches her jaw, her eyes cold. "I'm not calling him," she spits bitterly. "I don't care. He's the one who caused all of this in the first place. He interfered with everything. If anyone should apologize, it's him. I hate him. Honestly, the world would be better off without him." The situation spirals out of control, both in reality and as Chinfang knows all too well inside the game world. Meanwhile, in the game, Chinfang's focus sharpens on the newly upgraded Hand of Avarice skill. A system notification confirms its evolution from a bronze-level ability to a gold-tier skill. His luck skyrockets. The success rate for obtaining extra loot jumps from 20% to a staggering 70%. Another notification follows. He has not only mastered the Hand of Avarice, but also gained 2 evolution points and an astonishing 46 days of transferable life. The windfall is overwhelming. Chinfang's eyes gleam with excitement. He is now just 1 point away from maxing out the skill, which would guarantee a 100% success rate on loot drops. The thought alone sends adrenaline rushing through him. He activates Latent Image, slipping into invisibility, his mind racing. By now the entire world must know about the strange disappearances, people falling asleep and vanishing, fear spreading like wildfire. And with that fear will come desperation, an inevitable flood of new players entering the game. Chinfang knows he must stay ahead. His priority is clear: secure stronger equipment before the rest catch up. A notification confirms that he has successfully equipped a corroded dagger, a bronze-tier weapon that boosts his attack power by 34 and increases his agility by 4. He smirks. Soon the world will realize the truth, that skills and equipment from the game can be transferred into reality. When that day comes, chaos will erupt. People will fight to claim the strongest loot and the most powerful abilities. But for now, Chinfang has time. He knows extraction is a slow process. Reaching level 10 and amassing enough transferable life is essential. Killing ordinary monsters won't be enough. He must hunt stronger, more dangerous bosses. Suddenly, the sound of battle echoes through the distance. Steel clashing, cries of pain, the chaos of combat. Chinfang moves swiftly to the edge of a cliff. peering down. Below, a group of players is locked in combat with a runner, a level 2 bronze tier monster. Its speed and ferocity overwhelm them as it dodges their every strike. Chinfong narrows his eyes. He hadn't expected to find this group here, but the rumors appear true. Among them is Wang Mang. When Wang Mang first entered the Gods game, he had reportedly assembled a team of 6 players, each with a hidden profession. The runner is formidable, but Wang Mang and his team are anything but ordinary. With a commanding gesture, Wang Mang activates his Holy Barrier skill. A golden shield envelops him, deflecting the runner's frenzied assault. Chinfong observes intently. Wang Mang's hidden profession, Sacred Shield Warrior, grants him double the attributes of a normal warrior, along with a rare invincibility skill. Then a red-haired mage steps forward, chanting. A blazing fireball erupts from his hands and slams into the runner. The explosion rocks the battlefield, but the damage is minimal, barely 70 points. The battle has only just begun. Chinfong quickly recognized the red-haired mage. She was a prophet mage, a hidden class that doubled a mage's spell damage and unlocked the devastating prophetic fireball ability. His eyes then shifted to the others. Among them was a sharp-eyed archer, wielding a long bow, capable of firing continuous arrows at twice the speed and power of a standard archer. And beside him stood an oracle priest, whose healing abilities were double that of an ordinary priest. Unlike common healers, this priest began with a powerful group healing skill, giving their team immense support. Despite their advantages, the runner proved far too fast. It evaded their strikes with ease, darting in and out with terrifying speed. Then, in a sudden burst of power, the monster shattered Wang Mang's holy barrier with a single blow, sending him crashing backward. The archer growled in frustration. "It's impossible to land a shot at that speed," he complained. The priest, calm and focused, began casting healing spells to stabilize the team. Wang Mang, resolute even under pressure, barked out orders. "Keep attacking. I'll tank. The priest will heal. We'll get him eventually." From his perch above, Chinfong smirked. In theory, Wang Mang's strategy made sense, but the longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of drawing other enemies, and as if on cue, the shadows shifted, and new horrors emerged. Contaminators. Level 2 monsters, their bodies covered in thick, dark brown sludge. Unlike the runner, these abominations specialized in ranged attacks. Their sudden appearance turned the battlefield chaotic. Wang Mang's expression darkened as he realized the danger. One of his teammates swung a massive sword at them, but to everyone's shock, the attack barely scratched their defenses, only 33 points of damage. Chinfong's cold gaze never wavered. The fight was about to take a deadly turn. The contaminators retaliated, spewing foul, sticky goo from their mouths. The stench was unbearable, the slime immobilizing the players where they stood. Their movement speed dropped to 0 as panic spread through their ranks. The red-haired mage screamed for help, running frantically as another contaminator chased her down. And that was when Chinfong made his move. In a blur, he vanished from the hilltop. A heartbeat later, the contaminator pursuing the mage was cleaved apart in a single strike. Its body dissolved instantly into loot. The battlefield froze. The impossible had just happened. A contaminator slain in one blow. The mage's voice trembled. "Is someone helping us?" The swordsman gaped in disbelief. Even a level 1 tracker monster required coordinated strikes to bring down. Yet this was a level 2 contaminator destroyed in an instant. Before they could recover, another contaminator fell. A swift strike delivered a devastating 441 points of damage. The team's shock deepened. The swordsman turned to the mage, whispering, "Lizzie, did you see the attacker?" She shook her head, confused. "No, I didn't see anyone." But Wang Mang, steady as ever, regained his composure. "Stay focused. Whoever steps helping us is still out there, but we can lose sight of the real threat. The runner is still alive." Unseen, Chinfong perched silently in a tree, cloaked by latent image, studying their every move. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before him. Victory confirmed. He had slain the contaminators, earning 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, and a new skill book, Poison Dart. Alongside it came 8 days of transferable life. Chinfong grinned. Poison Dart was perfect for his assassin playstyle, designed for mid to long-range combat, inflicting continuous damage over time. He wasted no time. A flash of light confirmed its evolution. The skill had upgraded from normal to silver rank. Its stats were impressive: a 14-meter range, a base attack of 120 points, and the ability to poison targets, dealing 50% damage every second for 5 seconds. With only a 5-second cooldown, it was deadly efficient. His smirk widened. With this, he could kill enemies before they even realized what struck them. Back on the battlefield, Wang Mang's situation grew worse. The runner tore through his defenses, claws ripping deep into his side. Blood poured from his wounds as his shield clattered to the ground. His teammates screamed in horror, while the priest tried desperately to heal him. But with the runner's talons still lodged in his body, the magic failed to take effect. Agony twisted Wang Mang's face as he forced out one final order: "Flee now." But before anyone could move, a blur cut through the air. A projectile struck the runner square in the face, exploding on impact. The damage reading glowed across the battlefield. 845 points. The runner reeled back, its health bar sliced nearly in half from a single strike. The tide of battle had shifted, yet the players still had no idea who their mysterious savior truly was. Wang Mang's teammates stood frozen in disbelief as the runner's health plummeted. The monster convulsed violently, blood gushing from its wound. With one final agonizing wail, it released Wang Mang's battered body, sending him crashing to the ground. Desperate to survive, Wang Mang clawed at the dirt, trying to crawl away, but the monster's shrieks only grew louder. Its health drained rapidly, 324 points per second, until finally, the beast collapsed. Its body crumpled to the earth, consumed by the relentless poison damage. Before Chinfong, a system screen materialized. His strike alone had accounted for more than 90% of the runnercep's total health, securing the loot rights entirely for himself. The notification was clear. Bronze level boss slain. 600 experience points earned. A second prompt followed, congratulating him for reaching level 3. His rewards were 2 evolution points and 55 days of transferable life. Standing tall, radiating an aura of effortless dominance, Chinfong assessed the battle's outcome. He hadn't expected the poison dart's continuous damage to synergize so perfectly with his break invisibility skill and assassin mechanics. The realization struck him like lightning. By combining his stealth with endless poison volleys, he could remain unseen indefinitely, an unstoppable phantom whittling enemies down until no monster could stand against him. Meanwhile, Wang Mang, pale and trembling, watched as the runner's body dissolved into loot before his eyes. The pain of being impaled had felt disturbingly real, blurring the line between game and reality. But before he could even approach the glowing rewards, the loot vanished, claimed in an instant by someone he couldn't even see. Struggling to his feet, Wang Mang lowered his head. "I may not know who saved us," he admitted, voice filled with gratitude, "but I am thankful." From the shadows, Chinfong Sit's voice echoed coldly. "You shouldn't be so trusting, especially in a wilderness like this." Wang Mang nodded, humbled by the unseen warrior Sip's words. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I won't disturb you while you check your loot. My name is Wang Mang. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." His surviving teammates clung to one another, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, Chinfong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the loot orb glowing in his palm. The hand of avarice had proven to be his greatest asset yet, its rewards exceeding every expectation. Wang Mang had shown both resolve and leadership, and beyond that, he carried influence. His ties to the Dao organization made him a man of connections and wealth. A calculating thought crossed Chinfong's mind. To maximize his growth, he needed more than power alone. He needed a stable sales channel, a way to offload gear he didn't need, stockpile transferable life, and accelerate his path to dominance. Without hesitation, he activated Hand of Avarice on the loot. A system notification appeared at once. Skill successful. 3 evolution points. 55 days transferable life. Bronze tier item acquired, running leather leggings. The item's stats glimmered before his eyes. Physical defense boosted by 9 points, elemental resistance enhanced by 5 points, and cooldown speed reduced by 15%. Requirements, level 2. A threshold he had already surpassed. Chinfong's eyes narrowed. His inventory brimmed with equipment across multiple classes, an enviable haul by anyone's standards. Once his backpack reached capacity, he would return to Shelltown, trade the excess, and convert it into more transferable life. His pace of growth was already far beyond what it had been in his past life. A dark smile curved his lips. If things continued this way, Songfei would never see the strike coming. But elsewhere, the scene shifted. A struggling group of players fought desperately against waves of runners and contaminators. Their formation collapsed as monsters surged from every direction. One of them, voice breaking with fear, urged his comrades to flee. But it was already too late. A towering monstrosity emerged from the darkness, its grotesque form radiating menace. Before the players could even scream, parts of its body shot outward like arrows, piercing them with unrelenting speed. One after another they fell, wiped out in the blink of an eye. Their lives extinguished, their hope erased. Moments later, the players reappeared in Shelltown, their respawn a harsh reminder of their failure. Frustration boiled over as curses filled the air, each of them lamenting the unfairness of this world. Monsters always seemed to appear in relentless packs, and worse, when their health ran low, they would flee, showing an intelligence far more terrifying than anyone had expected. One player raised the pressing concern. "How are we supposed to leave the game when we can still even reach level 3? Another grimly explained the harsh truth. "The only way to exit is by reaching level 3. Until then we set trapped." A third added his warning, recounting a chilling tale. A group of 40 players had once accidentally summoned a boss monster known as the Damned. With a single devastating skill, it had wiped out 30 of them instantly. Elsewhere, the blonde girl and her team had also respawned in Shelltown. Fear and despair were etched into their faces. If they couldn't reach level 3, they would remain trapped forever. Clenching her fists, the blonde girl voiced a terrifying realization. "This isn't just a game, we entered it after falling asleep. which means only our consciousness is here. If we don't escape soon, our real bodies will die from starvation." Her words sent a chill through her team. The assassin in her group added nervously, "Sep already died 3 times, we have less than 10 years of tradable life left." But before he could continue, she cut him off. "No, dying again is Sept an option." Just then, the Shelltown leaderboard flashed before them, displaying the current player rankings. Their eyes widened in shock. At the very top stood the mysterious shadow figure, Chinfong, already at level 3. Below him were Wang, Nang and Balala, still struggling at level 1. The blonde girl's mind raced. How is he leveling up so fast? He must know something we don't. Determination flared in her eyes as she made a bold decision. "Spread the word. If Shadow Guy can help us escape by reaching level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to the real world." Her smirk carried confidence. No one can refuse an offer that lucrative. Back in the game world, Chinfong was already cutting down contaminators with ease, his poison dart skill striking with deadly precision. Another system notification confirmed his latest kill, a level 2 contaminator, granting him 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve his most valuable ability. A confirmation screen appeared, deducting 5 evolution points. Hand of Avarice had ascended from Platinum tier to Jade tier. The system explained its upgrades. Loot gain had increased from 110% to 160%, and now there was even a 20% chance that the rarity of items could rise by 1 tier. Chinfong's eyes gleamed with excitement. A skill that could increase loot rarity was priceless. If this trend continued, it could grow into something beyond imagination. But then, his attention shifted. In the distance, an ominous presence stirred. A towering, grotesque figure loomed, the same entity players had whispered about with fear, the Damned. Recognition was instant. The system identified it as a bronze-level boss. Its monstrous frame radiated oppressive power as it devoured the glowing blue remnants of fallen players. Chinfong's sharp gaze noted every detail. The beast was feeding, evolving into a silver-level boss. Judging by the number of remnants, it had already killed at least 40 players. Yet Chinfong didn't panic. His inventory was full, leaving him no space to store more loot. This was a problem, but also an opportunity. The monster's evolution would take time, giving him the chance to return to Shelltown, offload his gear, and come back prepared. Marking the location carefully on his map, he made his decision. Activating his elite shadow skill, Chinfong melted into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The hunt was far from over. This was only the beginning. In a small town on the edge of the region, the townspeople buzzed with excitement. Rumors flew. Someone was willing to pay 10 million to have Dark Shadow guide them to level 3. The danger was real. Dying repeatedly reduced a player's lifespan, and while the wealthy were finding ways to survive, ordinary people felt they had no chance. Suddenly, Chinfang appeared before the crowd. The system panel materialized in front of him, and he announced, "I am selling equipment and skills. The shop will be open for 10 minutes. First come, first served." The spectators were stunned to see him selling items. "Who is this? When did he appear?" someone whispered. Chinfang wore 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment and had 2 more listed for sale. Had he defeated a bronze-grade boss? A player at the back squinted. "Look at his name, Dark Shadow. Is that the top-ranked player on the leaderboard?" Another player wondered why they could not see his face clearly. Chinfang had activated the face covering feature. Since a player's in-game appearance matched their real-life face, many preferred to hide their identity. "So mysterious," murmured a red-haired girl as she inspected an item. "How much for the ice chisel technique?" asked Jin Gong, offering an exorbitant price, 100 days of transferable lifespan. The red-haired girl, whom Chinfang recognized as Grey Rose 11th on the Sea Shelltown leaderboard, pleaded, 100 days is too much. "Can you lower it?" Chinfang explained plainly, the common-grade ice chisel technique greatly speeds a mage's leveling. In the early stages, 100 days is already a bargain. The red-haired girl turned to her teammates. "Can I use cash?" she asked. "If you have cash, you can buy lifespan from others and trade it to me," Chinfang suggested. "If no one bids higher, I'll hold it for you." She asked the team to wait while she consulted them. In team chat, Baldy replied gratefully, "Thanks to your guidance we reached level 2 so quickly. I have no objections." The cloaked man nodded in agreement. "Me too. With the ice chisel technique, our leveling will speed up. Let's focus on reaching level 3. "Okay," the red-haired girl said. "Transfer the 100 days of transferable lifespan to me. I will pay you cash after we return to reality." She sent the lifespan and the system confirmed, "You have sold Ice Spike Skillbook. You have received 100 days of transferable lifespan." Chinfang's balance rose. His transferable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. Jen Li cheered inwardly. She had finally found Dark Shadow. Jen Li then laid down a condition. "Dark Shadow, I will give you a chance. Guide me to level 3, and I will pay you 10 million in cash when we return to reality." Nearby players exchanged astonished glances. The rumor about 10 million was true, 10 million for a single guide. Chinfang recognized her. So it is Jiang Li, he thought. In a past life, she had led a criminal organization until it was destroyed by the authorities. She boasted often, "My father is chairman of Dajang Enterprise. Do not worry about payment." He had seen her use cash to buy transferable lifespan, and to coerce others into slavery. Those who disobeyed sometimes paid with their lives in reality. Chinfang did not want to be entangled with someone like her. Zhang Li pressed her advantage. "Dark Shadow, you may be strong in the game, but follow me and I will make you rich. Cars, houses, beauties. You can have it all." Her voice turned sharp when he refused. "If you refuse, do not interfere with my business. Cash will be worthless. Transferable lifespan will be the only currency." Chinfang's answer was cold and decisive. "Say one more word and I will kill you until your lifespan runs out." The killing intent in his voice was palpable. Players nearby backed away instinctively. Zhang Li's subordinates scurried to pull her away. "Let us go," she snapped, huffing with suppressed anger. The system confirmed another sale. "You have sold Mysterious Light Cloak bronze grade. You have received 19 days of transferable lifespan." Chinfang's total climbed from 527 days to 546 days. Relieved, Chinfang closed his shop. "All right, sold out. Closing shop," he told himself. He felt stronger now, ready to confront the curse wielder. He kept his plans secret. At this stage, no one knew that transferable lifespan could be used to withdraw skills into reality, or that the divine artifact game threatened the order of the real world. Around him, players admired Dark Shadow. "So cool," someone said. Chinfang did not care about their praise. The real-world status symbols that others flaunted would soon be meaningless. Only personal strength mattered to him. Zhang Li seethed. "That Dark Shadow not only rejected my offer but dared threaten me. When I get back to reality, I will drag him out and deal with him," she vowed. As she and her group retreated, Li Jun, also known as Lao Mao, stepped from an alley and introduced himself. "Hello Sister Lizzie, I'm Li Jun. I'm currently level 2 and know some leveling tips. If you want, I can guide you to level up. Does that 10 million offer still stand?" The question floated in the air, but Chinfang had already turned his attention elsewhere. He had closed the shop, counted his gains, and prepared for the next move. The game had become more than a contest. It was a battlefield where lifespan, power, and survival intertwined, and only those who understood that truth would stand a chance. Zhang Li's curiosity about Li Jun was palpable. "Tips? What tips?" she asked, eyeing him closely. Li Jun, however, smirked. "I wouldn't tell anyone else, but since it's Sister Li, I'll make an exception," he said, leaning slightly forward. He briefly explained, "To level up quickly in the current situation, put all 5 of your initial attribute points into agility. That way, our maximum running speed will be enough to outrun the golem walkers. Do you understand?" Zhang Li was stunned as the information sank in. Her anger melted instantly. "So that's how it's supposed to be played," she murmured. "Damn it, I already put all 5 points into strength. You're actually quite capable. Alright, lead me to level up." "Never mind, luckily I met someone who knows what's going on." She made a deal with Li Jun but added a caveat. "You stir not as strong as Dark Shadow. I can pay you 5 million. Is that acceptable?" Li Jun nodded without hesitation. "Lead me to level 3, and I will pay you cash when we return to reality. No problem." Meanwhile, Chinfang had taken a vantage point in a tree, observing the curse wielder. Its energy was immense, confirming his suspicions. The boss had advanced to silver grade. Gray mist enveloped its entire body as it continued leveling up. Chinfang had already prepared poison darts. It would take 7 to 8 hours for it to go from silver to gold. "I'm too lazy to wait," he muttered, decisively throwing a series of poison darts. Stealth strike. The curse wielder's power dropped rapidly. 219, 219. Chinfang analyzed carefully. A silver grade boss had 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze grade boss. Laughing quietly, he noted that the boss concentrated its power into a magic orb. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But Chinfang was calm. Just 2 or 3 more poison darts, and it's over. The curse wielder attacked the tree Chinfang stood on, but it was too fast to hit him. As a magic-type boss, most of its skills had wide-area effects with extreme damage. Chinfang threw a dart and immediately retreated, barely escaping its range. Any hit in his current state would have been fatal. Noting the boss's power focus atop its head, Chinfang reminded himself, "I have to wait for the Shadow Mel skill to cool down and strike when the boss is exhausted." He calculated a safe retreat and vanished from sight, leaving the curse wielder confused. This was the moment. The poison darts had drained its energy. Stealth strike again, 659 weakness points. The boss screamed in pain, crawling across the ground. Everything was going according to Chinfang's plan. The curse wielder's health plummeted as it attempted to flee. Chinfang smiled. This was far more efficient than struggling blindly. He channeled all his strength into the final attack. The system confirmed. "You have killed the silver grade curse wielder. You have received 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of transferable lifespan." Chinfang Sip's efforts had paid off. 2 levels gained at once, 4 additional evolution points, and an extra skill. Greedy Hand. The system messaged, "Successfully activated Greedy Hand skill. One of your loot items has been upgraded from silver to gold grade." Chinfong watched in awe. The silver grade boss had dropped 7 or 8 items, but his inventory only had 10 slots. I can't keep going back to clear out my inventory after every boss fight. That would be a waste of time. I hope this boss drops a space ring or something, he mused. Meanwhile, back in the town, Jin Li's excitement had peaked. She finally survived the ordeal and returned safely. Fringe-haired players like her were grateful to Wang Mang, acknowledging that thanks to his guidance, they had leveled up to 3 smoothly and made it back to town without incident. The game was no longer just about luck. Strategy, preparation, and keen observation determined who would survive and thrive, and Chinfong, as always, was at the very center of it all. Jin Li nodded in agreement. "That is right. Brother Wang Mang is too strong," she said modestly, though she quickly added, "This is the result of everyone's joint effort." Yet a curl of disappointment tugged at her lips. "Boo-hoo. It is a pity I did not get to befriend that boss. It must be because I was covered in mud. The big shot thought I was dirty and did not want to befriend me." A nearby player teased her. "Maybe if you had been wearing the new equipment that dropped, the big shot would have accepted your friend request." The crowd watched eagerly as the leaderboard updated. First place, Dark Shadow, Assassin, level 5. Second place, Wang Mang, Warrior, level 3. Third place, Bala Lala, Warrior, level 3. Dark Shadow had vaulted to level 5. Shock rippled through the players. What? From level 3 to level 5 directly? Did he kill some super boss? Someone whispered. "I saw the big shot selling equipment 10 minutes ago. He leveled up 2 levels so quickly." One admirer spoke boldly. "My sister is 18 this year. I wonder if the big shot will take a fancy to her. If so, I will benefit too. Maybe I will get carried to level up." Another scoffed. "Even 10 million is not enough to catch his eye." Wang Mang's subordinates were furious. "Damn it, we are still stuck at level 3 while he jumps to level 5. How are we supposed to survive?" Wang Mang, though thoughtful, quieted them. "Let us not say too much for now. Let us return to reality first and inform our relatives and friends about the situation in the Divine Artifact game." He worried aloud that their loved ones might be in danger. The world itself might tilt toward chaos. His teammates agreed, and they logged out. Wang Mang awoke, head spinning. His teammate shouted with relief, "Look, Brother Wang is awake. Tell the captain. Brother Wang is awake." The crew cut man rushed over. "Brother Wang, how do you feel? Are you okay?" Everyone panicked when you fainted. They described his semi-transparent state in the game and blamed themselves for not keeping watch. Wang Mang, still shaken, ordered, "Quick, gather everyone immediately. Something big has happened." At the police station, the report replayed. They had formed a team of hidden classes, been nearly wiped out, and were saved by a player nicknamed Dark Shadow. When Wang Mang reached level 3, Dark Shadow leapt straight to level 5. The officials in the room were stunned. If he skipped 2 levels in a row and is already level 5, would he not be the global leader? How did he do it? Maybe he killed another boss. Before Wang Mang could answer, a colleague interjected. "According to your timeline, Dark Shadow reached level 3 an hour ago. Why has he not returned to reality yet? Does he have no one to inform?" Wang Mang had little information, and could only close his eyes in helplessness. At that moment, Anu, sitting nearby, pointed toward the sky and offered a thought. Could Dark Shadow be a transmigrator? In novels, transmigrators are often orphans who rise quickly. Laughter and rebukes followed. "Do not joke. This is serious." A man scolded her gently. "I told you not to read too many novels." A calm analyst in the room began to piece the facts together. The reports from those who returned matched Wang Mang's account. There were new studies showing that some elderly people died immediately after falling asleep. After comparing testimonies, a terrifying conclusion emerged. Players who died repeatedly in the Divine Artifact game suffered lifespan reduction in reality. In other words, when lifespan dropped inside the game, it had fatal consequences outside. Fear and superstition spread. One timid voice called it a supernatural event beyond comprehension, but the conference could not afford superstition. This was potentially an invasion by an unknown force. In the emergency meeting, urgent voices decided to act. Higher authorities issued a directive to establish vanguard teams in every region to explore the Divine Artifact game and to share all findings. The aim was to assemble a professional force quickly. "This is an event that affects the entire world," a senior officer warned. "Other countries are studying this game as well. If we fall behind, we will lose our advantage in the international race. Therefore, at any cost, we must collect as much information as possible." A command followed. "You are appointed captain of Team 1. The newly chosen captain rose and replied loudly. "Yes, Wang will be deputy captain. You two may choose your teammates," the officer concluded. The room hummed with urgency. Faces were pale, voices tight with fear, but resolve had set in. The game was no longer a pastime. It had become a global crisis. Those chosen to step forward now carried not only their own lives, but the fragile safety of others. Wang Mang calmly accepted the orders. "Yes," he replied. his expression steady. The man overseeing the operation considered Wang Mang's report carefully. From the way he described Dark Shadow, this extraordinary player did not seem malicious. We can attempt to approach him, the man thought. Appointing Anu Yu as captain was deliberate. She was best suited to investigate Dark Shadow's identity. He addressed the group seriously. I hope you can determine his real identity, and if possible, establish a cooperative relationship with Dark Shadow to collect information for the government. He then turned to the others in the room. Your primary task now is to maintain social stability. Understand? The team nodded in unison, and the man dismissed them with a loud, dismissed. Not long after, under the warm glow of a late afternoon sunset, a high school in the bustling capital came into view. Inside one classroom, 3 female students whispered among themselves. Zheng Wei remarked, people in the same area appear in the same newbie town if they sleep at the same time. Really? Another asked. I have to go home. I need to bring my parents into the game. They sip never played before. I sip I'm afraid they won sit adapt. Donset put yourself in danger, the first advised. We can level up first, then go back to support our parents later. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu sat quietly, staring at her phone. Unlike her friends, she was silent, but her mind raced. Chinfong hadn't reacted, not even apologized, and her pride bristled. She remembered throwing things in anger before, and how Chinfong had always coaxed her. Today though, he had not only ignored her tantrum but had struck her, leaving a painful bandage on her cheek. Her thoughts turned to the concert she had skipped class to attend. Chinfong is a jerk. If you don't apologize 1,000 times, I will never forgive you. She fumed, her eyes flashing. Despite her anger, excitement returned. She remembered Sunfly at the concert, dancing under the crowd's cheer. His cocky pouting face appeared in her mind and her admiration melted into longing. I miss you so much, she whispered to herself. Then realization struck. If sleeping meant entering the game, brother Seeing Fine must have entered too. Her cheeks flushed, and she covered her face in excitement. If I enter the game, I can find him. Determined, she removed her uniform. She knew that Dark Shadow had leveled to 3 so quickly. He must be an expert, and she needed his guidance. Elsewhere, Zhong Wei was with friends when his phone pinged. A message from Qin Xiao Yu appeared. Great God Zhong Wei, any guidance for a newbie? Grinning mischievously, he thought, even a proud goddess like her is asking me for guidance. This is a God-given opportunity. He quickly replied, Xiao Yu, you've asked the right person. Here's a secret. When you enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. Otherwise, you'll be killed by monsters. Xiao Yu asked, what if I stem a mage? Do I still need agility? Absolutely, Zhong Wei explained. Agility is not useless for mages. It increases casting speed, which is crucial in the early stages. Xiao Yu continued to worry. Even with agility, I still can beat them. Boo-hoo. Zheng Wei, noticing her concern, reassured her. Don't worry. Once someone in the town reaches level 5, the teleportation array activates. You can form a team and level up first. When the teleport opens, I'll find you and guide you. Xiao Yu's excitement surged. She clenched her hands, hugged her pillow and thought, these simps are still useful. I entered and found someone to carry me to level up. Hemph, Chinfong, I gave you a chance. Now I stem going into the game right away. Don't think about me relying on you. In the game world, Chinfong knelt before burning flames, holding aloft a gold-plated ring radiating light. The system panel appeared. Gold curse ring. Usable for all classes. All attributes. 8. Dark elemental resistance plus 26. Weakness damage ratio 0.1. Equipment requirement, level 4. Chinfong's excitement surged. Each attribute added 8 points, equivalent to 32 attribute points, far more than others could achieve by reaching level 3. The ring also boosted dark elemental resistance, invaluable against magical creatures, and increased the default weakness damage ratio from 1.5 to 1.6. Chinfong grinned. Not bad at all. The discovery of the gold curse ring marked another step in his rapid progression, solidifying his advantage in the game and drawing him ever closer to the mysteries and challenges that awaited. Suddenly, Chinfong's attention was drawn to another detail. The system panel materialized once more, displaying a new skill. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Assassin skill. Dashes in one direction up to 15 meters. Enters stealth state for 5 seconds. Strikes 3 times all enemies along the way. Cooldown, 1210.43 seconds. Level requirement, level 4. Slash range, 2.1 meters. Each slash adds 100 attack power. 100% considered a sneak attack, but cannot trigger weakness damage. Chinfong knelt on the ground under the pouring rain as dazzling rays of light radiated around him. This was a powerful mobile area of effect skill with stealth capabilities, a perfect skill to learn immediately. Not long after, Chinfong turned his attention to upgrading his abilities further. He had a few remaining evolution points and decided to enhance Greedy Hand first. The system panel quickly updated. 8 evolution points were consumed, leaving 4 remaining. Greedy Hand, Emerald, Diamond, Assassin Skill. Can be used on monster corpses. 160%, 220% chance of receiving an additional loot item. Additional loot item has a 20% 40% chance to increase in quality by 1 level. As expected, this meant that killing monsters would yield far more loot than before. Even one monster could now provide multiple valuable drops. With the remaining 4 evolution points, Chinfong upgraded Instant Shadow Slash to level 3. The system confirmed the upgrade, consuming 3 points and leaving 1. The skill now scaled with rank. Silver 15 M-, Stealth 5S, 3 slashes, plus 100 attack per slash. Gold Axen meter dash, Stealth 6 N, 4 slashes, 150 attack per slash. Platinum einen 20 meter dash, Stealth 7 Sekunden, 5 slashes, 200 attack per slash. Streams of light green energy spread around Chinfong in the sky. The cooldown remained unchanged, but he didn't mind. Instant Shadow Slash alone granted near infinite stealth and mobility. He was about to focus on other skills when a soft sound came from behind. Turning, he saw monsters charging forward. Calm as ever, Chinfong prepared to test his newly upgraded skill. Level 4 Great Shiba Golem Walker appeared. Perfect timing, he thought. He unleashed Instant Shadow Slash. The slash is visible even through the rain. The system quickly updated. Level 4 Great Shiba Golem Walker. Defeated. 80 experience points received. 5 days of transferable lifespan received. Chinfong surveyed the battlefield, satisfied. The speed of monster kills had increased dramatically. Poison darts now seemed inefficient by comparison. Fewer attacks meant fewer risks. Standing amidst the thick darkness, his eyes were razor sharp. Currently, Chinfong's transferable lifespan had reached 618 days. To withdraw skills and equipment into reality, he needed at least 2.5 years, or 900 days. He resolved to make a trip back to sell his inventory items, ensuring he met the minimum requirements. Once he reached level 10, he could bring his equipment and skills into the real world. As he lingered in the rain, a voice nearby caught his attention. "Congratulations, miss, on leveling up to level 3. Can you fulfill your promise now?" Nearby, a group of strangers discussed the deal. Among them, a girl stood with her back to Chinfong. "Don't worry," she said. "Our Dajang group has no shortage of money. Let's log out to reality. Here's my phone number, contact me directly. Sell me all your transferable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 per day." A man walking with them laughed. "No problem. I said it before, Dark Shadow is truly blind. He doesn't instead even care about a big shot like her. We still meet in reality later." Beneath the calm exterior, everyone was motivated by self-interest. Lifespan could always be farmed again. The real goal was converting in-game power into real-world money. Meanwhile, in an ancient town with towering buildings, a cloaked figure raised a hand, gathering energy. The teleportation formation reactivated, and the system confirmed. Teleportation formation in Seashell Town activated. Reputation points, +1. 1 free teleport per day. Additional teleports consume transferable lifespan. Chinfong analyzed the situation carefully. Teleportation formations in starting towns were two-way. One side alone was useless. Someone from the paired town had to reach level 5 to activate the return. He recalled that Song Fei hailed from Firefly Town in his previous life, and set a reminder to track the activation. Yet for now, teleportation was secondary. His primary goal remained level 10 and entering the continent forsaken by the gods, where the true challenges of the divine artifact game awaited. An ancient castle and verdant lands materialized in his mind's eye, the threshold of the game's real beginning. Chinfong sat down on the ground, deep in thought. At that moment the system panel popped up again, and the mat in front of him began to glow intensely. A message appeared: cheap sale of equipment and skills for only 10 minutes. First come, first served. The crowd around him erupted in excitement. "Damn, the big shot has appeared again," someone shouted. "The big shot has finally arrived. ICEF prepared 150 days of lifespan, just waiting to buy his goods." Chinfong observed calmly. Last time the big shot had sold the ice chisel technique, which had helped Grey Rose climb to the top 2 of the leaderboard. This time, there might even be a skill book. 4 mages around him were already reacting to the sale. One of them shouted, "Wow, a skill book," but it turned out to be a silver-grade battle shout for warriors. A man quickly purchased the scroll. The system panel confirmed. Transaction successful. Received 300 days of transferable lifespan. Many players hesitated. 300 days of lifespan for a skill scroll, is it worth it? Someone asked. Experienced players quickly calculated warriors equipped with this skill could double their monster farming speed. In less than 2 days, the invested lifespan could be farmed back. Yet such wise buyers were few, quickly drowned out by the crowd clamoring for the remaining items. Chinfong watched the system panel as the sale progressed. Within a minute, all items were sold, earning a total of 650 days of transferable lifespan, bringing his total to 2,174 days. Still, it was not enough. To withdraw all levels, attributes, professions, equipment, and skills from the divine artifact game into reality, he needed more. The crowd noticed Chinfong had stopped trading. Some cried, while others begged, "Boo-hoo. I didn't have time to buy anything. Big shot, will you sell here again next time?" At that moment, a girl blocked his path. "Big shot, I have a treasure. Do you want it?" In her hand was a space ring, a rare storage item with 12 slots that didn't occupy backpack or equipment space. Each player could carry a maximum of 3 storage backpacks. Chinfong Sif's eyes widened in surprise. Such an item was extremely rare, and few had it this early in the game. Approaching her, he asked, "How much for it?" The girl smiled gently. "I don't need your lifespan, I just want to be friends. Also, I want to invite you to team up to hunt a boss." Chinfong had no reason to refuse. Within moments the system confirmed, "Player Hybel NDC has accepted your friend request." He walked away from the crowd with her. Curious, he asked, "What boss?" The girl looked up. "A gold-grade boss." "And its name?" he pressed. The girl hesitated. "It sits too far away to see clearly. It sits on a rotten, tattered ship in the swamp." Chinfong's suspicion flared. A rotten ship with magical light. Could it be the Gold Ghost ship, a special rare boss that could appear at any level, dropping highly valuable items? Guilds often waged full-scale wars to claim it. Finding it in the starting town meant it was likely level 5, the easiest level for an initial kill. Chinfong glanced at the girl and felt a rising excitement. To have a rare boss appear so early, for her to drop a space ring, and for her to be part of Wang Mang's team, it all seemed too fortuitous. He looked at her and asked, "How did you discover this gold boss?" The girl seemed to remember, lifting her head. "After dinner I logged in early to follow the captains to level up. They were so slow, so I went for a walk to cool off, and accidentally found this gold-grade boss under a cliff." Chinfong's eyes gleamed. Fate had just handed him an opportunity too perfect to ignore. Having reached this point, Chinfong's doubts vanished. The pieces in his mind finally formed a complete picture. In his previous life, rumors circulated that within Wang Mang's team, there was a member with the lucky koi carp physique, someone who could stumble upon rare bosses, treasure chests, dungeons and shrines simply by wandering around. Back then, Chinfong had dismissed it as a smokescreen by the game authorities to hide information. Now he realized it was true, and it was her. So engrossed in his thoughts, Chinfong did not notice the little girl Sip's eyes widening in alarm at his intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, Big shot, why are you looking at me like that?" Chinfong replied awkwardly, "It sets nothing." The two walked side by side, oblivious to a figure who had been secretly watching them. That person immediately ran back to his gang, where a member was still boasting, "Remember that year I was the Sand Table Overlord and conquered the entire Sand City with my brothers time and time again. Brothers, follow me, I guarantee a good life." The watcher rushed up, breathless. "Boss, that kid just left the town with a girl." The gang member turned and laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha ha. He Sep's inexperienced. He can set even level up properly without taking a girl along. Brothers, follow me." Meanwhile, Chinfong strolled with the girl. "I can help fight the boss," he said softly. "But if the boss drops equipment or skill books that you can use, you get them. Everything else belongs to me." "How Sep's that?" She looked puzzled. "Ah, what about Captain Wang Mang?" Chinfong replied indifferently, "Your team has all kinds of professions. If it doesn't set drop equipment for assassins, then I set be fighting the boss for free." The girl decided it wasn't worth arguing and went along. Then she hesitantly asked, "But, can I make a small request?" Chinfong answered coldly, "Speak." Her face flushed. "If the boss drops equipment for Captain Wang Mang, can you lower the selling price a little when selling it back to him?" Chinfong considered it trivial and agreed without hesitation. "No problem." The girl added, "Okay, we sell set off when Captain Wang Mang is online." "And where are we going now?" she asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "We're going to that gold boss," Chinfong replied casually. Her face turned pale. Big shot. You stir an assassin and can hide, but I can withstand even a few hits." Chinfong walked calmly. "I sipped him enough by myself, you just stay in a safe place and watch." The girl trembled, still unsure if she believed him. Kill a gold boss alone? Even knowing he was strong, it sounded arrogant. Suddenly Chinfong vanished, leaving only tendrils of shadowy light in his place. The girl Sip's voice trembled. Big shot, where did you go?" Not far off, the earlier hooligans watched from behind trees, laughing. "Boss, that dark shadow disappeared. Haha, he must have abandoned her in the wilderness." They charged toward the girl with ill intent. "Go, we will take her back, play with her a bit, and then decide. Follow me and you'll have a good life. Look, the beauty is coming." But before they could act, Chinfong reappeared, a blurry silhouette surrounded by black tendrils that blocked the moonlight. The hooligans screamed. "Ah!" Chinfong's expression was icy. Without a word, he unleashed his ultimate skill. Instant shadow slash. Blood splattered across the forest. Before they could comprehend what was happening, the hooligans had fallen, leaving the system to notify Chinfong. You have killed 5 players, receiving a total of 12 days of transferable lifespan. Clicking his tongue in disdain, Chinfong muttered, "Too poor. It's steps like killing 2 small monsters." The girl, wide-eyed, asked cautiously, "Hey, big shot, where did you just go?" Chinfong replied slowly, "There were a few people following us. I sent them back to town." She relaxed, thinking he had attended to some private matter. "That's Sip's right, big shot. With your stealth skills, going anywhere must be convenient." Chinfong was momentarily dazed by her words but quickly refocused. "Now lead the way to the boss you mentioned," he said, turning toward their next destination. The scene cut to a neighborhood on the outskirts, where adventure and danger awaited. Xiao Yu appeared, a mysterious magic circle glowing beneath her feet. She blinked in surprise as she stepped into the new area. "Wow, it feels so real. I can even feel the texture under my feet," she whispered to herself. Clutching her magic staff tightly, she added with satisfaction, "Great, I've got the hidden profession, Life Priestess. It must be powerful. Now I can definitely be worthy of Brother Song Fi. I wonder how is Brother Song Fi doing? Does he know the secret about the initial attribute points?" Her face darkened with worry for a moment. "It's okay. I have a hidden profession now. Plus, Jiang Wei is willing to guide me to level up. Chinfong, you can just live and die. I won't care about you anymore," she muttered under her breath. Looking up at the leaderboard, she examined the rankings. Leaderboard nickname, level. First, Dark Shadow, level 6. Second, Grey Rose, level 5. Third, Bala Lane, level 5. Wow, the top player is already level 6? Her expression twisted in disbelief. Jiang Wei was only level 3, yet here was Dark Shadow, boasting a level far beyond him. This Dark Shadow, he really is the big shot. If I can stick close to him, I'll level up faster than Jiang Wei. But, where can I find him? Meanwhile, Wang Mangsted's group was growing anxious. "Damn it, we can set contact Su and Yao," one of them complained. Wang Mang scratched his head. "We don't have much time. Does anyone have ideas?" A young man sighed. "Without a nanny we can hunt monsters properly." Another suggested, "We stare not big shots like Dark Shadow. I suggest we find another helper and then reform the team." At that moment, Xiao Yu approached from behind, greeting them with a friendly smile. "Hello everyone, do you need help? I'm a hidden profession, Life Priestess," she offered. Elsewhere, Chinfong and Jin Li stood atop a cliff, observing the scene below. Chinfong Sip's gaze was sharp as he spoke quietly. "It really is the Gold Ghost ship." Turning into an aura, he instructed Jin Li, "You wait here, hide well and be careful. I'll go deal with the boss." "Okay, big shot. Be careful," Jin Li replied. Chinfong descended, but before long, the system notified him. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has become a turbulent zone. Lifespan consumption is multiplied by 100. Chinfong frowned slightly. Time rate multiplied by 100, 15 minutes. Here consumes 1 day of lifespan, still manageable for a temporary area. He focused on the target. Level 5 gold ghost ship, quality special gold, remaining existence, 45 minutes, 25 seconds. He exhaled in relief. Enough time to kill it. Chinfong's attack began. Instant shadow slash blue sword strikes appeared in rapid succession, slicing through the boss's health. 549, 549. Rushing forward, he launched Poison Dart Extreme at the ghostly bell on the bow. The ship sips his weak point. 621. Observing carefully, he considered the challenges ahead. Many players do not know the real weak point. It is the ghost bell, not the skeleton or hull. Attacking the weak point triggers control over the surrounding water, sending deadly water columns at high speed. Only agile warriors with silver-grade equipment could survive. After the area attack, the boss summons 12 rotten water ghosts, each as strong as a silver-grade boss. Every 3 minutes, additional heavenly rotten water ghosts appear, threatening a total team wipe. Chinfong, remaining in stealth, analyzed his angle and prepared for a decisive strike. Instant Shadow 123, 1052, 1201, 1033. The 12 water ghosts were eliminated in one swift move. Jin Li, observing from above, could only gape. This is the big shot. Dark Shadow, too strong, coming and going unpredictably. The boss has already lost a third of its health. Amid the chaos, Chinfong muttered something incomprehensible. "Little Hey, I am going to die later." Jin Li, flustered, asked, "What? Why? Big shot, you have the upper hand." Chinfong replied vaguely, "Isn't said it you who is Little Hey?" Jin Li panicked. "Big shot, my name is Hebulin Desi. It sounds like a dog sip's name." Chinfong smirked. "Got it, Little Hey." The sound of footsteps suddenly came to a halt. At the edge of the cliff, the leader of the group cursed under his breath. "Damn it, how careless of me. I slain dragons and conquered the city of Shabahi countless times. Yet now, I being outsmarted by a mere brat sip's tricks." Just then, one of his followers came running, panting heavily. "Boss, I found that girl. She's standing right at the cliff ahead. That brat Dark Shadow is fighting the boss alone below." The leader Sip's eyes narrowed in anger. This time I still call in every one of my brothers. I refuse to believe that I can kill him. Down below, Chinfong was still lost in his train of thought. "The fourth form," he muttered, rushing forward as streams of black mist coiled around his body. "This one Sip's the most dangerous." On the ghost ship, the boss lifted its transmission rod high. The ship's health had dropped to half. Suddenly, it emitted a soul wave that spread across an enormous area, its shock wave freezing anything within range for 5 whole seconds. "I can't dodge this one," Jin Li gasped, her face turning pale as she covered her mouth in horror. In the next instant, Chinfong was caught by the wave. His body froze, and his thoughts were cut off completely. Then he was swallowed whole. A system message flashed before him. "You have died. You have lost 326 years of non-transferable strong life. You have lost 1,087 days of transferable lifespan." On the cliff, the group burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so this idiot was supposed to be a big shot? He really thought he could solo a gold-tier boss? What a joke." Eagerly, they rushed down toward the ghost ship. "Wow, look at that. The Dark Shadow dropped such a huge lifespan orb. That Sip's at least a few hundred days Sip's worth. Let's Sips grab it, brothers. The boss only has half its health left. Finish it off, and we still take all the loot." They laughed greedily. This dead rich fool got what he deserved. Today I shall be the dog that bites the tycoon. But as they charged in, everything went wrong. In a blink, they were hurled back to their starting point. "Damn it," the leader yelled. "Why is this boss so strong? How did that Dark Shadow even bring it down to half health? Is he possessed or something?" Another player shouted in frustration. "That's ridiculous. The moment we enter the swamp, the boss sends a huge water column that knocks us all away. There are small monsters everywhere. How are we supposed to fight like this?" The leader gritted his teeth. "Our losses are too heavy, but no, go back again. I refuse to believe we can take it down." Meanwhile, Chinfong had just revived. He called out to Jin Li from afar. "I set him back, Lil. Why are there so many lifespan orbs here?" Jin Li pointed excitedly. "Big shot, you came back so fast." A group of people just rushed in shouting like maniacs, but the boss Sip's water attack swept them all away in seconds. Chinfong smirked to himself. "So that Sip's what happened. They really don't know their limits." He recalled how, in his previous life, he too had suffered greatly at the hands of this same gold ghost ship. This time, however, he observed calmly from a distance, analyzing every move. "The ghost ship only uses that body freezing skill once," he thought. "As long as I bring its health below half, it becomes much easier to handle. The tricky part is that once it hit below that threshold, it may teleport away and reappear far off, making it hard to finish off completely." Even with this knowledge, a trace of worry lingered. Still, he raised his poison dart and aimed carefully at the bell hanging from the ship's mast. The dart struck true. The boss instantly roared in fury, locking its gaze on Chinfong before unleashing another deadly skill. But this time, Chinfong was ready. He ducked low, dodging the attack in one fluid motion, then surged forward with incredible speed. "I've already learned the pattern of your movements," he said coldly. Instant shadow slash. High above, the group had returned to the cliff, watching the battle unfold. "Boss, look, that guy really is fighting the boss alone," one of them exclaimed. The leader Sip's eyes glinted with greed. "Good, we still wait for the right moment, then kill them all and take everything." On the other side, Jin Li spotted the group and scowled. "Those idiots again. They Sip are just here to ruin everything. The big shot is about to kill the boss. I once did let them steal the credit." With determination, she gripped her magic scepter tightly and chanted. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the group directly. A stunned silence followed. "What the hell? Who hit us?" one of them shouted. "It's that mage over there," another pointed out. The leader Sep's fury exploded. "You damn little girl, you dare attack me. Kill her." Jin Li's body trembled as fear overtook her. "Ah, help," she screamed, turning to flee while the furious group chased after her. "Stop, I'll kill you myself," the leader roared. From behind a nearby tree, two mysterious figures watched the chaos unfold in silence. Down below, the battle neared its end. Chinfong, breathing heavily, whispered, "Finally, it's almost over. This gold ghost ship may only be level 5, but soloing it is still no easy task. My damage output is too low. It took too long and drew too much attention." As he looked up, he noticed movement. A group was gathering at the cliff again, while another lingered near the swamp Sip's edge. He narrowed his eyes. "So they steer waiting for me to finish off the boss, planning to swoop in and steal my loot." Just then, the boss let out one last ghastly wail before sinking beneath the black waters. The system message echoed in his ears. "You have killed the gold-grade ghost ship. You have received 4,800 experience points." The system's notification echoed across the battlefield. Congratulations on leveling up to level 8. You have received 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. Chinfong watched the notifications fade away, a faint chill settling in his heart. He muttered coldly, "Too bad, Shadowmel, you calculated wrong." Another notification appeared, this time broadcast to the entire server. Player said, "Dark Shadow Sit from Seashell Town is the first in the entire server to slay a gold grade boss. Reward 3 reputation points." The moment that message appeared, chaos erupted in every starting town. "What? A gold boss first kill?" Someone shouted. "Who the hell is Dark Shadow? That Sip's insane." "Seashell Town? Which country's territory is that?" another asked. A player laughed in disbelief. If the first gold boss kill came from Seashell Town, then the player must be from our great Han nation. He sets probably some elite powerhouse. Wang Mang, who had previously reported Dark Shadow Sip's progress, stared in shock. "I just reported that he managed to solo a bronze grade boss. How long has it even been? And now he Sip's killed a gold boss. The difference between people is terrifying." Nearby, Xiao silently clenched her fists, thinking to herself, "This Dark Shadow is incredible. If he carried me through the game, I could meet Brother Song Fi in no time." Meanwhile, where the Gold Ghost ship had fallen, dozens of brilliant gems glittered across the ground. Hidden behind a tree, a man chuckled to himself. "Ha ha ha, that boss dropped a mountain of loot. And look, he Sip's not even picking it up. He must be wary of us." He turned to his team. "Aguang, use your skill. Drag him out. The boss Sit's loot belongs to us." "Yes, boss." Aguang drew his bow, the string creaking as he aimed directly at Chinfong's position. The arrow shimmered with ethereal light before transforming into a spirit bird that took flight. "Soul Eagle Perception," he shouted. The eagle soared forward, searching the swamp below, but before it could locate its target, Chinfong sensed the aura closing in. "So it's that hunter again," he muttered, activating his stealth. "I didn't expect him to have learned anti-stealth so quickly. No wonder he's confident enough to ambush me. Unfortunately for him, my darkness profession grants an extra level of stealth. His level 1 detection won't see through it." Moments later, Aguang frowned. "Boss, there sits no one there. I think he ran off after spotting us." The leader scoffed. Good. At least he knows what Sep's best for him. Everyone move in and secure the loot. Don't Sep get careless. Stay alert. The loot will unlock in 5 minutes. Then it's Sep's ours." But just as they advanced, a dark mist began to spread around them. From within the haze, graceful sword slashes flashed like lightning, clean, precise, and deadly. One by one, the players dropped without even realizing what had hit them. When the last body fell, Chinfong appeared silently behind them, his blade still glowing faintly. He exhaled slowly. "Humph. Now it sits quiet again." He looked around. "Wait, where did that girl Little Hay run off to? Forget it. I'll find her later." He then began collecting all the gems scattered across the ground. The evolution points he had gained from the boss were enough to enhance one of his core skills. "Evolve Greedy Hand first," he muttered. "Then I still loot the rest." The system chimed again. "See, Greedy Handstead has evolved. Skill upgraded to Diamond Epic Assassin class. Effect 220%. 300% chance of obtaining an additional loot item. Additional item guaranteed to increase in quality by 1 grade. Chinfong Sip's eyes gleamed with excitement. A 100% quality increase? That Sip's broken. If I stack all my life orbs at once, I can make them explode with rewards. He activated the skill, and the system instantly flooded with messages. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. You have received a special drop item, Ghost Fire Bell. You have received a special drop item, Ghost Fire Bell. Chinfong glanced at his inventory and froze for a moment. 2 Ghost Fire Bells at once. He examined their attributes. Ghost Fire Bell, special item. Passive, Soul Absorption. Killing monsters increases lifespan drops by 20%. When 2 bells are equipped, effects are doubled. Active, Soul Shock. Shakes enemies within 100 meters, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 521 seconds. A grin crept onto his face. This is perfect. It doesn't set even occupy an equipment slot. 2 bells and 1 bag slot, too convenient. Just then, a distant cry pierced the swamp. Big shot, save me." It was Jin Lee Sep's voice. Chinfong's Sip's expression shifted. "Little Hay?" He turned sharply, scanning the area. "Little Hay, where are you?" Her panicked voice came again, trembling and desperate. "Dawn Set, come near me. Dawn Set, ah." He looked toward the cliffside, where her voice echoed. The group that had survived earlier had cornered Jin Lee there. The leader sneered. "Still resisting, huh? Yusef got nowhere to run. Be good and follow us. We'll make sure you enjoy it." Jin Lee turned back, glaring at them defiantly. The cliff behind her dropped into misty darkness. She smiled bitterly. You want me? Fine, come and get me. Without hesitation, she stepped back and jumped. Rain blurred her figure as she fell. The sound of her body hitting the ground below was sharp and final. The leader froze, stunned. She actually jumped. He sighed, shaking his head. This girl Sep's got a fierce temper. Moments later, Chinfong received a message. Big shot. Jin Li Sip's voice came weakly. You don't have to save me anymore. I already died and respawned in the town. Oh, that hurt so much. Luckily, all of our Team Sip's transferable lifespan is stored on Captain Wang Mang Sip's body. Hearing that, Chinfong finally relaxed. Good. Stay in the town for now. I'll bring you something when I return. Jin Li Sep's tone brightened instantly. Yes, thank you, big shot. Chinfong allowed himself a small smile before glancing at the stormy horizon. This world is only going to get tougher, he murmured, but so will I. After the long and grueling battle, Chinfong, known to others as Dark Shadow, finally returned to Seashell Town. His steps were light, his expression calm, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. Phew, this time the harvest is huge, he murmured, pulling up his system interface. Transferable lifespan, 3,115 days, and 21 additional evolution points. He paused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Alright then, let's continue evolving, Greedy Hand. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Greedy Hand has reached epic level. To continue evolving, 10 times the usual evolution points are required. Do you wish to spend 210 evolution points to proceed? Chinfong stared at the message for a while, frowning slightly. 210 points? That Sip's not easy. The higher the level, the heavier the cost. Forget it, strength first. He closed the window and refocused. Let's increase my damage skills. The higher the output, the faster the boss dies, and the better the loot. He channeled his points, and the system began to ring repeatedly. You have consumed 3 + 5 evolution points. Remaining 13. Senstant Shadow Sip upgraded to Platinum tier. Emerald Diamond Rush Cyst unlocked. The new skill data scrolled before his eyes. Rush in a straight line covering a range of 21 to 27 meters. Enter stealth for up to 9 seconds. Strike all enemies along the path with 5 to 7 consecutive slashes. Cooldown, around 10 seconds. Each slash inflicts 200 to 300 damage points. Slash width up to 4 meters. He smiled slightly. Now that's Sip's power. The system continued to chime. You have consumed 2, 3, and 5 evolution points. Remaining 3. New passive unlocked. Back attack enhancement. Bronze, silver, gold. Increases backstab damage by 15 to 30%. A golden glow surged around him, and Chinfong's body radiated energy. He flexed his fingers, satisfied. Perfect. After 2 evolutions, Instant Shadow Slash has nearly doubled in strength. Even without stealth, one strike hits 3,000 damage, and if I combine stealth with a back attack, 6 to 7,000 per burst. The rain outside still poured heavily as he walked through the streets, lost in thought. Gold-grade bosses usually drop 2 to 4 pieces of silver gear, sometimes 1 piece of gold if lucky. But thanks to Greedy Hand, I got 11 pieces of gold equipment, and a platinum skill scroll. Not bad. Not bad at all. He smirked. And 3 of them are perfect for my assassin build. Then he summoned his newest weapon, Ghost Ship Twin Blades, Platinum tier assassin gear. He inspected its stats. Attack plus 136, Agility plus 22, Attack speed plus 24%, Armor penetration plus 17%, required level 5. Unique effect. Each normal attack strikes twice. He twirled the blades experimentally, their silver edges gleaming under the lantern light. The effect isn't set extreme, but the base power is insane. With agility and speed boosts like these, my casting time shortens and attack recovery improves. Even the armor penetration sets top tier. One by one, his equipment upgraded automatically. Ghostfire leather armor gold tier, physical defense, plus 25, fire resistance plus 50, damage block plus 14, HP plus 419, required level 5. Chinfong chuckled. I never invested in constitution when leveling. My health sep's barely 350, yet this armor alone gives me 419 extra HP. At this point, most players can even scratch my defense. He toggled his appearance settings, making his armor vanish beneath his black assassin attire. Good. Keep my defensive gear hidden. Let them underestimate me. No one can tell my strength just by looking, unless they check the detailed game info. The final item shimmered in his hand, a skill scroll. Gold tier assassin skill, Shadow Blur. Passive plus 15% evasion rate. Successful evasion nullifies all incoming damage. He blinked in surprise. Finally, a proper survival skill for assassins. Though in the original game, this was useless. Evasion was nearly impossible to stack. Raising it meant sacrificing other stats. A risky trade-off. But then, his lips curved into a confident smile. I stummed different. I can evolve infinitely. I still raise my evasion without sacrificing anything else. A perfect win-win. He absorbed the scroll, feeling his power surge again. The air around him pulsed faintly as raindrops hissed against the heat of his aura. Alright, he muttered. Time to head back. I sell the warrior, priest, and archer gear to Wang Mang. 10% discount should do. Even if they sep or broke, he can owe me. His expression softened. And I owe this progress to Little Hay. Without her luck, I wouldn't have found that level 5 gold ghost ship. She really is my lucky koi. But just as he passed beneath a large oak tree, familiar figures appeared in the rain. A group of players, mud-splattered, faces pale, stood frozen. Chinfong Sip's eyes narrowed. Oh, that group again. Their leader Seth's face turned ghostly white. It sets its dark shadow. Run, run, quick, someone screamed. Chinfong smirked faintly as the rain intensified. Too late. Chinfong moved like a dark wind, his blades gleaming coldly in the rain. Don't block me, you idiots, he barked, charging forward. The terrified group scattered in chaos, like ants whose nest had been kicked apart. Ah, Donstedt, leave me behind. Damn it, Donstedt, come here, save me. Their screams echoed, but Chinfong only sneered, his voice low and sharp. Within moments, one by one, they fell beneath his slashes. The leader tried to flee, stumbling and desperate, but Chinfong appeared before him in an instant. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Spare me, big brother. Big shot. Father, don't kill me, he begged, trembling. Chinfong Sip's eyes were cold. He leaned close and said each word slowly. When you hurt others, did you ever think about your own outcome? Before the man could respond, Chinfong's blade ended him. A system notification rang out. You have killed too many players. Status, level 1 slaughterer. Upon death, 75% of current lifespan will be lost. Chinfong remained calm. It's Sep's fine. I have the ghost fire bell. Even if I die, I won't lose lifespan. Not long after, he returned to town. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. It's Sep's dark shadow, someone shouted. Damn it, he sits back. Wait, why doesn't he have any good equipment? Another asked. Laughter erupted. Haha, I told you. He must have exploited a bug to solo that gold boss. Bet he didn't get any real loot. But before the mockery could spread further, one man stepped forward. Please wait, big brother Dark Shadow. It was Shan Xiao holding a book in his hands. It was our fault earlier. This is the assassin skill book we purchased with our lifespan. Please accept it and forget what happened. The system chimed again. Ordinary Bombard. Assassin skill. Single attack causes plus 20 damage and stuns the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown 22 seconds. Chinfong's eyes lit up. A control skill, he murmured, taking the book before leaving without another word. The men behind glared after him. We were killed, and now we had to give him a skill book? This is humiliating. Yeah, since when did we have to bow our heads like this? Shan Xiao raised his hand to silence them. His expression darkened. You fools don't get it. This Dark Shadow is leveling up far too quickly. That means he has a secret. If we find him in real life and lock him up, we can make him gather lifespan for us. The others exchanged looks, then quickly flattered him. As expected of young Master Shan, brilliant plan. He smirked. Later, have the family send a woman, make her get close to him. From his voice, he sits clearly not from the gaming circle, probably just some poor guy. Send a professional beauty. I don't believe he once fall for it. Meanwhile, Chinfong had already reached Jin Luck. Come here, little Hay, he called. Time to trade. I have something for you. Jin Lage ran over, eyes sparkling. Wow, thank you, big shot. But my name Sips not Little Hay, it Sips DYZ Jinli. She lifted her staff, excitement overflowing. Ah, this is incredible. My damage has increased several times, and my mana recovery has doubled. Big shot, I really appreciate it. Chinfong smiled faintly. No need to thank me, just keeping my promise. Now hand me the space ring. Oh right. Jinli hurriedly returned it, then hesitated, cheeks turning red. By the way, big shot, when I was running through the forest, I found a cave. It looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested? Chinfeng's eyes narrowed. A ruin, he thought quickly. First the gold ghost ship, now this. Making friends with this girl wasn't a bad move after all. If he hadn't given her those gold items, she might never have shared this secret. He muttered under his breath, sincerity brings opportunity. With the space ring now holding 27 slots, his storage was finally complete. Jinli nodded, but the captains went to pick up a new priest. They won't be back soon. Here, I've marked the ruins entrance on the map. Behind a bush there's a stone. I moved it and hid inside, but before I could go far, I heard ghosts screaming. I got scared and ran. That's when those guys caught me. Chinfong Seth's expression sharpened. I see. I sell check the ruins now. When I return, I sell trade with Wang Mang Seth's group. Before Jinli could reply, he vanished, transforming into a streak of black wind. Big shot, she whispered. watching him disappear. As he flew through the rain, Chinfang's mind raced. I was planning to train until level 10, but this ruin changes everything. The ruins near beginner towns come in 3 types: grave holes, cursed ruins, and shrines of faith. No matter which one it is, even the weakest monsters are bronze or silver tier. That means piles of lifespan and evolution points waiting for me. A faint smirk curved his lips. The hunt was far from over. In the dark, dense forest, a hidden door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into the underground. Chinfong carefully stepped down each stair, his eyes adjusting to the dim light as he muttered to himself. In the beginner towns, there are mainly 3 types of ruins: grave holes, cursed ruins, and belief shrines. He moved deeper into the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. Grave holes are nothing special, he whispered. They sit filled with hordes of monsters, and clearing them is extremely difficult, but at the end, there sits usually a gold-grade boss waiting. Under the faint flicker of the torches, Chinfong's tone grew quieter. The monsters in cursed ruins, they were once humans, cursed by ancient or evil gods. Some went mad, some turned into twisted ghosts after death. And as for belief shrines, they're home to devout followers of those same gods. The maps there are intricate, full of traps and secrets. Soon he stopped before an ancient stone doorway engraved with strange runes. He studied it closely, murmuring, "If you clear this kind of shrine, you can obtain rare items, sometimes even skill books." His eyes drifted to the carvings on the walls, tracing the worn patterns. Wait, these drawings, they look familiar. His expression stiffened. This is the belief shrine of the ancient god of judgment. As distant screams echoed through the passage, Chinfong pressed forward. So its origin is connected to the eye of judgment on my body, he realized grimly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same dungeon, thick fog rolled through another corridor. Wang Mang stood at the front, his shield raised high against a blast of force. Above them, a monstrous climber swooped down, slamming its claws into the ground. The impact sent Wang Mang flying backward. "Heal, buff health, buff health," someone shouted frantically. Xiao Yu stood frozen at the rear, panic flickering across her face. What should I do?" she stammered. The climber attacked again, its shriek echoing through the hall. "Damn it, it's coming again. Use your skills," another voice yelled, but Xiao Yu dropped her scepter and crouched down, covering her head. I'm scared," she cried. Outside, the heavy rain poured endlessly, turning the world gray. When the battle was finally over, Wang Mang's team returned to camp with grim expressions. Seeing them, Jin Li waved cheerfully. "Captain, why are you back so soon? Shadow Big Brother hasn't returned yet. Didn't you go to buy equipment?" A teammate slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. "We lost because of her. I've never met anyone so useless. She doesn't know how to dodge or use her skills," he shouted, glaring at Xiao Yu. Jin Li quickly stepped forward to defend her. "Hey, don't set be so harsh. She sets new. Everyone dies once or twice when they steps to starting out." But the angry player refused to calm down. "Dies didn't die once. She died 3 times in less than an hour," he barked. Jin Li blinked, then grinned. "Then let me join you next time. I got 2 rare drops from a top player. With me around, you definitely won't set die again." Wang Mang finally sighed. "Alright, enough arguing. Diz Sep's suggestion isn't set bad. With her help, things might go smoother this time. And who knows, maybe we shall even run into the dark big shot." At the back, Xiao Yu lowered her head. "Sorry, I'll try harder next time," she mumbled. But deep down, resentment simmered in her heart. "Weaklings, blaming me for everything. If it weren't for that so-called dark big shot, I wouldn't even be stuck with you fools." Back inside the shrine, Chinfong quietly stepped through a half-broken doorway. Screams echoed through the pitch-black chamber. 2 corpses lay in the center of the hall, their mouths moving endlessly as if still alive. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. "Ancient God's Devout Believer, the Judged One, Level 10, Silver Quality." Chinfong frowned. He unsheathed his weapon and unleashed Shadow Slash. The dark blade carved through the air, and he vanished into stealth, circling behind his enemies. Even with a sneak attack, I only managed to cut half their health. As expected of level 10 silver bosses, his eyes narrowed. Their combined vitality is even greater than that of the Gold Ghost ship boss. Suddenly the believers turned, and knelt toward him. Chinfong froze. They sit kneeling, but I sip still in stealth. Could it be, they sensed the divine artifact? The eye of judgment on me. He stepped closer. "Do you understand me? Lead me." The believers didn't respond. Their cracked voices only made guttural sounds. Chinfong Sith's gaze hardened. Their minds are gone. They Seth been completely eroded. Now they Seth are nothing but beasts that drain human life. Without warning, the believers' eyes flared open. They lunged at him with shrill screams. Grah! Their twisted forms rushed forward like mad beasts, filling the hall with chaos. From afar, a voice shouted, "Careful, monsters incoming." Panic spread. "They scepter 2 silver bosses. We couldn't set handle one, now there steps another. Run, run." The team scattered in fear as the shadow of despair loomed over them. and the girl with the covered face slowly vanished into the darkness. Chinfong silently watched as the girl's body dissolved into nothingness, her figure fading completely into the darkness. His expression remained calm, but his mind stirred. So that group must have been the same team as the girl who bought the cursed scroll from me. Her name was Grey Rose, wasn't it? He exhaled softly, amused. I didn't expect them to reach this ruin too, but with the current gear level of most players, none of them could possibly make it deep inside. Bending down, Chinfong picked up 3 glowing light orbs that shimmered faintly in his palm. A small grin appeared on his face. Haha, over 100 days worth of transferable lifespan. That girl really was a little rich woman. The empty hall echoed with the faint hum of the lingering energy as Chinfong searched the surroundings once more. Tease, he muttered, disappointed. Nothing else here? Just 2 small platinum bosses? Still, disappointment quickly turned to focus. Oh well, he said, summoning his blade. Let's finish this. He attacked the 2 kneeling believers in front of him. The system panel flashed before his eyes. You have killed Ancient God's Devout Believer, the judged 1 platinum level. Experience gained 4,000. Level up, level 9 achieved. Evolution points gained 4. Transferable lifespan obtained, 188 days. Satisfied, Chinfong raised his hand and activated his ability, Greedy Hand. A dark aura surged outward, pulling the loot toward him. He couldn't help but smirk. The epic grade Greedy Hand skill is too powerful. 32 evolution points, 154 days of transferable lifespan, 4 gold grade items, and over 10 silver grade ones. As he sifted through the loot, one item caught his attention, a gleaming gold accessory. Item information. Name Believer Sits Chain. Type Gold Accessory Assassin System. Stats, Agility plus 15, Cooldown Speed plus 20%. Requirement, Level 8. Unique effect, summon a platinum level believer to fight by your side. Cooldown 600 seconds. Chinfong turned the chain over in his hand, admiring its craftsmanship. Not bad at all, he muttered. With this my cooldown times drop drastically. Shadow Slash from 22.6 seconds to 19.2. Poison Dart from 4.39 to 3.75. Shadow Strike from 10.45 to 8.85. Hunting will become much faster now. He glanced through the rest of the equipment. The rest require level 8 or higher. No one else can use them yet. I store and sell them later. Suddenly, a strange rumbling echoed from behind him. Chinfong turned sharply, alert. Before his eyes, a small stone pillar slowly rose from the ground, trembling as it locked into place. He narrowed his gaze. As I suspected, to activate the mechanism, every monster in the area had to be eliminated. He approached the pillar, carefully inspecting its carvings. Then noticing faint symbols near the base, he pressed his hand against them. Click. The stone beneath his feet shifted. A faint magic circle illuminated, and Chinfong steadied his balance. The pillar began to sink slowly, revealing itself to be an ancient elevator. As the stone platform descended, Chinfong watched the walls slide past in silence. When it finally stopped, he exhaled. Finally arrived. Feels like I went down at least 300 or 400 meters. Before him stretched a massive underground labyrinth, a maze of twisting tunnels and strange symbols carved into the walls. He studied the scene carefully. So there really was a hidden maze under the shrine. There's always a chance for one to appear inside ruins, but it's rare. In my previous life, I explored quite a few of these. His brow furrowed. The maze will be full of traps and mechanisms. As long as someone else takes the lead, it's manageable. But alone, with my current stats, triggering a trap would be fatal. Chinfong's grip on his chain tightened. Once I activate a mechanism, I'll almost certainly die, he muttered. Then he glanced at the golden chain hanging in his hand. The Believer Seps chain. Thankfully, I just picked up this item. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and chanted softly. A burst of dark light erupted from the chain, and moments later, a platinum-level believer appeared, silent and obedient. Go, Chinfong ordered. Explore the road ahead. The believer staggered forward, its footsteps echoing down the corridor. Chinfong folded his arms, watching carefully. Having a minion scout ahead really makes things easier, but I can't be careless. Better to evolve my evasion skill first. The system window appeared once more. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points, 24 remaining. Skill evolved, Ghost Shadow Blur, Gold's Epic. Passive effect, increases evasion by 15%, 75%, when triggered. Evasion nullifies all damage. Then another prompt. You have consumed 13 evolution points, 11 remaining. Skill evolved, Instant Shadow Slash, Diamond Epic. Effect dash in one direction. Range 27, 30 meters, enter stealth for 9-12 seconds, perform 7-9 slashes along the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width, Vierter Januar, 5 meters. Each slash deals 300-500 damage. Chinfong nodded thoughtfully. 75% evasion, that's already high enough. the remaining points will be perfect for pushing instant Shadow Slash to the epic level. With his new skills ready, he smirked faintly. The maze ahead might be deadly, but now, he was more prepared than ever. Chinfong's voice was calm but thoughtful as he analyzed the system in a low tone. From epic to legendary, the evolution cost increases tenfold. The higher the base quality of a skill, the fewer points it takes overall. So if I start with an epic level skill, I can reach the legendary, mythical, even ancient or immortal tiers much faster. He paused, running quick calculations in his mind. For example, an epic skill only needs one basic point for the first evolution, but since the target tier is legendary, that single point multiplies by 10. 1 times 10 equals 10 points. His gaze drifted toward the summoned believer ahead of him. That means if I can obtain enough epic grade skills, my path to the top will be far easier. His tone deepened, but if a skill starts from common, it requires 7 evolutions just to reach epic. Multiplying that by 10 later would demand hundreds of points. Still, this method allows me to reach epic level faster and with fewer resources, which means, in the future, every skill I possess will be at least epic. Golden light began to gather in his palm. Chinfong murmured to himself, I still have 11 evolution points left. That step's enough to enhance my initial skill, Shadow Meld. The system interface shimmered before him. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining points. 3. Skill, Shadow Meld Silver Gold. Effect Enter Stealth for 16 to 24 seconds. Normal attacks after breaking stealth deal plus 90% to plus 150% damage. Cooldown 22 seconds. He hesitated for a moment, calculating silently. With a 35% cooldown reduction, the cooldown drops to around 16.3 seconds. Still a bit long, and the post-stealth damage isn't set very high. I still definitely have to replace this skill in the future. Just then, a loud rumble shook the ground beneath his feet. His summoned believer had stepped on a hidden mechanism. The floor cracked, and a massive boulder came crashing down from above. Chinfong immediately retreated several steps, watching as his believer was crushed beneath the weight. The summon is gone, he muttered. I still wait for the cooldown and call another. This maze is tricky, full of danger. I still just have to proceed carefully. Hopefully there steps something worthwhile deeper inside. Meanwhile, above the shrine, silence blanketed the ruined hall. The faint light filtering through cracks in the ceiling illuminated the cold stone floor. A scout peeked cautiously through the crevice of a heavy door. After a moment he whispered, Captain, confirmed. The 2 monsters they stepped disappeared. What? Gasped a female mage, gripping her staff tightly. Even the lifespan is gone? Someone must have killed them and taken the loot. Another member quickly added, whoever can take down 2 platinum level bosses that fast. It can only be the Dark Big Shot. The woman frowned deeply. So he set's been here too. That means the dropped lifespan went to him. She snorted softly. Well, at least we didn't set have to die again. But her expression shifted, recalling something. When I arrived earlier, I thought I saw a figure talking to the monsters. That must have been Dark Shadow. Could it be? He has a skill that lets him charm bosses. His strength is terrifying. Back in the depths of the maze, Chinfong Set's newly summoned believer was suddenly struck by a poisoned arrow and collapsed. Standing before a massive iron gate, Chinfong exhaled. I've been exploring for 3 hours. This must be the end point of the maze. He remembered his past life, the endless runs through similar ruins. To reach this far back then, players had to die dozens, even hundreds of times. He raised his hand once more, summoning his platinum believer. The entity appeared again, pale and obedient. Go. Open the door, Chinfong commanded. The believer staggered forward and slammed its body against the stone gate. It groaned, pushing with all its might, but the door wouldn't budge. Chinfong frowned. Strange. Locked. He stepped forward, pressing his palm against the cold surface. Rumble. The massive door creaked open, sending a cloud of ancient dust into the air. A chilling gust swept through the corridor. The believer entered first. Chinfong followed cautiously, his hand near his weapon, eyes sharp. At the center of the dim chamber stood a large treasure chest, covered entirely in jagged thorns. Chinfong's curiosity flickered. A chest covered in thorns, is it sealed? His eyes moved to a faint figure beside it, an unconscious girl, an NPC. He examined her carefully, but found nothing in her system description. This is the first time Isep encountered such a mysterious NPC. Before he could think further, the girl's lips moved. She murmured an incantation in an ancient tongue. Golden light swirled around her body, and then, she vanished. What? Disappeared, Chinfong whispered, eyes narrowing. As the last shimmer faded, the thorns binding the chest began to wither and crumble away. One by one they dissolved into the air, leaving the golden chest untouched. Chinfong looked at it with a deep, cautious gaze. I can see her data, but she must be connected to the Eye of Judgment. He turned toward the chest, his expression sharp. A golden treasure chest, definitely hiding an epic grade item, but he crouched slightly, readying himself. It could also be a mimic or a trap. He pointed toward his believer. Open it. The believer trembled but obeyed, slowly lifting the lid. Flash. A brilliant golden light filled the room. Chinfong squinted, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the object within. His voice trembled. This is... Hovering in the golden glow was a skill book, radiating immense power. Assassin's Divine Skill, Hidden Death Release, Epic Level. Passive effect, weak point damage, plus 100%. Weak point multiplier doubled. For a brief moment, even Chinfong, the calm calculating hunter, was struck silent. He could feel it in his bones. This wasn't just another drop, this was a turning point. The skill book shone with a faint golden light as Chinfong's eyes scanned its contents. Cutthroat, he muttered softly. It was an active skill that caused the next attack to inflict continuous bleeding, dealing 100% of that attack's damage every second, for 3 seconds. The cooldown time was 60 seconds. After reading the description carefully, Chinfong frowned slightly. The passive effect expands the monster SIP's weakness range by double, he analyzed, and the active skill, Cutthroat, that SIP's even more terrifying. He continued, calculating in his mind. If my next attack deals 300 damage, activating this skill will cause the enemy to take an additional 300 damage every second, for 3 seconds. That SIP's a total of 1200 damage, 3 times more than usual. A glint of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Even multiple strikes like Shadow Slash count as one attack for Cutthroat's effect, he realized. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Moreover, it's an epic level skill. I only need 10 evolution points to raise it to the legend level. This harvest is truly incredible. My burst potential has increased several times over. After packing up the loot, Chinfong prepared to leave. It's all thanks to Little Hai, he murmured. I still have to sell the remaining items to their team. Time to head back. He quickly contacted Jin Li. Little Hai, tell Wang Mang to return to the small town. I still sell him the items. Her reply came instantly. Big shot, have you finished exploring the ruins? Then we head back right away. Moments later, the scene shifted, and Chinfong appeared back in the bustling town square. Almost instantly, a crowd surrounded him. It's Dark Shadow, someone shouted. The crowd pushed closer, cheering and shouting his name. Dark Shadow, Mr. Dark Shadow, can we be friends? Big shot, are you looking for subordinates? I can cheer you on. I stem the chairman of Yanding Group in Xi'an High City, please join our company. Big shot, we came from Yinghua Town, my sister is your biggest fan, she just wants to meet you. Big shot, take us with you, I'll even give you my wife. Another man shouted shamelessly. Chinfong listened to their chaos for a moment, and immediately understood. So the teleportation gates of other towns have opened, that means I can finally go to Yanghua Town, where Xiongfi is, he thought. Before anyone could react, his body flickered, and he vanished into thin air. Gone, he disappeared, the crowd gasped. Using stealth, Chinfong quietly slipped away, leaving the noisy mob behind. The people soon began arguing among themselves. Damn it, it's your fault he left. You stir one to talk. Who told you to introduce your ugly sister to the big shot? Their quarrel quickly turned into a shouting match, but Chinfong was long gone. He arrived at Jin Li Sep's location. Little Hai, he called softly. She turned, spotting him instantly and signaling to Wang Mang. Captain, the big shot is here. But as Chinfong's gaze swept across the group, his eyes froze. Standing beside Wang Mang was Zhao Yu. His expression turned curious. How did she end up in Wang Mangacap's team? He wondered. They might get into trouble because of her. Pushing the thought aside, he composed himself. I have to be more careful. Now that the whole world knows about Dark Shadow, I can reveal my real identity. In reality, I still can bring my in-game power with me, and if someone finds out, just one knife could end my life. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu glanced at Chinfong from a distance, her heart racing. So this is the famous Dark Shadow. He sits far more powerful than I imagined, she thought. Compared to him, Wang Mang and the others are nothing but small fry. If he helps me level up, I could meet Brother Songfi within days. Chinfong turned to Wang Mang and handed over several glowing items. These equipment pieces should match your professions, he explained. This set of basic skills will also increase your combat strength. Altogether, they were worth around 2,200 years of lifespan. Wang Mangacap's eyes widened in shock. So many? These are platinum and gold level items. I can afford them. Chinfong smiled faintly. That's fine. Put it on credit. Wang Mang lowered his head. Deeply grateful. Thank you. You helped us so much. I don't even know how to repay you. If you ever need anything, just say the word. We shall do our best to help. Soon after, the team began sharing the items among themselves. The soldier beside Wang Mang exclaimed in excitement. Oh my god, Dark Shadow Big Shot is too generous. I'm using gold equipment already. Another added. My damage tripled after equipping the new skills, and he even let us owe him. He truly trusts us. Just then, Wang Mang hesitated. Wait, why isn't there any equipment for the priest? Zhao Yu Sep's expression fell. Eh? She blinked in surprise, while another teammate snickered. Chech, so what if there isn't stet? She Sips lucky enough to tag along for free. Feeling awkward, Xiao Yu approached Chinfong. Hello Big Shot, I stem the priest in Wang Mangsip's team. May I ask, do you have any gear for me? Suddenly, a notification window appeared before her. C player Xiao Yu NHA wants to befriend you, Sep. She froze, startled, but before she could react, Chinfong glanced at her once, and vanished once again. Where did he go? She whispered, confused. From behind Wang Mang's side. He probably didn't find any priest equipment this time. The soldier from Wang Mangsip's team sneered coldly. Humph, I'm sure he's just too lazy to answer her, he muttered. Jin Li standing nearby, giggled. The type of person like Dark Shadow, who appears like a dragon showing its head but never its tail, really is cool. Meanwhile, Chinfong had already left. His thoughts ran quietly as he walked. In my inventory there's a gold scepter for a priest, and even a gold-level skill book, he sighed inwardly, but how could someone like Xiao Yu deserve such precious things? As he moved through the streets, he began to calculate carefully. As my level rises, I'll collect more and more unused equipment and skills. Selling them one by one wastes too much time. Wang Mang's backer is the government. They'll always need gear like this. I can't let Xiao Yu ruin that cooperation. A determined glint crossed his eyes. It seems I'll have to find a proper priest for Wang Mang's team, and then remove her. He took a deep breath. I have to find Xiao quickly, he murmured to himself. Chinfong's mind drifted to his memories of his previous life. Jiyu Yi Shui, one of the managers of the Zansen Guild, she possessed the hidden priest profession, Whitebird Divine Officer, a healer who could also boost buffs and even solo epic level bosses. She had been one of his most powerful teammates. In comparison, he thought bitterly, Xiao Yu is nothing but dead weight. Raising his hand, Chinfong summoned the door of space. As it opened, another thought struck him. That Sip's right. If I remember correctly, Xiao Su is also in Yinghua Town, the same place as Song Fi. Perfect timing. A grin spread across his face. If I can meet Xiao Su, I'll add her to Wang Mangsip's team myself. Immediately after, the words moving to Yinghua Towns appeared before him. Without hesitation, Chinfong stepped through the glowing portal. Yinghua Town. Dust swirled through the air as shouts echoed across the battlefield. Retreat quickly. That silver boss isn't even halfway dead, a male voice shouted, dying for nothing just to let someone else take the loot, useless. Another man chased after him, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that Song Fi dragged a bunch of girls and stole the boss from me. I swear, if I don't kill that pretty boy today, I won't be satisfied. His companion sneered. I really don't understand how one little celebrity can have so many brainless fans. Chinfong quietly watched from a distance. So soon there's already talk about Song Fi, he murmured. He began moving silently along the rocky path. Before him stretched the Crying Tomb Valley, a level 5 zone filled with fire phantoms and shackled ghosts. From behind the cliffs, the sounds of battle echoed. Go on, you dare to hit me, go die, someone shouted. A fiery explosion lit up the sky. A fire phantom, its body wreathed in burning chains, clashed against a large group of players. Dodge, quickly dodge, voices cried out in panic. Chinfong Sip's eyes narrowed. A two-headed fire phantom, a silver boss, but the battlefield looks chaotic. He scanned the scene, dozens of players fighting, spells exploding and blades flashing. Among the chaos, his gaze locked on a single figure. Song Fi, he whispered. Recognition flickered across his face. The opposing team shouted angrily, blood boiling. Song Fi, last time you sneak attacked me and stole my lifespan. Another roared. You think you stare safe hiding behind that mage girl? They've got a spell that restrains magic users. Die. Before he could finish his sentence, a staff slammed down on his head. Don't even think about harming him, a girl from Song Fi's group shouted fiercely. The attacker stumbled back, dazed. Chinfong watched from the side, silently digging through the memories of his past life. Song Fi, the reversal magic god, profession mage. In his previous life, Song Fi had lured countless female fans into choosing the mage profession. He collected all the best equipment and skills for himself, leveling up at a terrifying pace. But that team of mages was unstable. His so-called fans had divided their stat points in strange ways. Some went all in on spirit, becoming fragile glass cannon mages. Others focused on agility, turning into swift harassers. A few poured everything into physique, creating so-called tank mages. Chinfong even remembered the oddest ones, those who added all their points to strength, turning into combat mages who physically beat enemies with their staffs. Back then, Song Fi's team was unstoppable. They stole lifespan from everyone they met, crushing all opposition. But as time passed, those same female fans began to fall, one after another. When that happened, Song Fi had turned it into a performance. "Girls, you have all worked so hard," he said in a sorrowful tone. "It breaks my heart to see you suffer. I just want peace, a world without violence." The girls, moved by his act, shouted in unison, "Brother Fi, you steer the one who works hardest. Sisters, let's kill this monster for him. Don't let anything hurt our brother Fi." Together, they destroyed the fire phantom, cheering, "Arrogant monster, Song Fi becomes king." Their voices echoed through the valley, shouting their devotion. From the beginning to the end, only for Song Fi, "Brother, fly slowly, we said'll always be with you." But just as their celebration reached its peak, the monster roared one final time and lunged toward Song Fi. At that moment, a pink-haired girl rushed forward and threw herself in front of him, blocking the fatal blow. The pink-haired girl's body began to fade away, her form dissolving into particles of light. Even as her existence slipped away, she smiled faintly and whispered with her last breath, "Brother Fi, always crazy about you." Her words struck the others like a spark. The remaining girls gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with determination. "Sisters, let's increase our strength. As long as we kill this ugly monster, Brother Fi will rise to the top of the rankings. We must surpass that so-called said dark shadow." In unison, the crowd shouted, "Break the world. Set the scene. We vow to stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Fi." Lightning tore across the sky and struck down toward the fire phantom. Behind them, Song Fi hid among his group of devoted fans, a sneer curling on his lips. "Finally, about to die," he muttered. "A silver-grade boss is already this hard to kill. Who could ever solo a gold-grade boss? That dark shadow must have used a bug." Frustration twisted his face. "I have so many people helping me, and I am only level 7, but that damn dark shadow is already level 9. Fine. Once I kill this boss and reach level 8, I shall surpass him. Then I shall become the true leader of this game." But before he could celebrate, a large hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. In a blur, a blade flashed. Chinfong stood there, his eyes cold as frost. Instant shadow slash. A crimson arc swept through the air, and blood sprayed across the battlefield. Song Fi's eyes widened, his body collapsing as a stream of blood poured from his throat. For a moment, silence. Then the crowd erupted into panic. "Brother Fi," the girls screamed in disbelief, but Chinfong had already moved, his figure flickering like a ghost as he struck down the others one after another. Then the system notifications began to ring. "You have killed two-headed fire phantom. Reward 1500 EXP. You have killed player reversal magic god. You have killed player Song Fi meow meow. You have killed player Fi forever. You have killed player Little Fi." The damage numbers flashed violently. 1985, 1990, 2400, 2400, 1879. The onlookers froze. What the hell?" one gasped. "He killed the boss instantly. That one skill did several thousand points of damage." Another stammered, "My damage barely crosses 100, his is 10 times that. Who is this assassin?" Someone finally whispered the name everyone feared. "It's him, it must be Dark Shadow. Big Shot, the first person in the world to solo kill a gold-grade boss." The leader of a soldier group quickly shouted, "Everyone fall back, leave the boss set's loot to the Big Shot." Others eagerly echoed, "That Sip's right. Dark Shadow only killed Song Fi and his group. They had it coming. It's Sip's justice." A wave of praise followed. "Big Shot is the best. Keep it up, Dark Shadow. We love you, Big Shot." Chinfong glanced at them irritably, his tone cold. They you're just afraid I you'll kill them next. In my past life, this same crowd would have attacked me already." Back in town, the system rang again. "You have been killed by Dark Shadow. You have lost 1106 days of transferable lifespan. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of non-transferable lifespan." Song Fi stared blankly at the screen. "What? I died? Dark Shadow killed me?" Anger twisted his face. "Why did that bastard come to my town? There are hundreds of towns in Shanghai City. Why mine?" His female fans began respawning one by one, equally confused. "Why are we dead?" one cried. "Why is Brother Fi gone too?" Another pointed at the death log. "It's Dark Shadow. He killed us all." Song Fi clenched his fists. He must wanted the silver boss for himself. Despicable. He ambushed me when I wasn't even paying attention. Just then, a girl stepped forward eagerly. "Brother Song Fi, can I join your team? I am a shooter. I have a skill, Eagle Eye. It can detect stealth." Before Song Fi could respond, two of his female fans jumped in front of her. "Get lost. Brother Song Fi already said we only need mages. Your monster killing efficiency is too low." The shooter girl trembled. Songfi raised a hand to stop them, his voice dripping with false kindness. Although I said that before, I still believe that love can make up for anything. He took the girl's hand and looked into her eyes. I can feel your passion. Even if you're a shooter, it's fine. Come with us. Let's grow together. Tears welled in her eyes. Brother Fee, I love you. The other girls immediately followed suit. Brother Fee, I stemp an assassin. I can use stealth too. I still make that dark shadow pay. Brother Fei, I know an area control spell. I can freeze him. Songfi smiled warmly and opened his arms. Everyone, we are one big family. As long as you want to join, you are welcome. Come, let's stay united forever. The crowd screamed with joy. Brother Fee is so gentle. Following him, I shall never regret it. Soon, the chants began. Dark Shadow is just a cowardly assassin using sneak attacks. He dared to harm Brother Fee. We must make him pay. We shall control him so Brother Fei can kill him himself. Avenge Brother Fee. Kill Dark Shadow. The noise swelled, echoing through the town. Avenge Brother Fei. Kill Dark Shadow. And so a storm was brewing again, one that Chinfong Dark Shadow himself would soon crush under his blade. Two soldiers watched from a distance as chaos unfolded in the town. One of them frowned curiously. What seps all that noise? What seps that celebrity trying to do again? The other snorted. You don't set no? That guy was killed earlier by someone and just respawned. Serves him right. The first soldier looked shocked. What? But he has so many female fans protecting him. How could anyone kill him? His companion smirked. The one who killed him was Dark Shadow. What do you say now? The first soldier Sep's eyes widened. Damn, Dark Shadow Sep's the top player. But he really dared to provoke that lunatic? I swear those girls following Songfi are all mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Songfi stood proudly surrounded by his adoring fans. He basked in their attention, raising his chin with arrogance. Good, let them all watch. Once I deal with that Dark Shadow, everyone will know who truly reigns supreme. Even if he's strong, what can an assassin do? They're all trash compared to a noble mage like me. Across the battlefield, Chinfong quietly collected loot and evolution points. System notification. You have received 16 evolution points, 217 days of transferable lifespan, silver loot carts 6, and gold loot carts 1. Chinfong immediately opened his skill panel and began upgrading. The system continued. You have spent 10 evolution points, remaining 9 points. Skill evolved, Mercy Relief, Epit Legend. Passive effect, attack weakness 100%. Active effect, the next attack creates a throat cut effect, dealing 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Chinfong studied the text carefully. So this evolution doubles my ability to exploit enemy weaknesses. Almost the entire enemy body becomes a weak point. If my instant shadow slash hits that spot, the damage will multiply several times over. The cooldown's shorter too, 25 seconds instead of 30. I can probably kill a gold level boss now. He analyzed further. From epic to legend costs 10 points. But to go from legend to myth, that'll need 200. The cost scales 100-fold. If that's the pattern, then evolving my greedy hand to the next tier will need over 200 points, and 3,400 more to go beyond that. He nodded to himself. Still, I've got 9 points left, might as well use them. System prompt, you have spent 8 evolution points, remaining 1. Skill evolved, back attack enhancement, gold platinum. Effect when attacking from behind, damage increases from 30%. A faint smile formed on his lips as he closed the system panel. A silver boss, a pile of players over 1,400 days of transferable lifespan gained. Not bad. Time to head home. But just as he turned to leave, something cold pressed against his throat. A knife. A woman's trembling voice shouted from behind him. Go die, Dark Shadow. Chinfong reacted instantly, his eyes narrowed, body twisting as he dodged the fatal strike. The blade missed by inches. The girl froze, eyes wide. Why did it instead it hit? She stammered, panic flooding her face before she turned to run. Damn it, he steps using stealth. High above the cliffs, Songfi's fan group gathered with weapons drawn. Go die, you disgusting Dark Shadow. One of them screamed. We still avenge brother Songfi. Seeing them swarm, Chinfong disappeared into stealth once again. But the archer girl sneered. Useless trick. My eagle eye can detect stealth. She knocked an arrow and fired rapidly. A glimmer flashed in the mist. There, he steps right there, she shouted. The group unleashed everything they had. Everyone, use your strongest skills. Don't sit stop until he steps dead. Thousands of glowing arrows filled the sky, raining down mercilessly. A scream cut through the air. Wait, it steps me. An enormous explosion erupted, shaking the ground. Dust and smoke filled the canyon. The archer blinked in shock. Oops. Another girl shrugged. No big deal, she wasn't a mage anyway, probably didn't even like Brother Fee that much. Consider this retribution. Fine, hurry up and release the hawk again. Find Dark Shadow. Understood. Not far away, Chinfong stood in silence, holding a small bell that shimmered faintly in his hand. Item, Ghost Spirit Bell. Effect shocks all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 65 seconds. He flicked the bell lightly. Clink. A wave of eerie energy pulsed out. The group of girls immediately froze in place, eyes wide, bodies stiff like statues. Black mist swirled around Chinfong's feet. He drew his blade. Instant shadow slash. The next moment, the air was filled with the sound of steel cutting through flesh, swift, silent, and merciless. After finishing off his previous targets, Chinfong flew straight toward the location where Songfi was hiding. At that moment, Songfi was trembling as he stared at the group of female fans nearby. What sep's going on? Why did those people suddenly die? Could it be the Dark Shadow? He muttered in disbelief. No, that can Sep be. If he really made a move, he should have shown himself first. Just then, a cold whisper brushed against his ear. Songfi, you stare dead. It was Chinfong. Startled, Songfi instantly conjured a protective barrier. Damn it, magic shield, he shouted. But before he could react further, Chinfong's Van Tinhu Yantong pierced straight through him. Songfi collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in pain, mouth screaming uncontrollably. Chinfong crouched down beside him, observing calmly. There's stats really a lot of lifespan on this guy, he murmured. By my estimation, he originally had more than 2,000 days of transferable lifespan. Then a realization struck him. He looked toward the women nearby. Wait, these girls don't have much lifespan left. Could it be all of their lifespan was transferred to Songfi? A faint sigh escaped Chinfong. After all this time they still think this is just a game. Crazy fans, truly terrifying. What a pity for that non-transferable lifespan. Add it all up, that Sep's several hundred years wasted, now fallen cheaply into the hands of monsters. Meanwhile, back in town, Sunfi collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Damn it, I only have 500 days of transferable lifespan left. That damn Dark Shadow, he cursed. One of his companions asked desperately, didn't Set you use the search skill, why couldn't Set you find him? A female fan answered tearfully, I did, but I only found our assassin sisters. Another doubted, I checked my attribute panel, it shows the stealth level, maybe Dark Shadow Sip's stealth level is higher than ours. Yet another nodded quickly, that Sip's right, my Eagle Eye skill is only level 1, if the enemy Sip's stealth is level 2 or above, I can Sit detect them. Songfi slammed his fist on the ground, furious. Damn it, that shadow comes and goes without a trace, how am I supposed to defend against that? Then in a weaker voice he muttered, but, I didn't even provoke him this time. I already stole a silver boss from him, and he killed me twice. That should be enough, right? He wouldn't chase me all the way here, right? No. Wait, what if he's jealous of my peerless beauty? The group of female fans immediately shouted in unison. For everyone's Sif's safety, we should move to a different leveling area. Wherever Songfi goes, we still follow. Moments later, Chinfong arrived back in town, scanning the area. Strange, where did Songfi's group go? Did they switch towns or log out? He stopped a passerby and asked, Hey, do you know where Songfi went? The man flinched instantly, his eyes wide. Ah, you scared me, big brother Dark Shadow. He stammered, then quickly pointed toward a direction. He went that way, you'd better hurry if you want to kill him. But, I have a favor to ask. When you kill Songfi, please spare my girlfriend. Her name is Little Flying Owl. She's a female hunter. Chinfong Sip's tone was cold. I suggest you find a new girlfriend. As he walked away, a thought flashed in his mind. His girlfriend must be that little hunter who discovered my stealth earlier. The passerby begged again. Big brother, please. It took me forever to get a girlfriend. But Chinfong ignored him, activating stealth and disappearing into the shadows. He knew the direction Songfi's group had gone, but not their exact destination. Scanning the whole map would waste too much time. If only I could find Zhu Yishui, he murmured. That would make things easier. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Yu, also known as Zhu Yisui. Chinfong immediately approached her. Hey beauty, I need your help. Yu looked wary. Yu stared Dark Shadow. Chinfong smiled faintly. It said that your class can search for targets over a large area. Help me find Songfi and I sell you this gold magic staff at a low price. Eustace's eyes sparkled at the sight of the staff. But, how do you know my class can do that? I never told anyone. Chinfong dodged the question smoothly. You don't need to worry about that. So do you want this gold weapon or not? Yu hesitated, then nodded rapidly. I want it. But, I probably can afford it. 500 days of lifespan, Chinfong said. That Sip's already a discount. Normally it's to be 7 to 800. Eustace's face lit up. Perfect. I have just enough. The system's voice echoed. Transaction successful. Eustace's expression brightened with pure joy. He gold tier magic staff. Chinfong gently tapped her head. Go do your job. Yu rubbed her forehead and smiled shyly. Why does he feel so familiar, even though it's our first meeting? After casting her spell, she looked back at him. Aren't set you afraid I shall take the staff and run without helping you? Chinfong replied calmly, why would you? Don't set you hate Songfi. Yu froze for a moment, surprised. Big brother, you even know that I hate him? Are you someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't sound familiar. Chinfong only smiled mysteriously. Just do your part. Yu didn't press further. She released her scouting bird which soared high into the sky. After a few moments, her eyes lit up. I found him, she exclaimed. The coordinates are 3,866, 9,527. But hurry, by the time you get there, they might have already moved. Her owl circled back and landed, its sharp cry echoing the message. Songfi had been found. Chinfong hurried along the route the bird had given, and left a message for Yishu. Add me as a friend, she must report every time their position changed. Yishu hesitated for a moment. How long must I follow them? She asked. If it takes too long, forget it. Chinfong replied briefly, just a moment, and then vanished deeper into the forest. A short distance in, Chinfong sensed something odd and stopped. Yishu watched him closely and puzzled, asked, why did you stop? Big shot. He pointed to a tree and asked her to check whether any nearby trees looked the same. Obediently, Yishu scanned the area. Okay, wait a bit, she said, then called out, there's one 100 meters ahead, and one 100 meters to the left. Chinfong approached and pressed his hand against a carved symbol on the nearest trunk. The mark glowed where his palm touched it. Yishu peered over, curious. What is this symbol? She asked. Chinfong released his grip and answered calmly. Guess. The three trees formed a large triangle, and at its center, a faint power gathered and a chest materialized. Yishu gasped with delight. An emerald-level treasure chest, she cried. She stepped closer, amazed. I never expected to meet an ancient god's blessing in a newbie village. What luck, and I can open it. While Chinfong explained, she tried to memorize the symbols with her exploration ability. If such blessings appeared elsewhere, she wanted to find them again. Chinfong told her, the blessing of the ancient god can appear anywhere the gods have abandoned. An area usually contains several strange symbols. Activating them all will trigger the blessing. Sometimes it summons an evil monster boss, sometimes a swarm of small monsters, and sometimes a treasure chest or other special reward. Yishu's mind raced. The chest could easily be worth at least 1,000 days of transferable lifespan. In the outside world, she recalled, 1 day of transferable lifespan could cost 1 per 10,000 on the first day and climb to 1 per 50,000 on the second. So the treasure's value was staggering. Chinfong opened the chest. The system announced, you have opened the emerald-level treasure chest. You have received the emerald-level skill book, Blooming Curse. He frowned at the name, Blooming Curse, and the system supplied its description. Blooming Curse, emerald level, a common skill book usable on the corpse of a player who has been dead for up to 15 seconds, causing a cursed flower to bloom on the corpse. The flower siphons the target's transferable lifespan until it is fully depleted. There is no cooldown. Chinfong's expression turned cold and calculating. It was a perverted skill indeed. He had heard of it in a previous life. The name fit perfectly. He accepted the skill, and immediately envisioned how to use it. Guard the corpse after killing a player so the cursed flower could drain all transferable lifespan. With this power, he thought, he could make an enemy quit the game, rush to level 10, and then exploit the ability in the real world to ruin them completely. With the skill learned, Chinfong resumed his search for Songfi. He intended to end Songfi's good days. Elsewhere, a wolf struck by lightning convulsed as fire raced over its fur and collapsed. Songfi and his band of female fans joined forces and finished the beast. Songfi smirked to himself. He had run far, surely Dark Shadow would not follow. After all, he had once stolen a silver boss from Dark Shadow and had been killed twice. That should have been sufficient provocation. He promised himself revenge. When I level up, I will come back for you, you damn Dark Shadow. A fan in Songfi's group pointed ahead. Brother, look. People are fighting that boss. Songfi feigned surprise and stirred the crowd. Oh my god, they look familiar. Could they be fans of New Gi? At the name, his followers erupted in anger. Those disgusting maggots want to help New Gi climb the ranks? Sisters, kill them all. We won't let them affect our brother's climb. The players defending the boss were initially grateful for reinforcements. Hello everyone, the boss is about to die. Let us finish it together. Their hope was cut short when a female fan struck one of them over the head with a stick, pinned him down, and glared with bloodshot eyes. The boy on the team cried out. The mage girl protested. What are you doing? Are you crazy? But before she could explain, 2 arrows pierced her face. The boy screamed a name, Misa, in terror. The female fans shouted battle cries as they descended on the boss and the opposing players. Wear the golden robe. Accompany with fee. Sweep away the bulls. Unify the 4 directions. They attacked with slogans and fervor, chanting lines that spoke of domination, loyalty, and eternal devotion to their leader. The skirmish turned ugly as zeal and envy overtook the battlefield, and the idea of fair competition vanished beneath mob fury. The monster was beaten to a pulp by Song Fi-sit's group of frenzied female fans, and together they shouted proudly, "It's Seps all because of Brother Fi." Song Fi smirked, putting on his most charming tone. "Oh my god, thank you everyone. My dear family, I was almost harmed by those new fans. I didn't expect them to be so vicious." The women, touched by his words, replied in unison, "No need to thank us. Across the south, across the north, our hearts will always follow Song Fi." But above them, from the treetops, Chinfong silently watched everything. His gaze was cold, sharp as a blade. In an instant he vanished. Moments later, the ground trembled, and a panicked scream tore through the clearing. "Song Fi," one of the girls shouted. Song Fi turned pale. Before he could react, a whisper brushed his ear. "Dead." Chinfong's voice was the last thing he heard. In the next second, Song Fi's head was cleaved apart, once again killed by dark shadow. The female fans froze, their eyes wide in disbelief. "Brother," they cried in terror. Chinfong's faint silhouette shimmered into view, and before they could flee, he activated his newly obtained skill, Blooming Curse. From Song Fi's neck sprouted a blood-red flower, its petals glistening like fresh wounds. The women gasped, their mouths agape. "What? What is that?" Song Fi's body twisted in agony as crimson light engulfed him. His veins bulged, his face turned scarlet. "That damn dark shadow. Are you crazy? Why are you always after me?" He shouted through gritted teeth. "Is it because I have too many girls around me? Are you jealous?" He collapsed to his knees, rage and fear consuming him. "Damn it, he followed me all the way to Yinghua Town. Could it be, the girl he likes is one of my fans?" Then came the cold mechanical chime of the system. Sys transferable lifespan, decreasing 400, 390, 380, 370. Song Fiest's eyes widened.
"What the hell?
I don't even have 400 days left, and it's still dropping? What's going on? Is this the penalty for dying too many times?" His followers were equally horrified. One of them, a fat man with a quacking voice, ran up, shouting frantically, "Brother, you sir done for. That dark shadow just released some kind of skill. There's a blood-red flower growing on your corpse. It's sucking something out of you." Song Fi's face drained of color. "What? That flower, it's draining my lifespan," he screamed. The system continued updating mercilessly. Said 350, 340, 330. Log out now," Song Fi shouted desperately. "If we die again, we lose everything. Log out now, we regroup, get our best gear, and then crush him." The remaining fans followed his command, their cries echoing, "Follow Brother Fi, never retreat." As the last of their figures vanished, Song Fi's final thought burned with hatred. "Dark Shadow, you wait. This isn't over. I've trained for 2.5 years to reach this point. You think you can beat me? I'll drown you with money if I have to." Under the blood-red sunset, Chinfong stood calmly amid the scattered corpses. Around him, crimson spider lilies bloomed where players had fallen. The system flickered with warnings. Due to excessive player killing, your murderer level has increased to Tier 4. Upon death you will lose 96.875% of your current lifespan. But Chinfong didn't care. "I still have more than 1,000 days left," he muttered. "It's nothing." He glanced down at the wilted bodies. Songfest's group killed plenty of monsters, but now, I can absorb anymore. They must logged out. Just then, a white bird with luminous feathers descended gracefully from above. It stopped midair, watching him intently. The creature shimmered and transformed into Yishu. "So you really are the dark shadow at the top of the leaderboard," she said softly. "You terrifying." Chinfong recognized her instantly. "Yishu," he called, "did Song Fi log out?" She nodded. "That Sip's right. He and all his fans are gone." Chinfong crossed his arms. "Good. From now on, keep an eye out for me. Let me know the moment he logs back in." "Yes, big shot," Yishu agreed, then tilted her head. "So, can I go now?" "Wait," Chinfong said, reaching into his inventory. "I have something for you." He pulled out a glowing skill book, the gold-level Holy Sword of Judgment. "It steps for the priest system. Do you want it?" Her eyes lit up, excitement sparkling in them. "Want it? Of course I want it." Chinfong smiled faintly. "Then wait for me in town. I still meet you there." She nodded eagerly. "Yes, I still wait." Before leaving, he added, "This skill is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you agree to one condition, I still give it to you for half the price." Yishu froze and stepped back quickly. "Enough, big shot. I stemp warning you. I stemp not selling my body." Chinfong blinked, momentarily thrown off, then scowled. "What are you thinking? I just want you to join my team, as a long-term healer." Her face turned crimson. "Oh, that sips all?" He smirked slightly. "That sips all." And under the fading light, The red spider lilies continued to sway, quiet witnesses to the birth of a ruthless partnership. At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Okay, but if they turn out to be terrible, I'll tell you. Chinfong smiled faintly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Not bad. They are actually quite strong. Now wait for me to contact them first. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield. An enormous axe swung downward, smashing into a group of struggling monsters. The blow was so powerful that one monster's head was flattened and rolled to the ground. Wang Mang exhaled sharply, his chest heaving. Done. Finally killed it. He turned and shouted, "Quick, Xia Yu, remove the poison for me." Xia Yu, delicate and charming, tilted her head innocently. Huh? Remove the poison, right? Wang Mang's face was pale, veins bulging on his forehead. What kind of priest doesn't Stet have a detox skill? Hurry up, I can Set hold on much longer. Her expression turned nervous, and she pressed her divine staff frantically. Right, watch this. But instead of casting a healing spell, she unleashed purification art. A blinding flash erupted. Wang Mang barely managed to dodge aside before it struck. The attack exploded into a bolt of holy lightning, forcing him to vomit blood in rage. Zhao Yu's face turned red as she stammered. Oops, sorry, I pressed the wrong skill. Moments later, Wang Mang's strength gave out. He collapsed to the ground as his teammates shouted in panic, "Captain!" Back in town, Wang Mang's expression was dark with frustration. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to replace this incompetent buffer, but finding a hidden class healer wasn't easy. Most of the skilled players were already recruited by other top teams. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was completely unbothered. She sat quietly, browsing through her system interface with pride. Humph, this game isn't set that hard. Steph already reached level 4. At this pace, Set will meet Brother Songfos soon. Just then, she received a system message from Chinfong. Chinfong, Wang Mang, I found someone hidden class, White Bird Divine Officer, quite strong. Does your team need her? The message came at the perfect time. Wang Mang had just been looking for a replacement. Wang Mang, Big Brother said strong, then she must be good. We shall take her. Chinfong, good. She sips in Yinghua Town. A few players are grinding there. Go level up together. Wang Mang, got it. We shall head there right away. This place is too crowded anyway. After ending the chat, Wang Mang turned to Xiao Yu with a polite smile. Xiao Yu, there are too many corpse monsters here. We'll start moving to a higher level zone, but since your level sits still low, it'll be dangerous. We can take you this time. Xiao Yu blinked, forcing a faint smile. Huh? But I think I can still. Before she could finish, the group exchanged glances and rushed off without another word. Not good, it sets too late. Leave quickly, Xiao. Take care of yourself. Her fists clenched tightly as she glared in the direction they vanished. You bastards, if you wanted to ditch me, just say it. Don't make lame excuses. Imp, I will go find Big Shot Dark Shadow myself. A short while later, Wang Mang and his two companions arrived in Yinghua Town. As soon as they saw Chinfong, Wang Mang opened his system panel and sent over a payment. System message. You have received 800 days of lifespan. Wang Mang sighed. That sips the remaining lifespan from when I bought the equipment. I still owe you 500 days. When Captain Ann arrives, I still give it to you. Earning lifespan in this game is seriously hard. Yu, standing quietly nearby, overheard the name and muttered to herself, Captain Ann, could it be Ann Yu? Chinfong simply nodded and began introducing everyone. This is Falling Snow Day. His name sips Wang Mang. Introduce yourselves. Before anyone could respond, a lively voice echoed from a distance. Wang Mang, Isep arrived. A young woman appeared, her name glowing above her head, Justice Executor. Chinfong Sip's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. So it really is Anu. Her in-game title was Legendary, the only hidden class longswordsman in existence. In his previous life, she had ranked among the top 20 players in the world, one of the strongest pillars of the Dacia faction, and a nightmare to many foreign guilds. She jogged up with a bright grin and extended her hand eagerly. Big Shot Dark Shadow. Oh my god, I can believe I stump meeting you in person. I stump Anu, such a huge fan. Chinfong met her gaze, intrigued. So this is the first person in this life who's stronger than me. Anu smiled, eyes gleaming with excitement. Dark Shadow, your growth rate is insane. What's your secret? Are you a transmigrator or reborn? She laughed playfully, half joking yet half curious. Chinfong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smirked faintly, because in this world, some secrets were better left unsaid. Chinfong didn't respond immediately. His mind was a storm of thoughts. In my previous life, Anu wasn't on the same team as Wang Mang. That detail gnawed at him. If I remember correctly, she represented Jianghai City. The government used her to buy up vast amounts of transferable lifespan. It made sense. The longswordsman class had incredible survivability. Entrusting lifespan to her meant minimal risk. A smart move for the government. Anu's sharp eyes locked on him. her expression calm but calculating. She didn't bother to hide her intentions. "Big shot," she said with a disarming smile. "Whatever rare items you have, sell them to us. We'll take everything. Oh, and by the way," her tone lowered slightly, "all of Jianghai's collected lifespan is managed by me, so you probably won't kill me, right?" Chinfong smirked faintly. "Of course not. I sipped him, not that short-sighted. Cooperation benefits both of us." Anusit's grin deepened. "I knew you were smart." He studied her carefully, his thoughts circling back to the past. "She's probing me with every word." The rumors from his previous life were true. Outwardly innocent and lively, but inwardly shrewd and lightning fast in her decisions. She was the perfect bridge between him and the Dacia government, saving him countless steps. But in the real world, things were spiraling out of control. Across the country, panic spread like wildfire. Players were shouting in disbelief as official announcements filled every screen. "Oh my god, did everyone see that?" someone screamed. "The government just confirmed it. Lifespan in the Divine Artifact game is real. If it runs out in the game, you die in real life." A blue-haired girl trembled, her phone slipping from her hands. "What? That can set be true. It's just a game. I transferred all my lifespan to Brother Songfei already." Others clutched their phones in horror. "I only have a few years left. I've killed so many players. Every death costs me double now because of the murderer buff. This can set be happening. I've died 3 times already. Why is my lifespan dropping this fast?" The panic was absolute. One of Songfei Sip's devoted fans sat frozen, unable to look at her game data anymore. "Damn it, I was a mage tank, always rushing to the front lines. I killed so many, died even more, and now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. One day, when that Sip's gone, I really die." She shook her head violently. No, I don't believe it." Just then, her phone buzzed with multiple messages. She glanced down, hope flickering in her eyes. Notification: Songfei is buying lifespan. Her face lit up. Brother Songfei, he saved me. Heart pounding, she began preparing immediately. "I still wear my Songfei support gear from head to toe," she said feverishly. "Yes, even the special Songfei ultra-thin anti-overflow sanitary pads." In a frenzy of idol worship, she dressed in clothes covered with his pictures and rushed out the door, her voice sugary sweet. "Brother Songfei, I'm coming to see you at the resort." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu slowly woke up in a pitch-dark room. "Phew, did I return to reality?" she murmured groggily. The first thing she did was check her account balance, and her face lit up with excitement. "Wow, 1 day of lifespan is worth 15,000 now, and I have 200 days. I'm rich." But her joy froze the moment she saw the next notification. Her eyes widened, her body went cold. "Breaking news: Songfei has been killed 3 times by Dark Shadow." Her lips trembled. "What?" Then came the scream. Raw, heartbroken. "Oh my god, Songfei was massacred by Dark Shadow? 3 times? She clutched her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Her voice broke into sobs. "That idiot said it himself. If your lifespan runs out in the game, you'll die in real life. He's really going to die." Her whole body shook uncontrollably. Why did Dark Shadow kill Brother Songfei? She looked through the player chat logs. Songfei had been surrounded by dozens of supporters, yet Dark Shadow still managed to kill him 3 times. Terrifying. Unbelievable. Then, new system announcements began flooding in. Official broadcast. "Sisters, Brother Songfei needs help. Anyone in Jiang District can sell him your transferable lifespan. Meet him at Dajiang Square. He's paying 10,000 per day." Dozens of Songfei's fan groups reposted the same message, calling it the perfect chance to both help their idol and make money. Xiao Yu wiped her tears and stood up abruptly. "Brother Songfei is in Dajiang Square, that Sip's close to me." She grabbed her bag, eyes burning with desperate resolve. "No, I can just sit here and watch him die. I have to help Brother Songfei." Her heart pounded with obsession and devotion. "Thanks to those fools, I have more than 200 days of transferable lifespan. That Sip's enough to save him." Meanwhile, inside the Divine Artifact game world, Chinfong continued hunting monsters. The ground was littered with corpses, glowing red under the dim light. One after another, system notifications flashed before him. System: "Congratulations, Youssef reached level 10. Constitution +2. Youssef gained 5 free attribute points. Youssef unlocked profession upgrade. First player to reach level 10 in Shanghai City, fame +7. First player to reach level 10 in Dacia Country, fame +4. First player to reach level 10 globally, fame +21. And then came the final message. System announcement: when 7 players reach level 10 in Shanghai City, the teleportation gate to the ruined land of the gods will open. Chinfong's eyes gleamed as he looked toward the horizon. The world was changing, and this was just the beginning. All across the Divine Artifact world, players froze as the same string of glowing notifications appeared before their eyes. System global announcement: player Dark Shadow has become the first in the world to reach level 10. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, chaos erupted in every chat channel. Dark Shadow again? The same guy who took the first gold level kill? He steps insane. He steps the first global level 10 already? And he sets from Dazia. Damn it. The disbelief was unanimous. Every region's player base buzzed with frustration, awe, and fear. Even Ice Smith, the only hidden profession player, is still level 8. How the hell did he reach level 10 already? We have 1.5 billion players in Tianju, and no one can catch up to him. This Dark Shadow, he sits not human. While the world reacted in shock, the system continued updating based on Chinfong's progress. System update. Evolution points, spent 13. Remaining 0. Skill enhanced, backstab, platinum tier, Fui. Passive effect. Attacks launched from behind deal 50% increased damage. After defeating another monster, Chinfong stood still, gazing at the endless ocean. The light reflected in his eyes carried no excitement, only calculation. My transferable lifespan is barely more than 7,000 days, still not enough. Not safe. He opened his status window. Nickname, Dark Shadow. Profession, Dark Hidden. Level, 10. Non-transferable lifespan, 128 years, 219 days. Transferable lifespan, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Physique, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Fame, 47. His cold eyes reflected only determination. To leave this small beginner's town, 7 players needed to reach level 10 to activate the teleportation formation, the gateway to the ruined land of the gods. The highest level after me is 7, he thought calmly. That means I still have time to wait. Perfect. I can return to reality and handle something first. Without another word, Chinfong's figure vanished from the beach, dissolving into black mist. When his eyes opened again, he was back in the real world. Just as he sat up, a faint blue glow appeared before him. The divine artifact game interface had followed him out, sending a chilling notification. Consume transferable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world. Chinfong Sip's lips curved slightly. Yes. The system responded instantly. Select extraction type. Ritz extract profession and level. Murin, extract equipment. Rotting extract skills. Marun extract bloodline, locked. Muro, extract divinity, locked. Chinfong Sip's voice was calm, deliberate. Extract profession. You have consumed 1,000 days of transferable lifespan. You have obtained Shadow Meld, hidden profession. Strength 3, Physique 3, Agility 8, Spirit 5. He nodded slightly, feeling the surge of power ripple through his veins. Then he spoke again. Next, extract level. You have consumed 1,002 days of transferable lifespan. Your real-world level has increased to level 3. Strength 4, Physique 4, Agility 14, Spirit 4. A quiet smile crept across his face. Good. Then came the final, and most critical extraction, skills. He recalled the official guide's warning. The higher the skill's rarity, the more lifespan it consumes, and the cost rises exponentially, he murmured. But when he checked the calculation, his expression shifted. So the extraction cost is based on the skill's base quality, not its evolved form. That changed everything. After evolution, Shadow Meld only costs 900 days, and it retains its platinum rating? A sharp laugh escaped him. Perfect. You have consumed 900 days of transferable lifespan to extract the platinum skill Shadow Meld. You have consumed 2,262 days of transferable lifespan to extract the silver skill, Poison Dart, Extreme. A wave of burning energy coursed through his body. He clenched his fists as black smoke curled around his arms, veins bulging with power. Still, 1,292 days of lifespan left, he muttered, exhaling slowly. That sip's enough for now. He looked down at his trembling hands. My physical stats are now double a normal human sips. Agility alone has reached 32 points, beyond the limits of human biology. Combine that with stealth and a 14-meter poison dart. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Songfei one stat escaped this time. Just then, his phone buzzed with a flood of notifications. He swiped, and frowned. Forum post, Songfei is buying lifespan again. Location, Dajiang Square. Purpose, revenge against Dark Shadow. Dajiang Square, 7 to 8 kilometers from here, Chinfong whispered. At my current speed I can reach it in just over 10 minutes. But before he could move, another message appeared on his phone. A personal text. The sender's name made his expression darken. Hu Kai Bin. Chinfong, Yusef grown bold. You once said even answer the phone now. You should feel honored that the eldest young lady even noticed you. But you refuse to cooperate, answer immediately, or... The message ended with a single word. Idiot. Chinfong scoffed coldly and blocked the number without hesitation. As he stepped outside, a faint black aura began to swirl around him. Each stride carried a quiet menace, the presence of someone walking above the ordinary, calm, confident, and untouchably dangerous. In the faint reflection of a glass window, the shadow of Dark Shadow moved, silent, lethal, and unstoppable. Chinfong's eyes were cold, his aura exuding a force that made the air around him feel heavy. Soon everyone would come to understand what the Divine Artifact game truly meant. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Songfei's devoted fans had completely filled the space. His sweet words had them utterly enchanted, obsessively hanging on to every syllable. Posters and screens all around the stage were plastered with his image, each one showcasing his charming vest and handsome demeanor. Even Zhang Li, standing among the crowd, was captivated, utterly absorbed by him. Every word Songfei spoke dripped with honeyed charm. "Brother, I heard you were killed 3 times by Dark Shadow in the Divine Artifact game. Don't set worry. Seb sent people to investigate his real identity." Songfei sips soft Theo. Seft betrayed curiosity as he asked, "And how far has the investigation gone?" A smile spread across her face as she shared the news. Sep sent someone to approach him in Yinghua town. We will offer him a deal he can refuse. Once he comes to the real world for the money, haha. Zhang Li Sip's eyes were filled with infatuation, giving her complete attention to Songfei. Then we still make sure he pays. And you, brother, can vent all your anger. Songfei Sip's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Be sure to let me know when the time comes. He glanced at her with a protective gaze. Sep heard your Shida Jang uses this method to control many players, making them work for free. Hearing him care so attentively, Yang Li smiled softly and dismissed the others as idiots. All of them are greenhorns, she thought, squeezing out only a little lifespan. It's Sep's still better to be with you. So many girls are willing to sacrifice their lifespan, even their lives, for you. Songfei raised his head confidently, exhaling lightly. Humph. Suddenly, a young man pushed through the crowd, ignoring the atmosphere, shouting, "Hey, don't sell your lifespan so cheaply." His words drew immediate backlash. Haven't you seen the official announcement? If your lifespan runs out in the game, you still die in real life. You start harming lives. We sell sue you, Songfei. Songfei had anticipated this. Calmly, he stood, his voice soft yet commanding. Cough. Hello friends, I am Songfei. Isef noticed the controversy regarding my purchase of lifespan. Yes, it has caused some social disturbance, and for that I am sincerely apologetic. The crowd of brainless fans erupted in excitement. No need to apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. Tears glistened in Songfei Sep's eyes as he continued, trembling with emotion. I am deeply grateful for everyone's Sip's support. True love should always be positive. I hope everyone pursues their idols rationally, especially in this unique phase of the Divine Artifact game. Please protect yourselves and contribute to society. The hall fell silent, every ear straining. His words, though false, carried sincerity in their tone. I am also actively cooperating with the government, doing my best in the game. Isep used my personal assets to purchase lifespan to become an outstanding idol worthy of your love. I hope to bring joy, peace, and a better future for everyone. If my actions cause trouble, I sincerely apologize. Below the stage, chaos erupted. Some shouted in outrage, but the majority defended him passionately. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so gentle, my darling? Go away, barbarians. We start helping him willingly. Don't tarnish his sincerity. A confident, proud voice cut through the clamor. It was the short-haired girl, Songfei's most devoted fan. Don't believe those ridiculous rumors. I donated the most lifespan to him. When I logged out, the system warned me my lifespan was less than a day. Yet, here I stand. If you don't have the courage to die for him, you don't deserve to claim love for him. The crowd erupted in agreement, their voices uniting in fervent devotion. Yes, so true. So right, Songfei, I love you. One by one, fans shouted their remaining lifespans. I have 20 days left. I'll give it all to you. I have 17 days. I have 3. Songfei Sip's voice was gentle yet commanding, filled with fake emotion that masked the calculation behind his words. Oh my god, I feel your love. I love you all. The hall trembled with the overwhelming energy of devoted fans, each one willing to sacrifice everything for the idol they adored, the one and only Songfei. The scene on stage had been carefully staged for drama, but no rehearsal could prepare anyone for what happened next. Seth reached out and took the short-haired girl's small hand, his eyes glistening with tears. Especially you, he said, voice trembling. To be loved by someone like you, I'm truly moved. The girl's eyes filled, tears and snot mingled on her face. Ah, Songfei, my darling, just to have you look at me like this. Even if I had to die right now, I would be willing. A single tear rolled down his smiling face, masking the falseness beneath. Then, in an instant, the show's warmth was swallowed by a bolt of lightning. Before Seth could finish his line, the lightning pierced his skull. A second of deadly silence followed. The entire stadium froze, eyes widened in horror. He had no time to utter a final word. He coughed up bright fresh blood. Black smoke curled from his head. Half of Songfei's brain was charred. He collapsed forward and slumped onto the shoulders of his adoring underlings. Panic spread like wildfire. The short-haired girl's eyes bulged. She staggered backward and fell to the stage, screaming, "Say what is wrong," she cried as she crawled to him, trembling. The crowd below joined her in alarm. The black-clad bodyguards materialized at once, forming a shield around Jiangsu and whisking her through the back exits. "Danger! Protect the young miss and retreat," they barked. Zhang Li's face drained of color. She plunged into the crowd against the flow, mind scrambling. Before anyone could make sense of the carnage, a faint halo had appeared over Songfei's body. The halo vanished into the air, as if collected by an invisible hand. Someone somewhere close by had reached out and taken it. Only a short distance from the car prepared for the young miss, Zhang Li watched in frozen horror as the divine artifact's light struck. The head separated from the neck. The expression of terror was fixed in her eyes. The bodyguards, stunned and panicked, could do nothing but shout orders that felt increasingly hollow. News moved faster than emotion. The forum exploded with updates. Star Songfei dies tragically at Dajiang Plaza. Crazy fan donates entire lifespan in divine artifact game. Dies beside Songfei's corpse. Police investigate supernatural cause. Songfei killed by inexplicable abilities. Shock spread among the fans. Zhang Li wept openly, covering her face. "I still can't believe it. We were at Seth's concert just yesterday." Her friend muttered about throwing knives and invisibility, clutching at scraps of overheard speculation. "Isn't that a divine artifact game ability? Do you think Anying killed Seth? I heard in the game Anying killed him 3 times. Doubt warped into conviction in Zhang Li's mind. How could skills from a game manifest in reality? To kill Songfei instantly, and then invisibly collect his lifespan, only someone with the assassin's talents could do that. The clues led her to one name. The culprit must be Anying. Hate crystallized into purpose. Her world dimmed. Everything she cherished felt stolen. If Anying could bring game abilities into the real world, then Zhang Li believed she had no choice but to approach him, get close, and stop him, by any means necessary. From that moment forward, her single goal burned clear: to kill Anying. Elsewhere, the man who had taken down 2 influential figures that night remained unbothered. Chinfong, having completed his bloody work, sauntered to a noodle shop to replenish his energy. Even while the divine artifact game drained his life force in the real-world invincible state, hunger persisted. He ate calmly, savoring black bean noodles as if the world outside were still ordinary. A phone buzzed across the table. The message was blunt and petty. "Chinfang, you blocked his number and WeChat. If you do not come back to work, you are fired. You won't get paid this month." The sender was a girl surnamed Yang Xiaoya, someone Chinfang knew from his guild days. She was timid and often bullied, a former member of his TR guild in his previous life. Chinfang shrugged off the threat with a short reply. "Forget about him, don't go to work anymore, go into the divine artifact game, and develop there." The world had shifted in a single night. On stage, a star lay dead. In the streets, fans mourned and conspiracy theories sprouted. In quiet corners, new vows of revenge were forged, and in the game and in life, people began to wonder whether the boundary between virtual power and physical reality had finally been crossed. Hearing the conversation, Xiaoya quickly joined in, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, Chinfang, have you ever been inside the divine artifact game? I heard it's incredibly difficult. Many people nearly exhaust their entire lifespan just playing it." Chinfang replied calmly, "Any profession works. Just invest in agility, and you sit fine." Xiaoya leaned closer. "I heard lifespan in the game is worth a lot now. Chinfang, how much have you earned?" He shrugged. "Not much. Almost used up." "What? But didn't you buy a house and a car? No wonder you dared to block that fat tiger." She laughed nervously. Chinfang smirked. "Fat tiger? Humph. Just a lackey. The real problem is his boss, Tian Shishi." The name stirred something dark in his memory. Tian Shishi, young lady of the Tian Corporation. The company he once worked for had belonged to her family. She never worked a day in her life, spending her time toying with men. He recalled the rumors, her late-night hotel meetings with foreign businessmen, her flashy supercars, her scandalous lifestyle, and now she had set her sights on him. Tian Shishi was known for her obsession with foreign culture. When the Divine Artifact game had first launched, she left Daxia for North America and established the Alice Country Guild, one of the 3 most powerful guilds there. That guild had often clashed with Daxia and his own TR Rebirth guild. Remembering all this, Chinfang's expression hardened. He had to act before she left the country. If he could eliminate her now, the Alice Country Guild might never rise, and the chaos she brought to the world could be avoided. There were also whispers that her guild co-founders shared more than just a business relationship with her. Once she died, they would inevitably turn on each other. His phone buzzed again. It was Xiao Yu. He picked up. "Chinfang, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you died inside the Divine Artifact game." She screamed over the line. "Anyway, I bought a house myself, so don't bother me anymore." "Oh," he replied flatly. Anything else? Donstedt talked to me again, she snapped. Donstedt asked where I live, and Donstedt contact me in the future. Chinfang Sip's tone stayed indifferent. Alright, if there's Sips nothing else, I said'll hang up. I want to break off relations with you, she yelled. Okay, he replied simply, and ended the call. He stepped outside, watching the setting sun. I have to get back and continue leveling up, he murmured. Someone will reach level 10 soon. When that happens, everyone will realize abilities from the game can be used in real life. Under the crimson sky, the city stood silent, unaware of the coming storm that would soon shatter its peace. Elsewhere, a row of elegant European-style buildings shimmered beneath the clear blue heavens. Suyan walked beside Xiao Yu and sighed. Xiao Yu, breaking things off with your brother is too much. Why don't Set you just apologize? I think Set's really angry this time. Xiao Yu turned away, pouting. Apologize? No way. I sold part of my lifespan to the Qian Corporation for 2 million. Su Yan gasped in shock. You sold your lifespan? Xiao Yu smiled proudly. Yes, I bought a house. We can live together, and soon I shall get close to Anying. Who needs Chinfang anymore? As they spoke, a figure appeared ahead, Zhang Yi waiting with a smug grin. Zhao Yu, here sips the assassin skill book you wanted. Don't sit forget what you promised me. I know, she replied sweetly. I set will indulge your little desires after I sep done. But in her heart, her thoughts were venomous. You love sick fool, wait until I meet Anying, who would care about garbage like you. Clutching the skill book, Yao Yu hummed cheerfully on her way back. Wang Dai, I've got an assassin skill book. It's even a control skill. Ask Anying if he needs it. If he does, I'll give it to him, she said over the phone. Her eyes gleamed with scheming purpose. This fool Zhang Wei might actually be useful. This skill book will be my link to Anying. As she walked, her imagination took over. I shall approach him, be by his side, heal his wounds, kill enemies for him, level up together. He shall to begin to trust me, maybe even see me as someone precious. And when I step strong enough, when he no longer has any value to me. Her gaze darkened, voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll gouge out his eyes. I'll avenge Songfei. Just then, her phone buzzed again. A new message appeared from the group chat. This skill is trash. The boss doesn't need it. Sell it yourself. Huh? She muttered, stunned by the rejection. Meanwhile, not far from where Chinfang had passed earlier, chaos erupted. Be careful, move away quickly, someone shouted. Chinfang instinctively hid behind a pillar, quietly observing. A team of players was fighting something monstrous. Damn it, this one's not normal, try to survive first, one of them yelled as they scattered. A massive insect-like creature charged at them, its blade-like limbs slicing through the crowd. Run, it's stats targeting you. A man raised his shield desperately. Damn it. The shield shattered after only a few hits, splintering into 8 pieces. Chinfang Sip's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the creature. Golden level arthropod, level 8, golden boss. His expression sharpened, a hint of excitement flickering in his gaze. Interesting. If I remember correctly, this boss has level 2 anti-invisibility. In other words, against this monster, Chinfang's invisibility skill was completely useless. The golden arthropod, known as Qi, roared ferociously, waving its massive sword in all directions. Seeing an opening, Chinfang dashed forward with incredible speed. His blade flashed like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Damage, 1013, 1013, 1013. He paused for a moment, carefully analyzing the effect. Attacking from outside the enemy's field of vision deals double damage, but if the opponent can see through stealth, the bonus disappears. His brows furrowed. That explains the drop in power. Yet, he had a countermeasure. His legendary skill, Grace of Liberation, magnified the weaknesses in a monster's head and heart by 200%, and within the technique, 9 slashes of Shunying Jian. 3 of those strikes were designed to target weak points. Hitting them meant triple damage, enough to compensate for the lost stealth boost. A confident smile crept across Chinfang's face. Thank you, Jin Li. Truly this legendary skill lives up to its name, and thanks to that girl, Xia, for helping me locate the Faith Temple. Suddenly, another player appeared above the rocky cliffs, exclaiming in disbelief. That stealth damage, terrifying. Just one attack wiped out 1/6 of the golden level boss Sit's health. After a brief pause, Chinfang decided to strike again. He pulled out several throwing knives and launched them with pinpoint precision. They pierced directly into the monster's head. The creature howled in agony. Poisoned throwing knife. Chinfang's eyes gleamed coldly. A silver tier skill. Its damage isn't keeping up anymore. I need to evolve my profession fast to boost stealth potency. But before he could plan further, the golden arthropod suddenly leapt high into the air, lunging toward him with deadly intent. A female mage watching from above shouted in panic, "Be careful." Chinfang's gaze hardened, murderous light flashing through his eyes. Qi's crimson blade slashed wildly, forming a storm of death that shredded the air itself. The The mage and her teammates hid in a corner, trembling. "Damn it, what kind of speed is that?" one muttered. "Not just speed, look at how he's attacking. It's like he knows exactly when to dodge and counter. Has he fought this boss before?" another whispered. "He must have. His movements, it sips as if he sips practiced this fight hundreds of times." Meanwhile, Chinfong moved with impossible precision. Each dodge, each strike, perfectly timed. "In my previous life," he thought, "when I fought alongside Jia Yu, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal me. That's why I developed this skill evasion. A warrior doesn't always need to endure blows. Sometimes, survival depends on agility." His eyes burned with intensity as he prepared the final blow. "I saw prove it. Even as an ordinary warrior, I saw reach the top 100 globally." With one decisive strike, his blade cleaved through the monster's defenses. The golden arthropod shrieked as its massive form crumbled to the ground. The female mage screamed, "Oh my god, the golden boss is escaping." But Chinfong didn't hesitate. He darted forward once more, blade flashing in a final fatal arc. A clean slash, straight across the head. The creature's skull separated from its body, and its massive corpse hit the ground with a deafening thud. A system message appeared before him. "You have slain Golden Arthropod level 8, Golden Tier. Rewards, plus 640 EXP. Plus 7 evolution points. Plus 497 days of tradable lifespan." Chinfong stared at the glowing notifications, a faint smile spreading across his lips. So this is the reward for a golden boss, 7 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. Not bad. But then another shimmering item caught his attention. A skill book dropped onto the ground, radiating platinum light. He picked it up and read the description. Black Light Shield, Platinum Assassin Skill. Effect converts all evasion rate into a damage immune shield. Duration 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Level requirement 8. Conversion rate 20% evasion, 1 layer of damage immunity. After the duration ends or the shield breaks, evasion returns to normal. A wide grin spread across his face. Unbelievable. It dropped a platinum skill book. He quickly combined the details in his mind. If I pair this with the epic skill Shadow Demon Ambiguous, which grants 75% evasion, then Blacklight Shield could create 3 layers of complete damage immunity. His grip tightened on the book. With this I can face any boss without shedding a single drop of blood. Chinfong immediately spent the reward to evolve Blacklight Shield to epic rank. The system deducted evolution points, 1 + 2 + 3, consuming a total of 6 evolution points. The skill's parameters expanded. The damage-free shield duration scaled through 8, 10, 12 to 14 seconds. The conversion rate changed from every 20% to 15%, then 12%, and finally 10% evasion to shield conversion per tier. The aura around him swelled. With the upgrade he could stack as many as 7 layers of damage-free shield. Like this, I can venture into higher-level areas. For a moment he poured nearly all his remaining points into evolving equipment, leaving 22 evolution points. He then prioritized increasing damage per second by improving Poisoned Throwing Knife. That evolution consumed 3 + 5 + 8, 16 evolution points in total. After evolution, the skill scale read, White, Silver, Emerald. Effective range reached 1,417 meters. Hit dodge attachment values became 120 and 240 attack points. Poison fragments dealt sustained damage every second equal to 50 to 80% of attack power. The effect could not be resisted. Evolving the skill 3 times more than doubled its damage, and with a cooldown of 5 seconds its sustained DPS rivaled his Xunyang Jian technique. Chinfong did not stop there. He exchanged for 2 assassin pieces of equipment. The Ring of Agility, Platinum Tier, granted agility plus 20, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, and cooldown speed plus 20%. He also acquired heavy red leather gloves, golden level assassin protective gear, with physical defense plus 18, all elemental resistances plus 15, constitution plus 12, and health plus 588. Equipment required level 6. After the upgrades, Chinfong watched his stats climb. The combination of gear and skills pushed his cooldown speed to 55%. A skill that had originally had a 12-second cooldown, now refreshed in only 7.7 seconds. He gained 52 constitution points, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 horsepower points. He smiled to himself. Not bad. Now I can tank 3 hits from a golden boss without dying. With Blacklight Shield layered on top, my survivability increased significantly. The party that had watched the fight now approached, awestruck. "Big shot, you actually soloed the boss," they praised. A mage prompted eagerly, "Are there any skills or items I can buy from you?" Chinfong produced a book with a cool, casual air and offered it. "If you're a mage, I have this golden skill book, Frost Scatter. It releases up to 10 ice orbs. Fixed price, 800 days. The teammates protested, clicking their tongues. 800 days. That's too expensive. Level 5 golden skill books sell for 400 days. Chinfong's eyes flickered. He explained, This is a level 7 book. Level 7 deals 40% more damage than level 5. 800 days is fair. The mage nodded without hesitation and purchased it. The system confirmed Frost Scatter, Golden Skill Book. You have paid 800 days of tradable lifespan. Chinfong left with a swagger. No boss can threaten me now, he thought, resolved to return to town to spread the news and map out golden and white silver level bosses, so he would always have targets to farm and maximize his growth rate. Just after a few steps, his device buzzed. A message from Wang Mang popped up. Beep beep, big shot. Xiao Yu from our team asked me to contact you. She says she wants to give you a skill book. Chinfong frowned, unimpressed. Xiao Yu offering me a skill book. Probably a trash green skill. He had already seen public conjecture. Most people suspected Anying of killing Songfei. The rumor that Xiao Yu would offer a gift to Anying made Chinfong suspicious. He replied curtly that he did not want the gift, and told Wang Mang to tell her to keep it. Wang Mang forwarded the exchange exactly as Chinfong had worded it. Chinfong assumed Xiao Yu's overture was calculated. Either she wanted to cling to Anying, or she sought vengeance for Songfei, or perhaps both. He contacted Wang Mang again and instructed him to come to town. Chinfong had goods he wanted to sell. Then Wang Mang asked the blunt question everyone feared to ask. Big shot, did you kill Songfei? Chinfong's eyes flashed cold and sharp. Without evasions he replied plainly, yes, I killed him. The admission landed like a stone. Chinfong paused only a moment, aware that the authorities were already piecing together clues. There were only 2 hours left before more players reached level 10, 2 hours before the reality of game abilities bleeding into the world could no longer be concealed. It was time to see how the Daxia government would react. Consider it a test. He vanished toward Firefly Town, and stepped into the wooden meeting house, where players and traders had already gathered, ready for what the coming storm would bring. As soon as Chinfong entered the room, Anu stepped forward and asked bluntly, in front of everyone, Big shot, do you admit that you killed Seth? Chinfong did not flinch. He answered without a single evasion, yes, I killed him. Anu's smile was a practiced mask. We did a full investigation. You are our primary suspect. She continued, steady and clinical. Sunfei and Zhang Li had ill intentions toward you. Daejiang Industries has captured and tortured many players, forcing them to farm the game for points. If you killed those two people, strictly speaking, that could be argued as self-defense. Her words were an attempt at neutralizing outrage, a way to fold him into a temporary alliance. Chinfong read the room and understood their motive at once. These officials had not unmasked his true identity, so they were offering a pragmatic cooperation, an arrangement built on convenience rather than trust. He remembered how, in his previous life, he had once cooperated with authorities while keeping his hands clean. In this life, however, he had already crossed a harder line by killing Seth and Zhang Li. That act would ripple outward, introducing unpredictable variables into this fragile era shaped by the divine artifact. A bold plan formed in his mind, one that could be called ruthless. He decided to sell all his unused platinum gear. With the government's patronage behind the trade, profession or class mattered little. They would buy everything. Most importantly, the officials had the lifespans and the credit to pay. Wang Mang's voice betrayed his astonishment. Platinum equipment and platinum skills. Did the big shot actually down a platinum boss? It made no sense. There had been no global announcement. Chinfong fed them half-truths with a casual smile. My luck's been okay. I opened a few treasure chests. A woman standing nearby corroborated the story, claiming she'd seen him open a JDI-level chest with her own eyes. The crowd murmured in envy and disbelief. Someone compared their own hard-earned progress with the effortless windfall Chinfong described. The gulf between ordinary players and him suddenly felt vast and unbridgeable. Then Chinfong presented his price list. A platinum skill book for archers, fixed at 2,500 days, a platinum weapon for berserkers, 1,500 days, a platinum skill book for mages, 3,000 days. He bundled a golden skill and equipment combo for 8,000 days, and offered a batch of 25 platinum items at a discounted 16,000 days. Anu, practical and decisive, accepted without haggling. She cleared debts for 2 teammates on the spot, and completed the purchase. The room calculated the scale of the transaction. When traded lifespans exceed 10,000 days, units shifted to years. 60 years equated to roughly 22,000 days, which at current exchange meant a sum worth hundreds of millions in cash. For the Shanghai government, this investment promised strategic gain, better equipped development teams, fewer internal troubles, and a stronger hand in international disputes. Someone finally asked the question everyone feared to ask. Will you join a rescue of players being held by Daejiang Industries? Chinfong saw the trap. The government was attempting to recruit him, to cleanse his image by making him a public ally. He refused the offer but did not remain silent. In a voice that cut through the murmur, he announced the truth he had been holding back. Yes, I used in-game powers to kill them. Once the divine artifact game reaches level 10, lifespans can be consumed to bring game abilities into the real world. His words landed like a detonator. The declaration was both confession and prophecy. The boundary between virtual power and physical reality was about to collapse. Chinfong had chosen to make that collapse visible, to force the world, governments, guilds, and ordinary players to reckon with the storm he had already set in motion. Before leaving, Chinfong turned back to the group one last time. His voice was calm but carried a weight that silenced the room. You all should understand what this means. Time is short, seize every second you have. Anu Estig's expression shifted as the realization sank in. So that sips it. Dajang Industries is also purchasing Lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and can bring abilities into the real world, our rescue operations will become far more dangerous. Chinfong gave a faint nod. It's good you understand. I'll be on my way. And just like that he vanished, dissolving into thin air before their eyes. Anu turned to Wang Mang immediately, her tone firm. Wang Mang, we still divide into separate leveling teams. All 6 of us are already at high levels, fighting together wastes potential. Split up, lead your own groups, and raise everyone's SIP's efficiency. Wang Mang nodded quickly. Understood. Anu continued, addressing the rest. Our first goal, reach level 10, then log out and report everything to the higher-ups. No one objected. The plan was clear, and the urgency was real. Moments later, a system announcement echoed across the server. Set attention. Player Anying has opened a stall again. This time he sits buying, not selling. All players receive the broadcast. Set 30 days of lifespan for the coordinates of a silver boss, 100 days for a golden boss. The message spread like wildfire. Soon a familiar voice called out mockingly, still setting up a stall here. Anying, my young lady said if you agree to help her level up, she'll pay you 300 million and shares from Dajang Industries. There won't be another offer like this in your lifetime. The crowd began to murmur. Someone from behind shouted, you really haven't set logged out, huh? You don't set even know what happened. Any killed Seong Fi and the young lady of Dajang Industries too. What? The man blurted, stunned. You mean she set's dead? She sep's gone. Another replied coldly. And you should seb seen it coming. She tried to capture Ini in real life, planned to enslave him for farming points. She brought this on herself. The man froze, his face darkening as memories flooded back. He had once taken her money, thinking it was an easy deal, but instead he'd been knocked unconscious, locked in a dungeon, and forced to grind for lifespan. Day after day he'd been beaten, starved, and made to lure others into the same trap. Remembering her cruel smile, he muttered bitterly under his breath. That woman deserved what she got. He laughed nervously, but Chinfong Sep's sharp voice cut through. Looking at how obedient you are, you must Sep helped her capture plenty of players. Haven't set you? And no, he stammered, shaking his head. I was forced, I swear. He turned to leave, muttering apologies as he hurried off. Chinfong scoffed. Trash. Then, without another glance, he turned his focus back to his stall. Someone else approached him. I Sef got the coordinates of a silver boss. Trade approved, Chinfong said simply. 30 days of lifespan. The town remained lively, buzzing with excitement around Chinfong's presence. Players whispered among themselves as they watched him trade. Look. That's Sep's Qian Shishi, one whispered. The real-life young lady of the Qian family. Stay away from her. She's Sep's rumored to have killed multiple players and drained their lifespan. A moment later, Shishi entered the town, flanked by 2 teammates. Her expression was arrogant, her tone dripping with contempt. This game is set as great as people think. As long as you have money, you can buy equipment, skills, and power, enough to crush anyone you want. Her eyes gleamed with disdain as she cursed under her breath. This damn game even made me miss my flight. I should be in North America right now enjoying myself with Max. She scanned the Daxia players nearby with disgust. Look at these men, so weak, so boring. Not a single one has any charm. One of her foreign companions, Tony, laughed smugly. Miss Kwan, your taste is impeccable. Of course our men are far superior. Even in that regard, he added with a perverted grin, we stir much stronger. Shishi smirked, her gaze lingering on him. Her arrogance and his vanity blended into a dangerous alliance of greed, lust, and power. But in the shadows of that bustling town, unseen by them both, Chinfong quietly observed, already calculating his next move. A little later, they returned to the real world, and the excitement followed them. You can experience it yourself, someone said. She nodded repeatedly. Okay, I am really looking forward to it. The conversation soon shifted back to the star, Songfei. Voices bubbled with callous amusement. Hey, I heard that useless Songfei died. I played with him once. It was over in less than a minute. What a waste. Shishi, indulgent and hungry for sensation, flushed at the thought. She had heard the killer's name whispered everywhere. Anying, a Daxia man but ranked number 1 globally. The idea that Anying could kill Songfei made ordinary death seem trivial. If he could fell a star, taking down a common player would be easy. Perhaps she thought this was her chance to get close to him. Impulsively, Shishi posted a notice to attract players. Everyone, I am going offline to make a call. Contact Anying. Reward 3,000 days of lifespan. Money might not tempt Anying, but 3,000 days of lifespan could not be refused. For her, killing an ordinary player was a trivial task. She pictured his face, smug and dismissive. Very soon you will have to die. Chinfong, she thought with vicious satisfaction. Back in the dungeon of gameplay, Zhang stabbed fiercely at a monster's neck, while Xiao Yu threw up a healing spell from afar. Xiao Yu, next time don't buff so extremely. Zhang grumbled weakly. If you'd pushed a little more, I would have met my ancestors. Xiao Yu snapped back, annoyed. What are you being fierce about? You didn't die, did you? She hurried to explain, then glanced at her system status. My hunger level has reached 90%. I have to go eat. She and Suo Yan logged out together. In the real world, Xiao Yu's new room was a mess. She woke up groaning, so hungry. She checked her phone and frowned. Every food vendor had closed. No delivery riders were taking orders. Had everyone run into the divine artifact game? Old memories returned. Chinfong always cooking for her, making life effortless. She forced herself to be strong. It's just food. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. Come on, you can do it without Chinfong. You will live better. Meanwhile, by the seaside in a cave, strange noises echoed. A crab-like monster burst out, chased by a violent energy. Chinfong descended and smashed the creature with one blow. Phew, more than an hour to clear 4 silver bosses. Efficiency is good. He did the math carefully. 4 silver bosses meant a total of 16 evolution points. On average, each silver boss yielded about 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. He checked his gear and stats. All my equipment is golden level or above now, he mused. His cooldown speed had climbed from 55% to 75%. The Xunyang Jian skill that once had a 12-second cooldown now refreshed in only 6.8 seconds. The damage output had soared. Safe outskirts no longer contained silver bosses. Golden level equipment had become the ceiling. He looked at his experience bar in frustration. If I want to upgrade further, I'll have to change jobs. He knew every silver boss had at least level 2 resistance to stealth. I must change jobs quickly to raise stealth to level 3. I still need more than 20,000 experience points. Memories of hard fights from his previous life rose in his mind. Only when stealth reached level 3 or higher could he reduce risk against silver bosses to a tolerable level. In his former life, killing a silver boss required a coordinated team of 20 people. Determined, Chinfong headed back to town. Contact the government people. I'll sell all the equipment, he decided. His eyes glinted with resolve. He wanted to be first to the silver boss for the initial kill. In another city, a buyer announced a huge trade. Tradable lifespan of 105 years. The buyer called out happily, "Goodbye, big shot. Next time sell to us first." Chinfong answered calmly. From a shadowed corner, a voice called, "Hey, you must be Anying, right? I have an assassination mission. Kill someone in real life. The reward is big." Chinfong ignored it and brushed past, but the man persisted in a panic. "Wait, don't go. It's just killing an ordinary person named Chinfong. I'll give you the address. You already killed Songfei. This will be easy. 3,000 days of tradable lifespan for the job." Chinfong paused, surprised. Kill Chinfong, he thought, cool and unshaken. The offer was blunt, laced with greed and disbelief. His path through the town continued, but the first real-world assassination offers were being whispered openly now. A chilling sign that the line between game and reality was rapidly dissolving. Chinfong thought to himself, calculating quietly, 3,000 days, that is nearly 50 million in current value. Interesting. Who would want him dead? He had never met the man in real life. This middleman was only a messenger. The true employer remained hidden. He considered his past. In his previous life he had offended powerful people, but that had been in the later stages of the Divine Artifact game. To be targeted so early now meant old grudges, predating the game's release. One face floated into his mind, Qian Shishi. Only she had both the motive and the resources to hire an assassin. Yet if the Qian Corporation had truly wanted him dead, they would have acted before the game launched. That meant the hit had another purpose, most likely to get close to Anying. Killing Chinfong, he guessed, was merely convenient. After all, Chinfong had once refused her advances. How amusing, he thought. You come looking for me first? He answered the middleman coolly. Fine, I'll take the job, but transfer half the deposit up front. Also, the timing is decided by me. The man stammered and begged to consult his superiors, then agreed. A notification blinked across Chinfong's interface. Transaction complete. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Chinfong smirked inwardly. Deposit secured. Considerate interest. He sent the target's location and information to the hitman. The man confirmed that, given Chinfong's ability, finding the quarry should pose no difficulty. Chinfong glanced at the map, the coordinates matching his current position. He replied coldly, "Stay where you are. I'll handle it." He dismissed the idea that the middleman or his employers were truly exceptional. After all, were they not all, in some sense, tools of Miss Qian? At that moment, a girl called out from the crowd. "Big brother, wait, I heard you're buying boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss. Will you buy it?" Chinfong, unfazed, offered a price. 100 days, I'll pay after I see the boss. The girl agreed eagerly and led him north of town. He asked her the boss's name. she replied quickly. As they walked, Chinfong assessed the danger. The boss was rumored to emanate a wide toxic miasma, deadly to anyone trapped inside its radius. He told her, no need for healers, just lead the way. Confident in his evasion and damage, he planned to rush the fight and finish it before the poison could take effect. They entered the cave. The girl pointed ahead. The monster lay before them, shrouded in a strange green smoke that protected it. Chinfong honored his promise and transferred the lifespan. A system notification confirmed. Transaction complete. You have given 100 days of tradable lifespan. Moments before the battle, the girl's voice trembled as she confessed something she could not hide. Brother, there's something I must tell you. This is a trap. Once you start fighting, someone will come to kill you. They told me to block you so they could get close and investigate your real-life identity. She explained with shame. They had equipped anti-stealth props to catch him. Her words felt like a punch. Chinfong remained outwardly calm. Typical, he thought. The girl, trying to unburden her guilt, added that she had been forced into the plan. They threatened me in the real world, she said. I wanted to warn you. I hate them too. Her eyes begged for retribution. Anger flared in him, but he only answered with measured resolve. He had been pushed into a game of lies and old vendettas, and now the pieces were showing themselves. Whether hired by vengeance or by ambition, they would discover soon enough that Chinfong was not an easy mark. Chinfang looked directly at the girl and asked coldly, "Who is the person behind you?" The girl hesitated for a moment, her face pale as she finally whispered the name of the one who had forced her, Dongfang Xian. In the game his ID was Xian Yun. He said that you killed him once, she continued nervously. Chinfang frowned, trying to recall any conflict between them. Dongfang ain't so it sets that guy. After a moment, he remembered, he was the one who competed with me for the golden magic ship boss. Later, he apologized by giving me a skill book. The girl Sip's hands trembled. Sweat rolled down her forehead as she pleaded, "Brother, since you killed Seth, then you can definitely kill him too. Sep told you everything. Please don't sell me out. If Dongfang Xian finds out, Sep don't for. It's Sep's best if you just kill him." Chinfang's eyes turned cold. So Xin Xiao dared to come up with such a foolish plan? He had never heard that name in his past life, which meant that person must have died early. He turned away calmly. Sep going to fight the boss. Killing one more dog on the way won't Sep make a difference. Before leaving, he gave the girl instructions. You just use their plan. Tell Dongfang Den Sep's people to come here. Sep will handle the rest. The girl bit her lip, worried for him. Ah, wait, you still die. Dongfang Xian once brought 3 full teams, 18 people in total, to fight this boss, but within 30 seconds they were all wiped out. Still, Chinfang went stealth and began investigating. Poison gas filled the cave. It was intense and unrelenting. Even the strongest players would crumble under such poison damage. They hadn't even managed to bring down 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong Aang is, the girl murmured, if he Sep's caught in this gas, he shall die for sure. But Chinfang was calm. Let's see how strong this boss really is. He activated his skill, Grace of Liberation. His figure blurred, merging with the air itself. Every strike was precise, every movement deadly. He triggered multiple effects in succession. Weak point magnification, cutthroat, and Grace of Liberation's wind glide. Within moments, the monster Sip's health plummeted. Damage values flashed across the screen. 2,188, 6,700, 21,189. In less than a minute, more than half the boss's health had been erased. The girl watched in utter disbelief. What is that? One skill did over 80,000 damage? Her eyes widened as she looked at Chinfang with awe. What kind of monster is he? The boss sank slowly beneath the toxic water, disappearing from view. Chinfang, however, was unfazed. He knew that Grace of Liberation had a cooldown of 25 seconds, but with his 75% cooldown acceleration, it would return in just 14 seconds. No need to rush, he muttered. Let's wait for Dongfang Xian Sip's people to arrive and die together. Moments later, Shan Xiao Sit's subordinates entered the cave, their leader shouting, "Everyone, get ready, enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who blocks us, kill without mercy." Chinfang smirked. So, it's them again. And with Dongfang Xian too, he noticed their plan. The girl Little White Flower was pretending to stop them, but can she really hold them off? He wondered. The girl stood firm behind a glowing shield, a golden level barrier. Chinfang finally understood. Ah, so that's Sip's why they chose her. A defense like that at the start of the game is rare. Must Sip come from a golden chest, probably a blessing from a god outside the wilderness map. Without hesitation, Chinfang made his move. In a blur, he tore through Shan Xiao's men. His eyes turned golden as he unleashed Curse Blossom. Crimson flowers erupted across the battlefield, devouring the life force of every enemy they touched. The girl cowered beneath her shield, trembling. How terrifying. One skill killed so many people, and those red flowers, what are they? She shivered. Thankfully I didn't listen to Dongfang Xian, or I set to be dead like Seth and the others. When the dust settled, she cautiously called out, "Big brother, Let's be friends. I subtly even tell you Dongfang Xian Set's real-life location. Xinfang agreed indifferently. Alright. Her tone suddenly changed. Soft, suggestive. Big brother, if you ever need special services, you can come to me. I still be free for you, for life. Xinfang's expression remained unreadable, so that's her profession. No wonder she's so enthusiastic. Before he could respond, red smoke began to rise behind her. The system notification rang. You have eliminated Epidemic Spreader, LV.10 Golden. Rewards. Experience points gained. 7 evolution points. 555 days of lifespan tradable. Xinfang Sip's eyes lit up as he saw the glowing orbs of power drifting around him. It took more than a dozen players to earn this much, yet this boss gives even more alone. He sneered. Instead of grinding monsters, these fools love stirring up trouble. They deserve death. Then he noticed something, a new drop shimmering in the air, a skill book, and for the assassin class no less. His heart raced. It's been so long since one dropped for me. He reached out, and the system revealed the details. Skill acquired, Moment of Darkness, Platinum level. Type, Assassin skill. Emits a dark flash from the weapon, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown, 60 seconds, reduced to 34.3 s. Level requirement, 10. Range 20 meters. Duration 10 seconds, varies by target Sip's mental attributes. Xinfang Sip's eyes gleamed, blind, perfect. He immediately learned the new skill, his power, once again had evolved. Xinfang's confidence surged. With his new Moment of Darkness skill, he realized that even without stealth, as long as the enemy was blinded, he could still trigger double damage. A smirk crossed his face. Perfect. No matter how high a boss Sit's anti-stealth is, it won't affect my efficiency anymore. Then, the system displayed new information. Weapon acquired. Blade of Plague Platinum level. Type. Assassin weapon. Attack, 216. Agility plus 42. Weak point attack. Probability, pu 0.3%. Requirement, level 10. Unique effect. All attacks inflict a toxin that explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. Xinfang couldn't help but grin. Great, another big harvest. He quickly checked his stats. His evolution points had reached 98, nearly enough to upgrade his epic level Greedy Hand to legendary. Just a bit more, he muttered. I still need over 10,000 experience points to upgrade my class. Time to hunt small monsters. As he approached the shore, even the clams and shrimp trembled and scattered in fear. With a flick of his wrist, Xinfang unleashed a flurry of strikes. The weak monsters fell instantly, leaving behind trails of glowing energy. Moments later, the system chimed. Class advancement successful. Spiritual energy detected. Class Anyang Assassin has advanced from Stage 0 to Stage 1. New attributes were unlocked. Strength, 3-9. Constitution, 3-9. Agility, 8-24. Spirit, 15. His control panel flashed with a new set of class passives. Passive 1, Stealth duration doubled. Stealth can now be used while already stealthed. Passive 2, Stealth level increased from +1 to +2. Passive 3, attacks made while outside the enemy's field of vision deal double to triple damage. Xinfang Sip's eyes gleamed in amazement. Incredible. My attributes have tripled, and now, as long as cooldown allows, I can maintain permanent stealth. Attacking from outside the enemy Sep's vision now triples the damage. No wonder this is called the strongest hidden profession. Just then, a global announcement echoed through the system. Attention players, 7 individuals from the Zhanghai City region have reached level 10. The teleportation formation to the abandoned god continent will open in 10 minutes. Qualified players, please prepare. Xinfang checked the leaderboard. It's already 8:30 in the evening. Didn't expect this many players to reach level 10 so soon. The updated rankings appeared. Anying. Grey Rose. Snowy Day. Hake Buluin. Daily Wang Mang. Hei Wu Han. All familiar names. He frowned. In my previous life, this list was filled with foreigners. Seems things are already changing. He smirked slightly. Looks like the equipment and skill books I sold have started to affect the flow of power. I wonder, will the world SIP's order shift in this lifetime? I sipped them looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the real world, chaos was unfolding. At a city police station, a group of officers stood in formation. One of them saluted and reported, "Sir, the main members of the Dajiang Industrial Crime Group have been arrested. However, 3 members are still active inside the abandoned god game. Their real bodies are in an unreal state. We can't arrest them physically." The senior officer nodded. Request instructions from above. An older government agent standing nearby gave his order. Inform Anu. Tell her to find a way to force those suspects to log out. The officer replied firmly, "Understood." Two senior officials discussed quietly. Good strategy. Even if the criminals are hiding in safe zones, their bodies in reality still need food. Once they get hungry, they still have to log out, and the moment they do, we still capture them. The government team finally relaxed. Thanks to anicaps' support, this operation went smoothly. We should consider recruiting him to our side. Outside, the streets were eerily silent, not a single soul in sight. Back in the game, the girl from earlier messaged Chinfong with excitement. Boss, I didn't expect you to be such a hero, eliminating evil for the people. I admire you so much. He replied coldly, enough flattery. Speak if there's something important. She quickly sent him a message. Boss, it's true. The government has announced the news. The Dajian group was colluding with Song Fi. They plotted to kidnap, imprison, and even kill players. The reason you killed Song Fi and Zhong Li was because you accepted a government commission. Chinfong blinked in disbelief, then sighed. So they set your whitewashing me, trying to make future cooperation easier. He asked, have you found Dongfang Xiansip's real location yet? Not yet, the girl replied. He hasn't logged out. Give me a little more time. I still update you the moment I know. Alright, Chinfong said quietly. Other things can wait. The next priority is reaching the abandoned god continent. Steel Thing once again, he approached the teleportation formation in town. Many players were already gathered, but none had activated the portal yet. The system chimed one final time. Teleportation to abandoned god continent initiated. A bright light engulfed Chinfong as he vanished from sight. His next chapter had just begun. Chinfong tightened his grip on his weapon. The time for the real game had finally come. The towns behind him were nothing more than beginner villages, safe zones for novices. The true adventure would begin only on the abandoned god continent. Without a sound, he vanished from sight, his figure dissolving into the air. The surrounding players looked stunned. Where did he go? One of them asked in disbelief. Another scoffed. What's Sips there to ask? Of course, it's Sips' big brother anying Sips doing. But a more experienced player frowned. That's Sips not right. I have level 2 anti-stealth, and I still can see even his shadow. That means, his stealth level is above 2. A wave of awe swept through them. Meanwhile, Chinfong was teleported by the system to a new location. He wasn't surprised, this had happened in his past life as well. A familiar wind brushed past his face. The Jianghai ruins, he murmured. Just like before, players from each city were teleported to ruins corresponding to their own city when first arriving on the abandoned god continent. The strange thing was that these ruins perfectly mirrored real-world maps. Chinfong Sep's brow furrowed. Why is that? Even in my previous life, no one could solve this mystery. He dashed through the ruins like a shadow in the wind, his senses sharp. Suddenly a beast roared behind him, bursting out of the sand in a frenzy. He immediately activated his stealth again. System notification. You have eliminated the burrower level 11, normal quality. But more monsters appeared, surrounding him from all directions. As they lunged, Chinfong jumped high into the air, his body glowing faintly. Grace of liberation. A storm of energy burst forth. His strikes were precise and deadly, each blow cutting through the monsters before they could even react. When the silence returned, Chinfong observed his surroundings carefully. The abandoned god continent was nothing like the safe beginner towns. There were no sanctuaries here, only ruins, dangers, and monsters lurking everywhere. Still, Chinfong saw opportunity in the chaos. If I can secure a hiding place among these ruins, I can build a base and claim a territory. He knew this terrain better than anyone. In his previous life, the Zashan Guild had established their refuge in the northwest section of the Jianghai ruins. That was where he needed to go. As he approached, the massive shadow of an ancient statue appeared ahead. A towering figure seated amidst the rubble, one hand raised high, holding a torch that caught the fading light of sunset. Dust swirled through the air as the ruin stretched endlessly behind it. At the base of the statue stood 4 figures, gazing up in awe. Is this the land abandoned by the gods? One of them whispered. Another, a girl named Jin Li, looked around, puzzled. Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city? Wait, this place feels familiar. Her eyes widened as she spotted a tall, half-broken tower still standing proudly in the middle of the desolation. Wait, isn't that the Jiangnan Tower? Someone confirmed. Yes, you stare right. The Jiangnan Tower is still intact. Excitement filled Jin Li Sep's face. I heard that Big Brother Enying has already arrived here. Where is he? Where's Sep's Yishu? The small bird perched on her shoulder, a magical familiar, chirped softly. Don't bother looking for him. He Seps in stealth. Before Jin Li could reply, chaos erupted in the distance. Wang Mang, another player, was running desperately, his face pale. 2 massive red monsters burst through the ruins, blocking his escape. A distant voice shouted, "Be careful, monsters incoming." Wang Mang raised his shield just in time, but the monster's claws struck with tremendous force. Damage indicators flashed above him. 498, 512. Nearby, Yur, gripping her glowing staff, warned, "Stay alert, even the normal monsters here hit harder than silver bosses near the towns." Just then, an arrow streaked across the sky, a bright binding light that wrapped around one of the monsters. A man holding a bow stood at the base of the ruins, his expression calm and focused. "I shall hold them back," he commanded. "Everyone else, attack together. Focus fire." Jin Li nodded and raised her staff. Prophet Sith's great fireball. A blazing sphere of fire formed above her head and exploded upon impact, engulfing the monsters in flames. The explosion shook the ruins, and when the fire subsided, both monsters had turned to ash. Cheers erupted. "Woohoo! Monster extermination successful. So great." Wang Mang exhaled in relief and turned to Yuer. "Sa, let your owl scout the surroundings." "Okay," she replied. Her white owl soared high into the air, circling above the ruined city. Moments later, its voice echoed in their minds. "Captain, the situation isn't set good. There are demons everywhere, too many of them. The noise from our battle has drawn others this way. I can locate any safe zone nearby." The archer grimaced. "What kind of cursed continent is this? It's just basically a survival game now." Jin Li Sep's tone turned serious. "We need to find Big Brother Anying. He arrived about 10 minutes before us. If we can locate him, we still be safe." The owl continued to scan the horizon. Suddenly, it paused mid-flight. "Wait, I see something. There are luminous items scattered along the northwest path." The team exchanged glances. "Items, dropped after monsters were killed?" someone asked. "That Sep's right," another confirmed. "It must be Big Brother Anying Sep's doing. Look at the number of drops. He probably didn't even bother picking them up because his inventory Sep's already full." They stared in the northwest direction with awe and admiration. If the glowing trail of loot truly marked Chinfong's path, then they knew one thing for certain: the legend of Anying had already begun. After the heated discussions, chaos broke out among the players. They ran frantically through the collapsing ruins, their faces pale as they faced a massive horde of monsters tearing down the surrounding buildings. "Be careful," someone shouted desperately. "More monsters have appeared." Anu, trying to maintain order, raised his voice above the roaring chaos. "Everyone, run in the opposite direction. That side has already been cleared by Anying. It's safe there. Follow the light of the dropped items. We shall find him if we head that way." Under the dazzling glow of those scattered lights, a figure holding a staff stood among the ruins. His expression was calm yet commanding. "Let's move. Everyone stay alert and maintain formation. Don't get separated. We still fight and retreat together until we reach safety. Understood?" The group nodded and moved forward, their weapons drawn. A giant wave of red-skinned monsters with grotesque faces and clawed hands came charging toward them. But before they could close in, a single flash of blue light erupted across the battlefield, slicing through the monsters like paper. Chinfong observed from afar, his sharp eyes analyzing every movement. Even without activating his release skill, his illusion strike was dealing over 20 to 30,000 damage per hit. Killing these creatures was almost effortless. He smirked faintly. "A paradise for grinding monsters," he murmured. Standing at the intersection of the desolate streets, Chinfong finally stopped. "Here it is," he whispered. "The perfect hiding place." He gazed into the distance, explaining the significance of this spot. "Beneath these ruins lies a massive underground palace. In my previous life, this place wasn't discovered until much later. That palace has over 1,000 resting chambers and dozens of grand halls. It's the largest refuge in all of Shanghai. Back then, it became the main base of my guild, the Jin Shen." At the entrance of the underground passage, two monsters stood guard, sentinels of the hidden dungeon. Chinfong continued explaining, "Before being conquered, this place was no different from an underground city. Countless traps, swarms of monsters, and a powerful guardian boss await below. The larger the territory, the stronger its guardian." Without hesitation, he stepped into the spiral path leading deeper underground. His tone remained calm yet confident. "In my previous life, after forming the Zan Shen Guild, I brought 18 elite members, 3 full squads, all at level 15 fully equipped. Even then it took everything we had to conquer this palace." He searched the winding paths until he found a deep spiral staircase leading down into the darkness. Strange glowing entities floated across what was known as the Land of Cleansing Souls. With a cold determination in his eyes, Chinfong muttered, "This time, I don't need anyone else. I alone am enough to defeat the guardian boss and claim this place." Before him, 3 grotesque creatures with glowing eyes let out ear-piercing shrieks. Around them, a horde of monsters of various colors prepared to strike. Chinfong gripped his weapon tightly, his aura flaring. Level 12, Golden Grade, Elemental Spirits. He analyzed quickly. The monsters lunged, surrounding him from all sides. He raised his blade high. Xunyang Jin. A surge of blue energy burst forth, cutting through the darkness. He spun rapidly, creating streams of blue light that carved through every enemy nearby. Each attack radiated with controlled precision and devastating force. When they stare blinded, he said calmly amidst the chaos, every attack I make gains additional damage, even normal strikes are enough to one-shot these weaklings. Within minutes, the battlefield fell silent, the monsters had been completely annihilated. Chinfong stood in a large hall surrounded by faint yellow energy. 15 monsters in this area cleared, he muttered. But the land of cleansing souls has dozens of these halls, and thousands of chambers. This will be a long campaign. He turned away, already strategizing his next move. Once I finish clearing this entire zone, I still have enough materials to evolve my said greedy hand step skill again. Moments later, he entered a vast room supported by towering stone pillars. The air was thick with power. It was clear he had reached the heart of the palace. Just a bit more, he said. Once all the small monsters are gone, the guardian will appear. And as if on cue, the air trembled. A blinding blue light flashed, and a colossal guardian monster materialized before him, its body pulsating with energy. At that very moment, in another part of the ruins, two unfamiliar figures appeared within a glowing blue circle. A transparent shield surrounded them as the ground cracked beneath their feet. One of them, a young man, stared around in disbelief. So this is the continent abandoned by the gods. Beside him, a girl frowned, scanning the horizon. Strange, why does this place feel so familiar? Before them stretched a desolate wasteland, a ruined skyline where even the Statue of Liberty lay shattered. Both of them gasped. This isn't this New York. They turned again, now standing under heavy rain at the edge of another fallen city. The boy looked down from a ruined bridge. Then that must be the ruins of Shangan City. The girl pointed toward a collapsed landmark in the distance. And that looks like London. A realization dawned on them. Could it be, the boy whispered, that every player is teleported to the ruins of their own city? Hearing his question, the girl frowned in thought and added, strange, could it be that the geographical layout of these ruins actually matches the real world? Before they could ponder further, two massive shadows loomed behind them. Their eyes widened in horror as they turned. Two giant monsters were emerging from the darkness. It's not good. Run quickly, the boy shouted. Their screams echoed through the ruined streets as the monstrous creatures rampaged through what was once New York City. Crumbling skyscrapers and shattered roads confirmed what they had feared. This was indeed part of the Shanghai ruins. Elsewhere, Wang Mang sat on a cracked road, surveying the aftermath of a fierce battle. There are no more monsters nearby, he ordered calmly. Everyone, recover your energy here for now. And Wu let out a low whistle and laughed bitterly. No wonder he Seps called the big shot. Anying really is something else. I thought I was strong, but in the end, all I can do is hide behind him. Her words made Wang Mang clear his throat sharply. Captain An Wu, mind your tone, he reminded. She smirked. Oh, did I say something wrong? Jinli, standing beside her, smiled faintly. Well, at least we set for lucky. If Big Shot hadn't cleared this area before us, none of us would made it out alive. Her expression grew thoughtful. I do wonder though, if we die here, where will we respawn? Wang Mang crossed his arms and spoke seriously. For now we shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Let's wait until everyone reaches level 10 before moving out again. Maybe, and Wu replied curtly, though her attention shifted to Yui, who stood nearby, her eyes glowing faintly as she controlled her scouting owl. The monsters here are dead everywhere, Yui reported. But something's odd, it seems they all stopped at one specific location. It's like Big Shot. Anything disappeared there. And look, so many drops, even golden gear. Her voice trembled with excitement. I really want to go and pick them up. Wang Mang thought for a moment, then nodded. I still contact Anything first. Let's see if he still needs those items. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ruins, Chinfong was still locked in battle. His blade glowed faintly as he stood surrounded by golden light. Finally, all the ordinary monsters are cleared, he muttered, glancing around the now illuminated dark palace. Over 40 grand halls and thousands of chambers, he continued to himself. Just the regular monsters alone, over 400 slain, 4 green bosses, 2 silver bosses, and more than 80,000 experience gained. He opened his status panel briefly. My evolution index is now at 205 points, only 5 more to evolve greedy hand again. Just then, his interface flickered with a message from Wang Mang. Big brother, are you online? We saw you clearing monsters. Some equipment was left behind. We picked it up. How should we transfer lifespan to you? Chinfong smirked slightly. So they've arrived too, he replied. Okay, I'll contact you later. There's another batch of gear I'll sell soon. Got it. We'll wait for you at coordinates 89,554, 66,666 in the ruins refuge. Closing the chat, Chinfong raised his gaze to the towering statue of an angel before him. Sparks of blue electricity crackled around his body. Each step he took sent ripples of lightning through the ground. The guardian boss has appeared, he declared coldly. A surge of energy erupted ahead as a colossal monster materialized, its entire body wrapped in swirling blue lightning. The system interface flickered open, revealing its stats. Purifying Soul Facile, level 15, platinum grade. Guardian boss of the land of purifying souls. Defeat it to claim control over this area. Chinfang Sip's eyes narrowed. Blue arcs of energy danced across his armor. In these city ruins, level 15 is the highest stage, he thought. This creature, purifying soul Fazil, is the strongest of them all. 750,000 health points, divided into 3 full phases. He clenched his weapon tighter, recalling the memories of his previous life. Its lightning strike back then was so powerful that even a fully equipped golden tier warrior barely survived. But this time, his lips curved into a confident smile. I once set need to endure it head-on anymore. He launched his attack instantly. Shining Jan. From above, spirals of blue energy rained down, colliding violently against the boss's electric armor. The purifying soul Fazil roared, counterattacking by conjuring a massive lightning bolt that split into dozens of branching strikes. But Chinfang was faster. His body flickered like a shadow as he dodged each bolt effortlessly. The ground exploded where he'd stood moments ago. If even one of those hits me, he calculated coolly, I sep him dead. My current lightning resistance and defense aren't set enough to tank it. His expression hardened. Platinum bosses have accuracy correction. My evasion rate is 75%, enough to dodge most attacks. But with this one, the hit rate must be above 50%. Then his smirk returned. Still, my agility is 182. My full sprint speed exceeds 40 meters per second. As long as I stay sharp, I can dodge every strike before it lands. And with that, Chinfang surged forward again, his body blazing with blue light as the battle between man and lightning truly began. Chinfang stood motionless for a moment, his weapon still humming with residual energy. The echoes of the battle with the purifying soul still lingered in the air, the crackle of fading lightning illuminating the shattered hall around him. As he caught his breath, a sudden wave of memories from his previous life washed over him. He thought quietly, in my past life I led the entire guild through this exact fight. Back then we barely survived hiding behind the priest Sip's shield and relying on pure luck to pass. But this time, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He raised his weapon high, its blade gleaming with divine energy. This time he muttered, I once said give this boss a single chance. In an instant, Chinfang launched a flurry of attacks, Grace of Liberation's cutthroat damage combo, followed by the devastating strikes Xunyang Zan and Plaglade, each blow tearing through the boss's armor. The colossal creature howled as its health plummeted by a staggering 250,000 points. But victory was far from over. The boss's body began to radiate violent lightning as it entered its second stage. Chinfang's eyes narrowed. So it begins, he murmured. Once it reaches this stage, purifying soul becomes immortal for a short time. It'll summon lightning orbs endlessly. I must destroy all 3 before it rages. Or else... He paused, remembering. In my past life my entire guild was annihilated here. Qin Zhao Yuyu gave up, saying she wouldn't continue fighting. I didn't invite her back for the next raid, and without her, I cleared it in one go. Fate is strange. Determined, he drew a handful of poisoned flying knives and hurled them straight at the purifying soul. The blades pierced the orbs hovering around the boss, each one detonating in a flash of blue electricity. Chinfang smirked. Every orb destroyed reverses its energy, dealing massive damage to the boss. Once all 3 are gone, its Cecil moved to the final phase. Without hesitation, he leaped high into the air, spinning mid-flight as energy surged through his body. A massive blue energy field expanded around him, surrounding the boss. The purifying soul's eyes glowed with fury as lightning raged wildly in every direction. From above, the entire battlefield was a storm of crackling blue power. Chinfang landed with precision. The ground beneath him was a maze of lightning traps. Here it comes, he whispered. Phase 3, the ultimate lightning barrage. He remembered again how in his previous life it took a full set of lightning-resistant gear, plus 4 priest buffs, just to survive. But this time, Chinfang smiled faintly. No such trouble. Raising his hand, he summoned a spherical black shield around himself. Grace of Liberation's black light barrier. The shield pulsed with dark energy as he lifted off the ground, gliding through the storm. Below, the boss howled in frustration, thrashing within the lightning field. The ground steps a death trap. Chinfang analyzed calmly. I settle attack from above. His weapon glowed fiercely. He dove down, cutting through the storm like a comet. Blue flames erupted as he landed, his strike shaking the ruins. Moments later, the system steps cold. Mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Player Chinfang has successfully eliminated the platinum level boss, Purifying Soul Fazil. Level up, 11. Gained 41 thinking points, 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Title earned, Master of the Purifying Souls Land. Chinfang stood tall, bathed in golden light. His lips curled into a proud smile. Very good, he said to himself. These rewards, they still be useful. But his mind was already racing ahead. He knew this wasn't just a game. Bases like this one, fortified zones in the divine artifact world, could be extracted into reality. Each came with a magic defense barrier, an absolute sanctuary when the real world began to decay. He recalled how, in his past life, the Divine Artifact game's descent had corroded everything: nuclear weapons, tanks, even fighter jets. Humanity's greatest tools of war had turned into useless scrap within months. Now, survival depended only on one thing: extracting power from the game itself. He took a deep breath, eyes hardening. This time he whispered, "I stealth walk alone. I stealth reach the peak by my own hands. No betrayal, no mistakes." Outside, the world was drenched in heavy rain. Amid the storm, chaos erupted. Monsters were attacking again. A towering beast wielding an enormous axe was tearing through everything in its path. "Hey everyone, get out of the way," a player shouted. A terrified voice cried back, "Save me." But before anyone could react, the axe came crashing down. The girl's body was split in half, instantly killed. The system notification was merciless. "You have died. Lost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died. Lost 2 days of tradable lifespan." The player stared in shock. "Again? I died again?" Her teammate snapped angrily, "You useless support. The boss swung its axe right in front of you. You couldn't set even dodge." She shot back furiously. "You started the tank. You didn't set pull, the boss sets aggro and you blame me. Go die." The man glared. "How can you pull an AoE attack, you idiot?" Without another word, he left the team. And so, another failed battle ended, while above them, the storm raged on, hinting that this was only the beginning of far greater trials yet to come. The rain continued to fall across the ruined city, turning its broken streets into rivers of mud. Amidst the storm, chaos and confusion reigned. "Shia Yu," a desperate voice suddenly cried through the comms. "The tank ran away. The boss is hitting me, save me." The girl's eyes widened. The next moment, another teammate's death notification flashed across her interface. A bright beam of light fell beside her, a newly revived player materializing after death. It was Su Yan, his face pale with frustration. "Xia Yu," he said anxiously, "how about we go back and farm some small monsters first? We still losing too much lifespan. If this keeps up, we still die permanently soon." Xia Yu hesitated, then nodded. "All right," she sighed. "Let's go." The two quickly left the area and teleported to another zone. At the same time, the System SIP's global announcement echoed across all servers. Player Anying, Shanghai City. First player to exterminate a platinum boss. Fame plus 10 points. The world chat instantly exploded. "Damn it, a platinum boss again. Soloed," one player shouted. "This is ridiculous. Hardly anyone SEPs even reached the mainland, and he SEPs already clearing bosses alone? It sets that guy, right? Anying? Does anyone even know who he really is?" All around, jealousy and disbelief spread through the chat. Even Xia Yu and Su Yan stopped in their tracks when they saw the notification. "A platinum boss." Su Yan muttered in disbelief. "I haven't said even seen one yet. He soloed it?" Xia Yu clenched her fists. Her heart burned with both fear and anger. Why are these people so foolish? Even a white-silver boss is hard enough to defeat, but that damn Any, he can kill a platinum boss all by himself? Back inside the ancient palace, the same place where the purifying soul had fallen, Chinfong was calmly consolidating his strength. The victory had pushed him to level 11. From this stage onward, each level up increased all attributes by 4 points, and provided 10 free attribute points to allocate. As long as my agility is high enough, Chinfong thought, and I combine it with infinite stealth, I can kill bosses without ever getting hit. He smiled faintly when he checked the rewards. So the platinum boss actually gave me 20 evolution points. That SIP's enough to evolve the greedy hand again. Without hesitation, he began the process. 210 evolution points used, 15 remaining. Greedy Hand upgraded to legendary tier. A bright light surrounded him as the system chimed. New ability unlocked. Increased loot drop rate. Passive enhanced, 100 item slots. Additional reward granted, plus 5 loot parts, plus 100 evolution points. Chinfeng SIP's expression lit up with satisfaction. Perfect. The reward range increased from 3 to 5, and the new storage capacity is incredible. Moments later, the greedy hand appeared before him, its surface now pulsating with golden runes. He examined his new inventory. 2 assassin equipment pieces, 1 assassin skill book, not usable yet, but I store them for now. He turned toward his group of devout believers, spectral followers that gathered loot automatically. "Collect everything in the palace," he ordered. They responded in low, eerie tones, bowing before dispersing. Chinfong then began planning again. "I still have 115 evolution points left. Time to strengthen my core skills." The system responded instantly. Skill upgrades applied. Shadow Dive upgraded 3 times to Epic. Stealth time increased, cooldown reduced. Backstab enhancement, upgraded 2 times to Epic. Damage raised from 50 to 75%. Moment of Darkness upgraded to Epic. Creates a black halo causing blindness. Increases range, reduces cooldown. Curse Blossom upgraded 3 times to Legendary. Absorbs a corpse's nutrients within 60 seconds, causing it to vanish. Then came a shocking new feature. Additional effect added. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Can absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan orbs in the environment. Chinfang Sip's eyes widened. Absorb non-tradable lifespan, he whispered. This is a divine skill. He understood its true potential immediately. In high-level areas, especially near raging zones, the rate of lifespan consumption increased exponentially, up to 10,000 times faster, but with this new ability, he could continuously replenish his own. From now on, he thought with a grin, Eastel never have to worry about running out of lifespan again. His achievements quickly caught attention. A female voice chimed in from his communicator, bright and admiring. Congratulations, big brother, on the first platinum boss kill. But Chinfang Stoon remained calm. Is there any new information? Yes, she said eagerly. Dongfang Xian finally logged off. I heard their family is gathering at the Jiangnan restaurant. They said you're buying piles of lifespan to pour into the game to boost their power even further. Chinfang Sip's eyes gleamed coldly. Very good. The girl, though nervous, added quickly, Big Shot, please deal with Dongfang Xian soon. If not, I shall be finished. He turned toward the flickering fire beside him, his shadow stretching across the ancient hall. Don't set worry, he said with quiet confidence. I still handle everything. I've already got half the stock with me. The 100-slot bag from Greedy Hand truly is domineering. He fastened the bag to his belt and looked out toward the city ruins beyond. Time to meet Wang Mang and sell off the entire shipment. A moment later, under the crimson glow of the burning ruins, Chinfang stepped forward once more, ready to continue his rise in this chaotic new world. Annie was standing beside Jin Li when her eyes suddenly widened with excitement. Look, Anyang is here, she shouted, her voice filled with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward Chinfang, calling out playfully, Big Shot. But before she could reach him, Chinfang reacted with lightning speed. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against her head, stopping her in place. Old rules, he said firmly. Then in a calm but commanding tone he announced, the price. Those who don't want to buy, don't have to. I've got more than 30 ordinary and green level items. I'm offering a preferential price for the whole package. 950 days. Wu agreed instantly, not even thinking twice. Not only that, she added cheerfully, I'll throw in some extra tip money too. Fine. Big Shot. The total value of everything we picked up before is roughly over 1,000 days combined. Let's make it a clean 2,000 days for the whole deal. Chinfang Sit's expression softened slightly. All right, he said, pleased with the offer. Now this is the white silver, golden and white gold batch, a total worth of 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Wu Stup's tone grew serious. White gold? She asked, eyes widening. I only have one piece of golden equipment myself. Big Shot, you stir truly amazing. Even white gold gear? No wonder Shanghai City has been developing so fast lately. It's all thanks to people like you. Chinfang replied politely, you are welcome. We are just helping each other. Jin Li, who had been quietly watching, suddenly noticed something and blurted out, hey, why does your bag have so many slots? Chinfang smiled faintly. Big Shot is a doorman, aren't you? Jin Li muttered under his breath. Chinfang only nodded slightly and replied, your bags are probably full by now, right? He reminded them kindly, then pointed toward the distance. In the middle of the city ruins, there's a stone statue. Beneath it, you'll find stairs leading down. Below that lies a teleportation formation that'll take you back to the starting town. After saying this, Chinfang turned to leave. If you want to return, remember your first trip back costs 500 days of lifespan. After that, it sits free. Decide for yourselves. I sipped him leaving. Wu watched his retreating back thoughtfully. Based on everything she's seen, she muttered. Everyone, listen. I told you. He sets a reborn player. How else could he know such hidden information? Wang Mang frowned with disbelief. Captain, don't start that again, he said, shaking his head. But before he could finish, Wu struck a dramatic pose and declared boldly, what do you think, should I try to seduce Ying? Jin Li and Wang Mang stared at her in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Chinfang continued walking through the shattered ruins. Suddenly the system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world? Without hesitation, he selected Extract, Level Synchronization, Professional Advancement Synchronization. A surge of energy enveloped him, and the system spoke again. You have spent 27,000 days of lifespan. Level Synchronization complete. Professional Advancement Synchronization complete. Chinfang Sip's eyes narrowed with focus. Next, Extract Skills, he murmured. Last time I only extracted Shadow Dive Level 1. This time I shall enhance it and extract even more. Instantly, the space around him vibrated with power as the system listed out the costs. Shadow Dive Level 10, 1,946 days. Backstab Enhancement, 900 days. Greedy Hand, 1,000 days. Shoning Zan, 3,200 days. Ghost Shadow Blur, 5,366 days. Curse Blossom, 16,900 days. Blacklight Shield, 11,313 days. Golden Stealth Boots, 3,600 days. When the synchronization ended, the system announced, the player has 7,480 days of tradable lifespan remaining. But Chinfong wasn't finished yet. Next is equipment extraction. Confirmed, the system replied. Spending 3,394 days to extract the golden level Believer Sits necklace. He muttered to himself, the Believer Sits necklace not only reduces cooldown time, but the platinum level believer it summons is nearly invincible in reality. He had spent nearly everything, leaving only 486 days of tradable lifespan, but now, his real-world strength almost matched his in-game power. Slowly his body began to fade from the ruins. Even as his figure vanished, one thought remained crystal clear in his mind. I must earn more lifespan, and next time, achieve complete synchronization. When he reappeared in the real world, Chinfong sat on the edge of his bed, his expression dark and heavy with killing intent. After taking a deep breath, he began planning his next move. Qian Shi knows my address, he thought grimly. I have to move immediately. Extracting the purifying soul area requires over 1,300 years of lifespan. For now, I find a temporary place to stay. With a wave of his hand, a massive invisible force appeared. Greedy Hand. Everything in the room was instantly lifted and packed away, leaving the space spotless. Haha, he chuckled softly. Greedy Hand is really convenient. Everything fits perfectly into the storage space. Then, stepping up to the windowsill, he looked out into the night. Dongfang and Zhongnan Hotel, 50 kilometers from here. He glanced down. He was on the 8th floor, too high for a normal person to jump, but Chinfong was no normal person. With a quiet exhale, his eyes sharpened. Let that go. In the next instant, his body blurred and he shot downward like a shadow falling from the sky. He could arrive in 10 minutes. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, Chinfong shot away, so fast he was invisible to the naked eye. At the Zhongnan Hotel, a cluster of Dongfang family elders sat around a heavy table, voices low as they parsed the implications of the new reality abilities and lifespan from the game could now affect the real world. This was not merely a curiosity. It was a revolution, a vast opportunity for the Dongfang clan. Zener had not failed them. He had already laid the groundwork in the game, and his early gains had forged a budding force. Shanshao answered his grandfather with measured respect. Grandfather, this is my duty. The old man nodded, satisfied. Zener's growth reassures me, he said. We purchased a large amount of tradable lifespan. All of it will be spent on equipment and skill tomes. He announced the plan without hesitation. The family's core members would be pushed to level 10 as quickly as possible to seize the lead. From that foothold, the family would expand its influence. By developing along two parallel tracks, the in-game advantages and real-world resources, the Dongfang family could become a local overlord, a 10,000-year family, a 10,000-year dynasty, not a dream but an ambition to pursue. Shanshao's face darkened for a heartbeat, anger flashing behind his eyes. The old patriarch, half a step toward the grave, still clung to leadership and to the dream of immortality. Shanshao thought, I will make him pay. After I reach the top of the leaderboard, I will make Enyang beg for secrets and extract lifespan for me. You will all die. His grandfather turned his gaze to him. What did you arrange about Anang? He asked, removing the trace of resentment as if it were a costume. Shanshao replied, calm but controlled. Grandfather, rest assured. I have a reliable agent locating Enong's identity. News will come soon. The orders were precise. Capture Enong alive, make him work for the Dongfang family, and reap the enormous benefits. Outside, at the hotel entrance, two armed guards fell silently under Chinfeng's hands. Inside the private room, laughter and the clinking of glasses rose as the family toasted their revival. Long live the Dongfang family, they declared, unaware that danger had already arrived. Chinfeng paused at the doorway, listening. Guns were present among these people. His recent acquisitions, Ghost Shadow Blur and Blacklight Shield, were powerful but not invincible against firearms, and he had not yet extracted heavy defensive gear. Caution was necessary. He summoned the Believer from the necklace, a towering humanoid guardian that resembled a living mummy. If struck in the heart or head, it would die. Otherwise, its durability was exceptional. The Believer emitted a terrifying roar, its claws glinting, its long range spewing blue flame. As a white-silver level boss, it could withstand gunfire for a long time. Enter. Leave no one alive, Chinfong ordered. Within a heartbeat he vanished and reappeared in the hotel lobby. Panic erupted. Guests scattered like leaves before a storm. The guards shouted, "Who are you? Identify yourself." The Believer charged, unstoppable, taking advantage of the stunned reactions. Bullets found flesh, eliciting screams, but they did not halt the monster. A clawed hand swept through the crowd. Bodies fell. The Believer pierced a man's chest and tore out the life within. He and Xiao recognized the horror too late. This is a monster from the Divine Artifact game, he cried, firing frantically. The lobby became a tableau of terror. The believer leapt toward the grandfather. He cried out for help. Panic surged. He fled, seeking the safety of the game, only to find that escape would not come in time. Sweat poured down his face as he ran, hoping to enter the game and raise his level to 10, extract abilities in safety, then return stronger. The thought cut off short. In the next instant, Chinfang's form flashed before he and Xiao. The world seemed to reverse, his vision filled with blood, not from Chinfang's blade, but because his head had been severed and tossed skyward. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, forming a single name, Ying. Red Bingen flowers bloomed across the lobby like a living stain, one even sprouting from he and Xiao's eye. When the petals faded, the system chimed its tally, absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, and absorbed 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Chinfang's lips curved in the smallest, coldest smile. The night's harvest was astonishing. The fallen bodies drifted in the air for a moment, ghostly. The curse blossom's aura lingered, having not only cleared the hall of evidence, but drained the lifespans of every victim to the last drop. Chinfang ran the numbers in his head. His non-tradable lifespan now totaled 2,327 years, enough to withstand the dangers of the raging areas he planned to enter later. Voices from outside rose in alarm. Call the police. Shots fired. Casualties in the private room. Security guards stormed the dining hall, only to find a spotless room and no sign of a struggle. They exchanged confused glances. Someone shouted, "This private room is wrecked. But where is everyone? Did anyone see anyone leave?" No one had. Chinfang had already slipped away. Invisible. Strange. Where had the Dongfang family gone? The guards decided to report to the police. Chinfang's eyes remained cold and sharp. His next target was the Chuani group. He strode toward the bright towers of the magic metropolis. The Chuani headquarters had moved to North America before the game's arrival, but the chairman's favorite daughter, Qian Shishi, remained trapped in the city. He had to act quickly before she could flee the country. For now, Chinfang turned aside to a nearby hotel to rest and to enter the game. From Shanghai to the magic metropolis was nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take 2 or 3 hours, an unacceptable waste of time. He sat on the comfortable bed and considered his next step. He needed a mount. The next moment, Chinfang's vision blurred, and when it cleared, he was once again inside the Divine Artifact game. A mechanical voice greeted him. "Welcome back, player Chinfang." He found himself standing in a dark, narrow corridor, the stone walls damp and ancient. The air was thick with a chill that hinted at danger. From what he could sense, several silver and gold level bosses still roamed the ruins nearby, perfect targets for grinding. But before he could take another step, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Big boss, good news." It was Anu, her voice brimming with excitement. Shia just discovered the entrance to a tomb, but there sits a gold-level vengeful ghost guarding it. We can beat it. Chinfang Sit's eyes narrowed. A tomb? How did she find it? Anu quickly explained, her tone turning sheepish. "On our way back to the starting town, we took a detour to avoid some monsters. While walking, we realized someone was missing, Diashoy. After searching for a while, we found she'd fallen into a pit. But it wasn't an ordinary pit. It led to a special tomb area, one where team chat doesn't even work. We explored a bit and ran into a level 12 gold boss with a giant knife. Luckily, we ran fast enough to escape. We're back in Seashell Town now. Big boss, if you want to go, I'll send the coordinates." Chinfang Sit's expression lit up. "Koi Carp really is Koi Carp," he muttered with a wry smile. "She just walks around, trips into a hole, and ends up finding a treasure." He knew such hidden tombs, those linked to belief or cursed relics, were extremely rare and randomly generated outside the main map. A discovery like this was a massive opportunity. "Alright," he said firmly. "Send me the coordinates." One more thing," Anu added slyly. "If you pick up anything you don't need, remember to sell it back to us, okay?" Chinfang couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, clever girl. Moments later, he reached the location she sent. Before him was a bottomless well, dark and silent. He peered down and smirked. This well is the entrance? For her to fall into something like this, Yesrei truly has a talent for trouble. Without hesitation, he jumped. The system chimed immediately. "You have entered the Tomb of Resentment. Remote communication signal, blocked." As his feet touched the cold stone floor, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness ahead. A guttural growl echoed through the cavern. "Intruder detected." A hulking figure stepped into view, its body muscular yet twisted, clutching a massive greatsword. Vengeful Ghost, leveled 12, gold tier. Chinfang assessed the enemy instantly. A physical attacker, high damage, high range. No wonder Anu's group had fled. The equipment and skill books he'd sold them weren't meant for defense. Even Wang Mang, their holy shield warrior, had only around 5,000 HP. Against this boss, one strike would cut that in half. The monster lunged forward, its speed shocking for its size. Chinfang sidestepped effortlessly. "If that hit lands, I sept him dead." With a flick of his wrist, Blue flame swords materialized around him. Graceful liberation. Instant shadow slash. The twin techniques struck in perfect harmony, arcs of blue light slicing through the ghost's frame. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Its defense was formidable. The first attack dealt reduced damage, barely 80% of its potential. But Chinfang's final stroke, the throat cut from graceful liberation, tore clean through its core. For a moment, all was still. Then something was wrong. A twisted arm shot toward him from the shattered corpse, covered in pulsating lumps. Instinct screamed danger. Not good. The monster's remains exploded violently, flesh and bone fragments scattered like shrapnel. Chinfang flipped backward, activating Phantom Image just in time to avoid the blast. When the smoke cleared, he exhaled sharply. Corpse, explosion. I was careless. The memory of a past life surfaced. He'd seen it before, a boss no one recognized, felled by an eager team. One player had rushed in to loot the drops, only to die instantly when the corpse detonated. Entire teams had been wiped that way, though it usually happened with platinum-level bosses or higher. With a flick of his hand, Chinfang summoned the greedy hand, a massive ethereal palm that swept the loot into his inventory. The system displayed his rewards. Boss defeated. Gold-level Vengeful Ghost. Gained 1010 days of lifespan. Gained 20 evolution points. Loot. Platinum Skill Book, Dark Knight Ring, Platinum Armor of Resentment. Additional Greedy Hand bonus. 6,300 days of lifespan. Excellent, he said with satisfaction. Everything usable dropped. He immediately inspected the Dark Knight Ring. A black sword materialized, its swing leaving behind a shimmering after image. Dark Knight Ring. Platinum Tier. Class. Assassin. Effect infuses weapon with darkness, dealing 500 dark elemental damage in a 5-meter radius. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Requirement level 11. Chinfang opened his status panel, analyzing the data. So it sets an elemental AoE skill for assassins. My spirit stats higher than my strength anyway, so my magic damage will outscale physical damage. He smirked. Let's sets evolve it. He invested his evolution points, the system counting aloud. 1, +2, +3, points consumed. 36 remaining. Skill evolution successful. Shadow Ring, Epic Tier. Deals dark elemental damage to all enemies within 12 meters. Additional damage 3000 points. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Requirement, level 11. He studied the numbers, mildly impressed. The attack radius had expanded from 5 to 12 meters, and the damage had multiplied 6-fold. Still, he wasn't overly excited. Its stats decent, he murmured. Not as strong as instant shadow slash and raw damage, but perfect for clearing groups. He compared both in his head. Instant shadow slash was linear, a 5-meter frontal strike. Dark Knight Ring, however, was circular and wide-reaching. In crowded fights, it would be devastating. Chinfang sheathed his blade, eyes gleaming in the tomb's eerie light. This skill will be useful soon, he whispered. Then, the very next moment, Chinfong equipped the newly acquired armor. The system immediately updated his stats. Armor of Resentment Platinum, Physical Defense plus 55, All Elemental Resistance plus 45, Damage Reduction plus 42, HP plus 777, required level 11. Its special effect, Resentment, increased base damage by 30% when attacked. Chinfong carefully analyzed the armor. The resentment effect wasn't particularly useful, but its overall defense, resistance, and damage reduction were impressive. It was clearly superior to his current Fire Demon Leather Armor Gold, level 5. Replacing it would make him much more resilient in combat. After confirming everything, Chinfong smiled with satisfaction. The spoils from this trip were better than expected. In total, there were about 20 remaining items. Selling them all would earn him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. With that thought, he ventured deeper into the dark cave until he stopped before a massive stone gate. So, this must be the entrance to the ancient tomb, he murmured, his voice echoing faintly. Let's hope something valuable awaits inside, preferably a mount. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the game world, a chaotic battle was unfolding. A monstrous creature lunged forward ferociously, striking both Xiao Yu and Chu Yin. Their bodies trembled in pain as glowing red system circles appeared around them, a clear sign that their lifespan was being deducted. Jiang Wei, enraged and battered, let out a furious roar. He turned to Xiao Yu, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted, "Xiao Yu, you useless piece of trash, all looks and no brains. You stir the reason we keep getting wiped out. Ice have got only 2 years of lifespan left, and they stir untradeable." His anger boiled over. He shoved her hard to the ground, his voice filled with venom. "Don said let me see you at school, or you still regret it." Xiao Yu Stitz, cry of pain echoed through the air. Ah! Seeing her fall, Chu Yin rushed to her side in worry. "Xiao Yu," she exclaimed. But before she could help, Jiang Wei turned away with a dismissive grunt and disappeared into the distance. Chu Yan helped Xiao Yu sit up and spoke gently. Xiao Yu, why don't set you come with me to my parents' sit small town? I heard there sits a charity group there that helps people like us, older players or those struggling in the game. But Xiao Yu didn't respond. Her expression hardened, and resentment burned in her eyes. Jiang Wei, you dare humiliate me. You'll pay for this, she thought bitterly. I don't believe no one among those who used to follow me isn't stronger than you. Standing up with determination, she said coldly, Yan Yan, go on without me, and vanished, leaving her friend stunned and calling after her. Ah, Xiao Yu. Later, Xiao Yu woke up in her real-world bedroom, her face twisted with frustration. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and sent a message. Han Han, can you help me level up? The reply came almost instantly. Of course, 1 level up for 1 night. Let's see how the cold, untouchable campus queen performs in bed. Xiao Yusup's face turned red with anger. You disgusting creep, you think you can touch me, dream on, she typed furiously and blocked him on the spot. Not giving up, she messaged another classmate. Jiang Wu, Isef actually always liked you. I only rejected you because my brother Chinfong used to control me, but now we sef broken ties, so maybe we can be together. But Jiang Wu only sneered in his reply. Pathetic, you broke off with your own brother. What makes you think you once said betray me too? Get lost. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, still not ready to give up. She kept searching for someone, anyone, to help her. Rui Xiao, no one's home. Want to come stay with me and help me level up? She texted another. But once again, rejection came swiftly. Oh please, I set in platinum rank now. I can get any girl I want. You stir not even worth my time. Her anger gave way to desperation. She sent another message. Brother Xiang, I stem so bored. Come to Seashell Town please. I stem waiting for you. The reply was worse than before. Zhao Yu, everyone knows you screwed over Jiang Wei. Don't set test me. I just learned a new skill, Fear Strike. Want me to try it on your stomach twice? Her phone slipped from her trembling hand. Tears welled up in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Damn it. All these men, none of them are reliable when it matters most. Her heart raced as panic set in. I only have 2.5 years of untradeable lifespan left. What am I supposed to do? Then suddenly, a spark of realization lit up her expression. That sip's right, Chinfong. Her voice steadied as she whispered, he once said ignore me. He said I'll know what to do. He said I'll help me, he always does. That night, under the glow of city lights and the twinkle of stars, Xiao Yu stood nervously before Chinfong's apartment door. She took a deep breath, trying to prepare herself. I'll apologize, act sweet, he'll forgive me, he always does. But as she raised her hand to knock, resentment crept back into her thoughts. Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. She forced the thought away and whispered to herself. No, I need to lower my head, just for now. I'll pretend to admit my mistakes so he helps me level up. Once my level rises, and my lifespan is safe, I'll cut ties completely. A confident smirk formed on her lips. Yes, that sets the plan. Xiao Yu, you stare a genius. Finally, she knocked on the door and called softly. Chinfong, Chinfong, open the door. But no matter how many times she called, there was only silence on the other side. Chinfeng, open the door. Xiao Yu's anxious voice echoed through the quiet corridor. Chinfeng, don't sit sleep. Open up, quickly. Chinfeng, I stem back. Her tone grew more desperate with every call, her voice trembling between panic and anger. Chinfeng, can you hear me? Open the door already. Silence. Her irritation flared. Feeling ignored, Xiao Yu's patience snapped. Fine, you asked for it. She growled and kicked the door open with a sharp bang. But the moment she stepped inside, her anger froze into disbelief. The room was empty. The bed, the table, the clothes, everything was gone. It was as if Chinfeng had vanished completely. Heart pounding, Xiao Yu grabbed her phone and quickly dialed his number. But all she heard was a cold, mechanical voice repeating, "We sir are sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off." She tried again. Each time, the same message echoed through the empty room. Her voice trembled. "Chinfeng, where did you go?" The mechanical tone continued to ring, overlapping her own fearful whisper, as if mocking her helplessness. At that very moment, far beneath the ground, deep inside the tomb of resentment, Chinfeng was locked in a deadly battle. The sharp arc of his blade sliced through the darkness, severing the arm of a monstrous creature. A heavy coffin suddenly flew open, releasing a rush of cold air. "It's finally over," Chinfeng muttered, breathing hard. He glanced at his experience bar. Isef killed more than 200 small monsters along the way, and even took down a few bronze and platinum bosses. Isef came close to reaching level 12. Turning to his summoned follower, he ordered calmly, "Open that coffin. The final boss should appear here. Hopefully it sets platinum grade." The believer obeyed and pushed the coffin lid open, but the moment he did, an eerie, pulsating power erupted from within. "Roar, roar," the believer cried out, writhing as the energy engulfed him. The system notification appeared instantly. Your platinum level pious believer has been killed. Chinfong sits, expression hardened. So it sits this thing, the Death Mist Barrier boss. He clenched his weapon, recalling his memories from his past life. This disgusting creature, it has no physical form, completely immune to physical damage. He remembered how, in his previous life, someone had once unleashed this very boss, and chaos followed. It had spread through nearby strongholds like a plague, killing countless players who had no idea how to defend themselves. He narrowed his eyes. If someone gets trapped with this monster, there sits no escape unless your team can dispel its curse, or you have an invincibility skill. Otherwise, it sits certain death. The black mist swirled violently around him. Chinfong raised his hand and shouted, "Dark Night Ring." A circle of dark energy burst from him, revealing the monster's true form hidden within the miasma. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, striking with precision. Moments later, the system's chime echoed through the tomb. "You have killed gold-level Death Mist Barrier boss." Chinfong frowned. Strange. Its strength is clearly above platinum level, yet its SEP's only classified as gold, and the drops are mediocre. He exhaled sharply. Humph. Lucky I learned Dark Night Ring. Physical attacks wouldn't have worked at all. He raised his hand again, casting another spell. Greedy Hand. A phantom hand reached out, collecting the spoils from the shattered boss. But as he inspected the items, his expression fell. So much effort for just gold-level rewards. Disappointing. Before he could finish his complaint, a sudden system message appeared, one that made his eyes widen in shock. "You have obtained a rare item, Mount Spirit Bell." His voice rose with surprise. A mount? Seriously? Excitement surged through him as he held the glowing bell in his hand. It actually dropped a mount. That koi carp sits, luck really works. He quickly opened the system window to read the description. Mount Bell, Spectral Night Howler Gold, Level 11. After use, summons a Level 11 Spectral Night Howler, capable of assisting in battle and serving as a ride. Level requirement, 11. Chinfong Sit's eyes gleamed as he read on. Spectral Night Howler, one of the fastest early game mounts. The stats appeared one by one. Strength, 148. Constitution, 155. Agility, 191. Spirit, 135. Experience, shared with owner. Skill, Rapid Run, increases movement speed by 245%. Skill, Night Travel, grants low-level stealth during night. Attacking breaks stealth, boosting first attack damage by 120 points. Skill, Continuous Assault, attacks the same target 3 times, each strike adding 267 physical damage. Skill, Wolf's Howl, increases nearby allies' attack power, defense and elemental resistance. Duration 1,800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. Chinfong couldn't set help, but grin. A mount that fights, runs fast, and even has stealth. Not bad at all. This is a big win. Outside, the tomb's air grew colder, the sky above gray, and still. Moments later, the spectral wolf appeared in a swirl of black mist. Chinfong leaped onto its back. The mount let out a low growl, then dashed forward, moving faster than the wind itself. As they sped through the ruins, Chinfong's mind was already strategizing. Next step, reach level 15 and stockpile enough lifespan to summon the mount outside the game. Once I log off, I'll head to the Magic Metropolis and deal with Chi and Shishi. That should eliminate future problems. The spectral wolf carried him onward as the world blurred around them. Ahead, the looming walls of Zhanghai Arena came into view, an enormous, multi-level dungeon filled with powerful creatures. Chinfong Sit's eyes shone with anticipation. This is the perfect place to level up fast. He commanded sharply. There. The spectral wolf leapt over the city walls, landing within the chaotic ruins. Before him stretched a vast battleground filled with monstrous figures. A sharp glint flashed in Chinfong's eyes as he drew his weapon. Let's begin. In one swift motion, he unleashed instant Shadow Slash, a blinding flurry of attacks cutting through the nearest monsters. All around him, the ground trembled, and towering buildings in the distance began to crumble under the force of the battle that was only just beginning. And Yu stood tall amid the fading mist, her sword gleaming faintly in the dim light. With one final slash, the last of the monsters fell, its body dissolving into particles of light. She exhaled softly, a small smile crossing her face. Great, we won. Behind her, Niang clapped with a grin. As expected of Captain, your damage output is terrifying. Niang, the son of the Shanghai City Bureau Chief, admired her openly, though his thoughts were far from pure admiration. A hidden-class dragon swordsman. She's incredible, he thought, and she's the woman I've decided to make mine. And Yu sheathed her sword and smiled lightly. Still, that gold-level boss was only level 8, and it took us more than 10 minutes to bring it down. I can imagine how Big Boss managed to kill a platinum-level boss alone. Nong scoffed with a smirk. A lowly assassin like him, He probably just hides in stealth and chips away until the boss dies. Nothing impressive. Inside, he sneered. She's talented, sure, but she has no backing. With my family status, she'll be easy to win over. And you caught the disdain in his tone and shot back sharply. Is that so? But aren't set you a marksman? Shouldn't set it be you who can kill bosses easily? Embarrassed, Niang stammered. I stimp an upright person. I don't set rely on tricks like that. Trying to change the subject, he added arrogantly. Anyway, I've heard that the player Dark Shadows is dangerous. A murderer in real life. I know a Magic Metropolis officer who's tracking him. He has anti-stealth level 3. He raised his voice, speaking as if addressing an audience. In my opinion, we should set a trap, expose Dark Shadow's identity, and capture him. People like that, only the government should have control over them. Otherwise, tragedies like Sunf and Jiangli will keep happening. Are we supposed to clean up every time? At those words, and Yu and Wang Ming exchanged a look, then burst out laughing. Their laughter echoed in the ruins, sharp and mocking. Xiaom chuckled. Donset, you get it? He Sep's not suggesting we fix the situation. He Sep's saying we should fix things for him. That way he can keep his position safe. Wang Ming added dryly. The man who killed the world Sep's first gold level boss, the first platinum level boss, and did it alone. You Citra not trying to cooperate with him, you Citra trying to offend him? Has your brain been eaten by worms? The group erupted into teasing. Stop scolding, he Sep's the bureau chief Sep's son, second generation you know. Yeah, and apparently the second generation doesn't set need a brain. Niang Sip's face turned bright red with fury. Damn Dark Shadow, he Sip's just a fragile assassin. Once I get my anti-stealth level up, I shall capture him myself. You still see? He pointed at them angrily. When I expose his identity, you still all kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. And you ignored him completely. Wang Ming turned to her and asked curiously, Captain, what did the boss drop? And you replied calmly, a gold priest equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. She frowned slightly, thinking aloud. Still, the big boss can casually sell us gold or even platinum gear. How many bosses has he killed already? Or maybe his talent is treasure hunting. Most of these come from chests, after all. Wang Ming hesitated before speaking again. Captain and you, maybe I sip overthinking, but there's still something worrying me. Speak, she said. Do you know about the Jiangnan hotel case? The entire Dongfang family vanished after a gathering there. He paused, lowering his voice. If Dark Shadow was involved, do we need to clean up for him? We don't really know his nature. What if he Sep's a real killer, even in real life? And Yustip's expression softened slightly. I know about that case. The higher-ups are treating it seriously, and many suspect Dark Shadow Sip's involvement, but so far, there's Sip's no proof. Then, with calm determination, she added, even if he was behind it, I still choose to work with him. Even if the officials refuse to help him clean up the aftermath, I will do it myself. Wang Ming looked shocked. Why? And Yustip's eyes hardened, because everyone wants to win Dark Shadow Sip's favor. Before Wang Ming could respond, a scout ran up, shouting breathlessly, Captain, up ahead, there sits an area that looks like an arena, but all the monsters inside are dead. The ground sits covered with corpses. Another added excitedly, there must be hundreds of monsters. What kind of team could clear this? And Eustace's eyes lit up. Go, let Sets take a look. As they arrived, bright flashes glimmered across the battlefield, loot scattered everywhere. Someone gasped. So many drops. What kind of monsters were these? And Yu surveyed the destruction and said decisively, it must have been the big boss Dark Shadow. Search the area. Maybe he Sep's still nearby. Niang scoffed. And how can you be so sure it Sep's him? And Yu smiled faintly, because he Sep's at the top of the global rankings, our team is ranked right behind him, and we definitely couldn't have done this. So yes, it can only be him. Niang scoffed dismissively. What's Sep's so special about that? If I had stealth, I could do it too. It's Sept, just take me a little longer. That's Sep's all. And Yu ignored his arrogance. Instead, she looked around the monster-filled ruins and spoke softly, her tone respectful yet hopeful. Big boss, are you here? You've killed so many monsters, you must have plenty of equipment and skill books you don't need. Why not sell them to us? The moment her words faded, a cold wind swept past. Neen suddenly froze as a heavy presence appeared behind them. From the shadows, Chinfong emerged atop his spectral wolf, its eerie blue aura radiating menace. The beast's glowing eyes stared them down, its claws sinking slightly into the stone ground. Meng Yang stumbled back, face pale. Ya you, he gasped in terror. And Yu, however, looked at the figure before her with awe. Big boss, is that a mount? Where did you get it? Chinfong smiled faintly. Thanks to the coordinates you all provided, I cleared that tomb you mentioned. He then turned to Jinli, and added quietly, thank you very much, eh? Embarrassed, she scratched her head. Haha, no problem. Chinfong Sip's tone turned firm. Alright, Let's Sips trade. Everyone can pick up the items on the ground. Same old rules. And you nodded. I understand. If I step not satisfied, I can choose not to buy. Big boss sets prices are always fair. Meanwhile, Niang was still trembling from the shock. Someone nearby chuckled. Hey, did you just wet your pants? Laughter rippled through the group, and Niang's face twisted with humiliation. Damn you, Dark Shadow. Damn that beast. You dared to embarrass me in front of everyone. Just wait. I'll make you pay, he thought bitterly. Once the trade was complete, Chinfong swiftly mounted the spectral wolf and vanished into the fog. Moments later, a system notification appeared before him. 1. Dark Shadow, level 13. 2. Executing Justice, level 10. 3. Wang Mang, level 10. 4. Lack Cloth Forest Agent, level 10. Tradable lifespan, 245 years. Evolution points, 255. Chinfong's Sip's eyes gleamed. This time clearing the ruined arena dropped a gold-level skill book. Not bad. The system's description appeared. Skill, Quiet Stealth, gold level. Effect, enter a motionless stealth state indefinitely. Attacking grants plus 300 stealth break damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Requirement, level 13. Chinfong smirked with satisfaction. Perfect. This will make my stealth nearly absolute, and if I combine it with my invincibility entry in reality, I can completely disappear. He selected Evolve skill, and the system notifications rolled in rapidly. Consuming 11 evolution points. Quiet Stealth, Gold Platinum, Emerald Diamond Epic. Additional stealth damage, 300, 400, 500, 600. Cooldown, 120s, 110s, 100C, 80s, 60s. He nodded. Excellent. Let's evolve a few more. Consuming 34 evolution points. Fierce Poison Dart evolved to Epic. Range, 17 mets, 20 mets. Damage 24, 400 per hit. Inflicts Fierce Poison, dealing 100% continuous damage for 5 seconds. Consuming 200 evolution points. Graceful Liberation evolved to Mythic. Weakness Attack Multiplier, 200%. Active effect. Next attack inflicts throat-cutting bleed, dealing 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25, 15.9s. Chinfong's Sip's eyes glimmered with confidence. A mythic skill, powerful indeed. Now unless I face a special magic creature, every strike I make will be a weakness hit. He then glanced at a shimmering necklace in his inventory. Platinum Deceit Necklace, Assassin Accessory. Physical Attack, plus 45. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Requirement level 30. Unique effect, adds plus 1 to stealth level. Chinfong smirked. Skills plus equipment. I now have 4 layers of stealth. No one can detect me at this stage. The system continued. Golden Dark Shadow Veil. Assassin Equipment. Constitution plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Evasion rate plus 32%. Requirement, level 12. Chinfong murmured, calculating, with this my total evasion rate reaches 83%, near untouchable. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead. He jerked his head up. What Sip's that? From behind a collapsed building, a towering metallic figure emerged, the Steel Maiden. Its eyes glowed crimson, its massive blade reflecting firelight. Chinfong Sip's expression darkened. Steel Maiden, who Sip's unlucky enough to summon that boss. Memories from his past life surfaced. Back then when it appeared in the ruins of Jianghai City, over 1,000 players tried to defeat it. 4,000 died in total. He steadied himself. The Steel Maiden, protector of the Holy Church, Sip's second defensive zone. I was going to handle it after dealing with Qian Shishi, but, since it's Sip's here now, I said'll end it. Without hesitation, Chinfong charged forward. The battlefield was chaos. Explosions, screams, and falling debris everywhere. The Steel Maiden swung its colossal blade down, cleaving through a player with a single strike. Blood sprayed across the ruins. Ruzukong, another shouted, before he too was sliced apart, his death cry echoing. Watching from a distance, Chinfong muttered, trying to fight her now, too reckless. Then he paused. A figure was darting skillfully across the battlefield, golden light flickering around his armor. Wait, that's Sep's Chen Wu Ying. Chinfong Sip's eyes narrowed as old memories surfaced. Chen Wu Ying, hidden class, Holy Temple Knight. In my past life, he and I fought for 9 years without ever settling the score. Treacherous and cunning, always managing to escape at the last second. He recalled more. Back then, the Steel Maiden was claimed by his guild, the Holy Temple Knights. That's Sep's why people used to say, Sema. The West slays gods, the East worships them, Sema. We ruled opposite sides of the Jianghai ruins. Chinfong Sip's tone hardened. When his guild recruited new members, they promised safety, but took 50% of everyone Sip's lifespan as tax. Most of them were blacklisted slaves under top-level strategy control. He smirked coldly. Perfect timing, Chen Wu Ying. This time you won Sit escape. All around, the Steel Maiden roared, its blade cutting through both monsters and men, turning the battlefield into a storm of metal and death. Chinfong moved like a shadow, silent and precise. Without warning, he activated his skill, Dark Night Ring. A dark aura erupted around him, sweeping through the nearby players in an instant. System notifications flashed one after another. You have killed player Jie Mo. You have killed player Zhang Fun. You have killed player Xiao Yu. You have killed player Yu. You have killed player Lemma. The air turned cold as bodies fell. Weiming, standing amidst the chaos, shouted in disbelief. What? Who did this? Could it be Dark Shadow? We have no grudges with you. Why are you killing our people? From behind the group, Chinfong appeared, expression calm, voice indifferent. Because he said, I do not eat beef. Before anyone could process his strange reply, Chinfong unleashed another skill, Instant Shadow Slash. The world blurred. When the dust settled, the once crowded area was nothing but a desolate ruin. He didn't stop there. With a flick of his wrist, he invoked another spell, Blooming Curse. Mysteriously, everyone who had just perished began to revive, their bodies reassembling before their own horrified eyes. Weiming clenched his fists in anger. That bastard Dark Shadow. What does not eating beef have to do with us? One of his subordinates, trembling, checked his stats. Boss, our tradable lifespan, it sits 0. Weiming Sit's expression darkened. Damn it. This must be that Dark Shadow Sit's skill. Someone in the back yelled, Guild leader, let Sits gather everyone and kill him again. Weiming snapped, kill him again? Are you tired of living? Fall back, we still go rebuild and regain the lifespan we lost. Among the survivors, Xiao Ya stood trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dark Shadow, why did you target me? My lifespan there's barely any left. A system message rang out. Blooming Curse absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of untradable lifespan from player Xiao Ye. Hearing this, Chinfong Sip's eyes narrowed. A smirk tugged at his lips. So, Qin Xiao Yu was among them, and I only got this much. It seems she Sip's already near her end. Joining the Holy Temple Night Guild as a black slave. Pathetic. You reap what you sow. But before his words faded, a metallic shriek sliced through the air. The Steel Maiden lunged at him, its massive blade cutting through the dust. Blow after blow crashed down, shaking the ground. Chinfong, unflustered, cast Phantom Image, dodging effortlessly. This boss isn't difficult in the early stages, he said casually. The Steel Maiden halted, scanning the smoke-filled space. It sensed something unseen pressing in on it. Sand and dust swirled violently as if the air itself had turned against it. The creature roared in frustration, unable to resist the invisible assault. Chinfong smirked. It only knows how to swing that blade. Predictable. He dashed forward, activating Graceful Liberation, a precise physical strike, followed by a deadly finisher. The final hit, Throat Cut, landed cleanly. Damage numbers flashed in rapid succession. 53, Borv, 53, 36. The Steel Maiden's neck split open as its head rolled aside, metallic blood spraying across the battlefield. Its dying scream echoed through the ruins. Chinfong observed coldly. It stepped strong. No wonder it was chosen as a protector, but once its health drops to half, the demon sealed inside will awaken. Then all damage taken will be reflected back to the attacker. He paused, recalling an old rumor. They say there sips a portal inside the demon sep's stomach. Anyone it devours gets teleported to an unknown place, supposedly the bottom of a volcano, but no one ever proved it true. Maybe just another fantasy from a different game. High above, the spectators watching the battle murmured among themselves. This Dark Shadow, he Sep's ruthless. He pushed a platinum-level boss into its second phase with just one skill. Another voice disagreed. Are you sure it was Dark Shadow? This is a platinum boss. You think one player could do that? The first voice insisted. I saw everything from the start. That boss was summoned by the Holy Temple Night Guild. And thus, amidst chaos and disbelief, Chinfong's legend as Dark Shadow grew darker still. Before long, Dark Shadow appeared again, swift, silent, and merciless. Within moments, he annihilated the entire group and unleashed a devastating skill. The boss's health bar plummeted by half in an instant. From the nearby building, players continued their endless chatter, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Hidden among the shadows, Chinfong observed carefully. His mind was calm but calculating. The Steel Maiden's second stage. It has a weakness, he thought. When it attacks, its counter-attack effect becomes temporarily invalid. That means if I strike precisely during its movement, I can bypass the counter damage. But then, a frown creased his face. However, Instant Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, Poison Dart, they all deal damage over time. If I use those, the reflection will still trigger. With my current HP, I'd die instantly from my own skills. He looked around, eyes narrowing. The players up there, they had been watching everything from the start. Maybe, he thought, I can use them a little. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the crowd. Move aside, let me see what sip's happening. The crowd parted instantly. Brother Enwan, you're here, someone called out excitedly. Of course, he's number 1, another replied. Reports came in rapidly. Brother Enwan, we've been watching this boss for a while. It only uses a few fixed skills. We've documented them all, one subordinate said. Another added nervously, but after losing half its health, it suddenly stopped moving. Its body began to change. It might be preparing a new attack. Enwan listened carefully, analyzing every word. So, Dark Shadow soloed this boss earlier, he asked. That Sep's right, his subordinate confirmed. After the boss entered its second stage, Dark Shadow vanished completely. Enwan thought for a moment, then ordered, Xiao, activate Red Eye mode, see if Dark Shadow is still nearby. Understood, Xiao replied. Moments later, a small creature, a rabbit with glowing red eyes, hopped down from the upper floor. It circled the Steel Maiden, scanning every inch. After a few seconds, Xiao reported, I can find Dark Shadow Sep's position. He must have already left. Enwan nodded. Even your level 3 anti-stealth can detect him. That confirms it. I don't believe anyone has a level 4 stealth skill. Then, without hesitation, Enwan leapt off the building. His long coat fluttered behind him as he landed gracefully on the ground below. Zia, he commanded calmly, keep observing. If Dark Shadow returns, report immediately. Wait, brother, Jiatu called out, but quickly complied. Understood, brother Enwan. The spectators gasped. Sep's insane. Sep's actually going to solo a platinum-level boss? But another voice chimed in. No, I've seen that guy before. Back in the starting town, he killed a gold-level boss without taking a single hit. Wait, are you saying that Sep's god Enwan? Yes, the number 1 player. His class is Soul Dancer. When he rolls, he gets 100% evasion rate. He used to be a top global streamer in Soul-type games. His reaction speed is unmatched. The Steel Maiden's eyes glowed red as it spotted Enwan. With a roar, it swung its massive blade toward him. The attack came fast, but Enwan was faster. He rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the strike. Ah yeah, he shouted, grinning as he dodged another slash. The Steel Maiden's arm lunged out again, trying to grab him, but Enwan somersaulted backward. Dahoo, he yelled in exhilaration, moving like a dancer under the moonlight. From above, his subordinates cheered. God Enwan is unstoppable. His rolls are flawless. He hasn't even attacked yet, just pure movement. So cool. The number 1 really lives up to his name. But soon, someone noticed something strange. Wait a second. Why does the boss Sep's HP drop every time he dodges? Yeah, and look, there are light slashes appearing across its body. Is the Soul Dancer that powerful? Xiao smirked proudly. Perfect evasion? That Sep's just basic for him. His real strength lies in his counterattacks. Once he dodges successfully, his next strike ignores 50% of the enemy Sep's defense. Watch, she said confidently. This next move will be devastating. On the battlefield, Enwan straightened his blade. Block this if you can, he said coldly. The spectators gasped. Wow, that animation, that Sep's easily a 4-digit damage hit. Enwan smirked, his movements fluid and elegant. His blade danced, each strike blending with the next. Dance under the moon. Blade slide through the cracks. One move, Waba Shadow, rush like a shooting star. His swordsmanship was breathtaking, each motion faster than the last. And then, his final attack. One strike, certain kill. Look, Shatu cried from above, the boss Sep's HP it stets down to 1/3. Enwan twirled his sword, sheathing it with a satisfied smile. This gap of the moon shadow is my swordplay, he said proudly. But before his victory could sink in, the Steel Maiden's body convulsed violently. A series of system alerts flashed across the screen. Counter damage, 1199. Counter damage, 1299. Counter damage, 1299. Enwan's face froze. His HP dropped to 0 in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Brother Enwan, his subordinates cried out in horror. What happened? He dodged everything. Yeah, his skills landed. Why did he still die? Then the realization dawned. The boss's HP had dropped, but not because of Enwan. The damage that finished it wasn't from his blade, it was something else entirely. And somewhere, hidden in the darkness beyond their sight, Dark Shadow smiled. Chinfong, who had remained hidden in stealth, had been silently watching everything unfold from the very beginning. His eyes were calm, yet filled with calculation. He smirked faintly to himself. It's all thanks to this, Enwan is number 1. Because of that show-off, the Steel Maiden had gone berserk, unleashing a storm of attacks in quick succession. Perfect, Chinfong thought. During that chaos, I managed to slip in a few secret strikes of my own. In the end, I'm the one who reduced its HP to 1/3. He couldn't help but evaluate what he had just seen. The Soul Dancer's execution is impressive. His control and timing are top tier, but against the Steel Maiden, his class is simply useless. When he rolls, he can't attack, and when he attacks, he gets countered. Truly tragic. Suddenly, the Steel Maiden began to move. Its massive body turned, trembling with violent energy. Chinfang's expression darkened. This is bad. The boss's HP is too low, it's trying to retreat to the Holy Temple for recovery. If it makes it back, it'll return to full health, and all my effort will be wasted. He quickly assessed the situation. The death of the Soul Dancer had terrified the crowd. None dared to attack now, and unless the boss initiated another move, its counterattack state would stay active. Chinfang made his decision. Fine. I'll go all in. He broke out of stealth. I can't let it return to the sanctuary, he muttered coldly. The spectators gasped in shock as his figure appeared. Look, it's Set's dark shadow. Wait, so those slashes on the boss earlier were all from him? That Sip's insane. I thought Sunwana's number 1 Sit was the god here, but he was just a clown. Dark Shadow Sit's the real monster. Even Shio the scout was stunned. Impossible. My level 3 anti-stealth couldn't Set detect him. Does he actually have level 4 stealth or higher? Meanwhile, someone lurking in the crowd had a different thought. Hey, that Soul Dancer dropped equipment when he died. If I sip quick, maybe I can snatch it before anyone notices. But before he could take a single step, Chinfang's blade flashed. A single strike to the head, clean and lethal. You want to steal my loot? Not happening. The system chimed immediately. You have obtained N1's number 1's tradable lifespan, 612 days. Untradable lifespan, 67 years. Guiji Jusi is tradable lifespan, 355 days. Untradable lifespan, 20 years. Chinfang chuckled softly. Interesting. So Si Anwen is number 1 Sit, still had a lot of lifespan left. That means he probably hasn't died before. I shall spare him for now. No need to use Hakaya's shoe yet. From behind, a chilling metallic cry echoed. The Steel Maiden was still alive, dragging its blade and advancing slowly. Chinfang's expression hardened. I'll have to rely on Blacklight Shield and Instant Shadow Slash to drain its health bit by bit. It's slow but safe. He raised his hand. Blacklight Shield. 10 layers. A dark barrier enveloped him. The Steel Maiden's purple glowing blade came crashing down. Each strike shattered one layer after another. Chinfang seized his moment. Now. He dashed forward, performing his deadly combo, Instant Shadow Slash. 9 consecutive strikes ripped through the air. By the end of it, his shield was down to just 7 layers. He analyzed the rhythm. The last 3 hits landed after its attack cycle ended. Without Blacklight Shield, I'd have died instantly from the counter. The Steel Maiden roared, unleashing another series of furious blows. Purple energy waves exploded around him, engulfing the battlefield. This boss's attack frequency is insane, Chinfang thought as he gritted his teeth. Even with over 80% evasion, all 7 layers of my shield vanished in seconds. If I'd been half a second slower, I'd be done for. Behind him, that same greedy looter tried once more to sneak toward the fallen loot, but before his fingers even brushed the ground, Chinfang's dagger flashed again. System notification, critical hit, headshot. As silence fell, the notifications began to chime one after another. You have killed Platinum level boss, Steel Maiden. Rewards: 48,000 experience points. 120 evolution points. Church Holy Temple access. The spectators erupted in disbelief. He really soloed the boss. Check the rankings. Dark Shadow Sips at the top. Chinfang calmly stretched out his hand and whispered, Mythic Greedy Hand. The system window appeared again, revealing the spoils. Black Flame Ceremony, Assassin-type bone leather armor, emerald grade. Physical defense plus 95. Elemental resistance plus 120. Damage reduction plus 77. Constitution plus 77. Required level 13. Effect, Black Flame Ceremony. When attacking or being attacked, inflicts the Black Flame status on the target. Stacks up to 5 times. Each layer reduces target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Effect reduced on emerald level bosses and above. Chinfang Sit's eyes lit up. One single emerald equipment, and its stats already surpass an entire full set of others. Plus, it carries Black Flame Ceremony, reducing both defense and resistance. It steps even stronger than the one the Soul Purifier dropped. He tightened his grip around the armor, a faint grin crossing his face. The true king of this battlefield isn't Set the one who shines in the spotlight. It's Set's the one who kills from the shadows. The system continued to chime, its voice calm and precise. Emerald Assassin Intuition. You can partially perceive the shadows of cloaked units. Includes +2 levels of anti-stealth. Level requirement applied. Chinfang's eyes narrowed. So it's an anti-stealth skill. Perfect. I can upgrade it directly to legendary. The system continued. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points, leaving 97 points. Assassin Intuition, Emerald Diamond Epit Legendary. You can now observe the approximate shape of cloaked units. Anti-stealth levels increased 2, 3, 4, 5. New legendary effect. Discover target's set weaknesses more clearly. Weakness damage plus 50%. Chinfang's mind raced. 5 levels of anti-stealth, plus Graceful Liberation's passive. That's a total of 350% weakness damage. I could strike a target's weak point blindfolded if I wanted. Quickly, he made his decision. With 97 evolution points left, he would upgrade Phantom Image first. The system rang out again. You have consumed 80 evolution points, leaving 17. Phantom Image upgraded from Epit Legendary. Base Evasion, 75%, 85%. Successful evasion negates all damage. Level 5 achieved. From afar, Anu appeared, waving energetically. Big boss, did anything good drop? Chinfang looked at her, amused. This girl, is she some sort of hunting dog? Yusef leveled up to 13 overnight, he asked casually. That sits ridiculous. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. Yusef been grinding all night, still not even level 11. Your speed is insane. Anu patted his head lightly. Don set talk nonsense. It sets not about speed, it sets skill. Tell me, big boss, am I right? Chinfang smiled briefly. I Sep priced the drops. Take 'em if you want. She beamed. All right, how much? 45,000 days. Full package deal. Immediately, the system chimed. Transaction completed. Chinfang continued, noting one more point of interest. Do you know about stealth bases? Anu Sip's eyes lit up. Stealth bases, of course. They Sips are zones without safe areas in the Zhanghai ruins. Player groups can occupy them as bases, store supplies, and activate magic barriers in emergencies. Chinfang nodded. Your knowledge is limited to small bases dropped by gold-level bosses, but the real value is in medium or large stealth bases. The Church Holy Temple base key dropped from the boss just now. This base spans 800 acres. You can discuss its price internally. I will consider your offer. Anu and Wang Ming gasped. 800 acres? That Sip's massive. Enough space for private rooms for all government members of Zhanghai. She hesitated slightly. Big boss, there stits one more favor. Several gold-level bosses have gathered in Dark Moon Town. Many people have already died. We stare willing to pay 10 years of lifespan if you eliminate them. Chinfang's mind calculated instantly. 7 gold-level bosses, even with government forces, can be eliminated easily. But if they revive together and get stronger, that's a different story. He nodded. You still have come to ask me, which means there are other unsolvable problems, right? Anu smiled, impressed. As expected, God, you saw through it immediately. We tried killing one separately, it revived, and then all 7 increased their stats, wiping out our team instantly. Chinfang's interest peaked. Puppets created by the Curse Tablet and the Ancient God Tablet. If so, I cannot miss this. The system rang once more. Transaction completed. You have received 10 years of lifespan. Anu waved happily. Big boss, good luck. Chinfang replied succinctly, send me the coordinates privately. I'll head there immediately. As he mounted his pet and soared into the sky, scanning the landscape, he noticed a troubling scene below. A group of children quarreled violently. 3 girls were ganging up on a weaker peer. One, with bangs covering her eyes, slapped Xiao harshly, cursing. You piece of trash. You just joined the guild and already want to seduce the guild leader, she yelled. Chinfang Sip's sharp eyes observed silently, taking note of every detail. The battlefield was never only about bosses. Sometimes, even the smallest conflicts told a story. Zhao Eustace's face reddened as she cried out in pain. I didn't do anything. Another girl, her braided horns swaying angrily, snapped at the others. Do you think I stem blind? Stay away from the guild leader, or I will tear your face apart. The 3 of them cornered Xiao Yuyu, small and defenseless, punishing her without any real evidence. From afar, Chinfang watched quietly, piecing together the situation. So this is what happened after Qin Xiaoyu joined the Holy Temple Night Guild. Palace intrigue even in a game, he mused. These petty power struggles were rampant in my previous life too, but I used to handle them for Xiaoyu. Now, she'll have to learn for herself. The 3 continued their beating, and Chindu sobbed. Hoo, don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much. I sip and going to die. Their tormentors only grew more excited. Eat that little goblin to death. Who knows how many men she seduced. Chinfang, unmoved, silently entered his own world. His mind drifted to the massive sculpture at the center of the Zhanghai city ruins. Beneath it, a hidden room existed, one that could teleport him back to the starting town. Few people knew of it. He stood before the star-shaped teleportation circle, contemplating. Teleportation isn't free. 500 days for the first time, 1,000 for the second, 2,000 for the third, each time the cost doubles. He understood why. The initial small town would gradually evolve over time. Monsters would become bosses, hidden treasures would appear, and opportunities like the ancient god tablet were not to be missed. The system prompted him. Do you want to teleport back to the place abandoned by the gods? Dark Moon Town. Chinfeng's interest peaked. Dark Moon Town, a small town that only appears later. I never encountered it in my previous life. He agreed, and the system deducted 500 days of his lifespan. Teleportation completed. Arriving, he found the town surprisingly lively. Most residents were elderly, yet the young ones were attentive, helping and protecting them. Finally a safe area, Chinfeng thought. One old woman spoke to a group of young people. Grandma, we've led you to level up 3 levels as agreed, they explained. We were assigned 72 days of lifespan during the process. You only need to trade that back to us. The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You still want money? Aren't situ a charity organization? The young man explained patiently. Grandma, we didn't take your money. During the monster battles, lifespan dropped. This portion is just returning to us. Wang Meng chimed in. Yes, unless we party up, you wouldn't get lifespan or experience. We agreed on this at the start. But the old woman became furious. I don't know any agreement. You young people are shameless, asking me for money after helping me for free. Before she could finish, someone grabbed her and dragged her off. The commotion drew attention, and suddenly, Chinfeng appeared out of stealth. He intervened decisively, confronting the old woman. After swiftly defeating her, he said calmly, her lifespan is on the ground. Take it yourselves. Wang Meng grinned and shouted, 666. The young man asked shyly, excuse me, which senior helped us? Just a convenience, Chinfeng replied vaguely. 72 days, no more, no less. Then he vanished into stealth again, muttering, it's really inconvenient that I can't take action freely in the small town. The 2 young men bowed in gratitude. Thank you, big boss. Watching them, Chinfeng pieced together the origins of the Dream Sand River Guild. Originally dedicated to charity, helping the elderly for free, they had gradually grown into a recognized and well-supported guild in Dark Moon Town. Surviving in the land abandoned by the gods, gaining government recognition, strong support, in terms of numbers alone, Dream Sand River is likely the largest guild in China. The 2 young men celebrated quietly, their joy a rare light in the chaotic apocalypse. Meanwhile, under the quiet cover of night, somewhere in the forest, a monster wreaked havoc. Chu Yin and her mother were already engaged, fighting to protect their home. Chu Yen-sep's eyes narrowed as she scanned the area. Now sep's the time, Mom. Use your skill quickly. Zhao Yu didn't hesitate. Okay, lightning. Strike down. The air crackled as energy surged, and a man joined Chu Yin in attacking the monster. His sword sliced cleanly through the creature, ending the threat. Relief washed over Chu Yen-sep's father. Success, he exclaimed. Chu Yen cheered. Mom and Dad, you two are amazing. Her mother smiled calmly. See, as long as we listen and coordinate, we can handle even small monsters. Her father Sip's curiosity broke the brief calm. Yang Yan, your friend Xiao Yu joined the Holy Temple Night Guild, right? I hear they charge their members high taxes. Chu Yan nodded. Yes. I told her to join the Dream Sand River Guild with us instead. It's a charity guild where people help each other, but she refused. She explained how Xiao Yu preferred the Holy Temple Night Guild, which had already helped her reach level 10. Mrs. Chu interjected thoughtfully. Even if they helped her level up, they still are only treating her as a tool, and their joining contract, 3 years of servitude at a time. Mr. Chu agreed. Yes. If you lack the ability, just handle small monsters at your own pace. Accumulate lifespan and experience gradually. That's enough. Chu Yan felt a pang of sadness for her friend, but she knew Xiao Yu had a hidden class, making her stronger. She resolved to keep an eye on her. Suddenly, arrows rained from nowhere. The family was caught off guard as the system registered the damage 429 points each strike. The first to fall was Chu Yan's father. Panic set in. The attackers were masked, blindfolded, and led by a man whose face was hidden beneath thick hair. Have you seen my damage? One skill can kill instantly, he boasted. The Dream Sand River Guild, trash. Who would bother protecting these old people? He moved in front of Chu Yin and her mother. Hand over all the lifespan you have. Chu Yan's resolve hardened. Not a chance, Mom. I'll stop them. Call the guild for help immediately. Her mother nodded, cooperating. The hair-covered man grew impatient. Tired of living? Kill the old woman and leave the young one for me. 2 disciples lunged at Chu Yin and her mother. Chu Yin braced herself, but the first attack missed entirely. The man was stunned. Before he could react, his head was severed cleanly. Chinfong had intervened. Dad. Dark shadow, he stammered in terror. One by one, the 3 attackers who had bullied Chu Yan's family were defeated by Chinfong. The system resurrected them afterward, but the experience left them shaken. My tradable lifespan, all gone, the hair-covered man wailed. Even in the murderer state, this can happen. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion illuminated the area. Chinfong's charm immobilized the assailants, leaving them unable to move. One muttered nonsense, trapped by the overwhelming force. Then, a group stepped forward, holding official papers. "We are government hunters," they announced. "You have been killing players indiscriminately. Provide your information, or we will erase your lifespan." The hair-covered man's struggle ended as he was apprehended. Red petals swirled around him as the law finally took its course. The night remained quiet once more, with Chu Yan and her family safe, for now, thanks to Chinfong's timely intervention and the swift arrival of justice. Chu Yan watched Chinfong vanish into the shadows and quickly said, thank you, Dark Shadow Sen. If it weren't set for you, my mother and I would have been doomed." Chinfong didn't reply. He simply turned his face slightly, casting a careful glance back. This girl Chu Yan, she's not bad. Brave, kind-hearted, completely different from Qin Xiaoyu. I don't know why they became best friends, but it's good they've gone separate ways. Suddenly, a round light rolled to Chu Yan-sep's feet. Mrs. Chu, looking around, frowned. Huh? Where did he go? Chu Yan bent down and picked up the light. This is the lifespan that Dad dropped. Her mother asked softly, "Daughter, why did that person suddenly disappear?" Chu Yan didn't answer, but inside she already guessed. The #1 global ranking, Dark Shadow, he's actually a good person. The night was calm, with the moon illuminating the forest. Several players hunting monsters nearby chatted nervously. They said Dark Shadow would arrive in a few minutes. It's been half an hour. What is he doing? Do you think he can handle those bosses, the ones that can revive? Haha, infinitely reviving bosses. And he actually accepted the challenge. Unbeknownst to them, Chinfong was stealthily walking right next to them, observing. He reflected on the ancient god tablet's powers. Each tablet could grant an enhancement and a negative attribute to equipment. If lucky, it could even alter a class's characteristics. Tales spoke of top-tier players summoning ancient god illusions, defeating legendary bosses. Some bosses created this way had special mechanics, stealth abilities, or summoning warlocks hiding nearby. That's why players often didn't understand why certain bosses kept killing them. They would revive infinitely. Chinfong analyzed. When the government activated revival and berserk attributes, it only happened after a single boss was killed. If all are killed at once, it's worth trying. He switched to his believer necklace and summoned the pious believer. Its jade green aura struck the defeated bosses, reducing their points 229, 233, 267, 29, 233, 266, 249. The bosses staggered, dizzy from the attack. Even the believer took damage, but Chinfong's sharp eyes noted, they're all level 10, about twice as strong as normal gold bosses. I don't need to take damage myself. With precision, Chinfong struck each boss with his Dark Knight Ring skill. Die. One by one, they fell, cutthroat style, turning to ashes. No rewards, no spoils, only pure elimination. Suddenly, a massive boss with a strange form appeared. Chinfong's instincts kicked in. Killing all simultaneously was correct. Now the next stage begins. Symbols marked its body. The boss struck first with a novel skill. Ancient God Writing Tai Ti Go Wu Shen Si. Chinfong studied the symbols carefully. I need to attack the letters in sequence. All the time I spent deciphering the ancient God writing and the ruined strategies is paying off. He struck the corresponding symbols, then attacked other weak points in sequence. The boss cried out, "Ah!" before dissolving into smoke. The ground beneath Chinfong transformed into water as the boss merged into it and vanished. Something escaped from the boss's body, giving Chinfong a critical insight. Each monster here must be defeated near its corresponding coffin. I've already seen the ancient god tablet. This is the final stage. The tension tightened as Chinfong prepared for what lay ahead, knowing that every move from now on could decide victory or defeat. Chinfong stood amidst the lingering shadows, unwavering, his eyes sharp and firm. Come on, he thought, ready for whatever awaited. The aftermath of the battle was intense. The forest trembled, trees swaying violently. From afar, onlookers were confused. Is that an earthquake? 3 people had intended to track down Chinfong to take him out, but they noticed the shifting valley. The boss is going berserk. Maybe we should check it out. They trudged forward, expecting a fight, but arrived to see nothing, only a desolate, empty land. Where's the boss? They muttered, staring at the cracked ground. Killed by an earthquake? Meanwhile, Anu quickly signaled everyone to retreat. Everyone, fall back. Dark Shadow has already handled the boss. 2 of the 3 skeptics were unhappy. Wait, we were just wondering if Dark Shadow could handle these 7 bosses, and in barely 10 minutes, they're all dead? We didn't even see him there. Aren't these bosses supposed to revive? How did he do it? Chinfong on his side was satisfied. The spoils of victory were considerable. He had grown stronger and leveled up to 14. 7 bosses plus the greedy hand had yielded 294 evolution points. And most importantly, the ancient god tablet. He studied it carefully. Cursed tablet of the ancient god of calamity. Active use, attach the curse to any equipment. Effect grants random beneficial effects based on the equipment's characteristics and profession, accompanied by a negative effect. He attached it to his Black Flame Ceremony Bone Thorn Leather Armor, an emerald-level piece with an effect that reduced target's SIP defense and elemental resistance by 35%. The system notified him. You have attached the Curse of Udos to the Black Flame Ceremony Bone Thorn Leather Armor. Buff effect, maximum overlapping Black Flame states increased to 15 layers. Debuff effect, base attributes reduced by 31%. Chinfong analyzed the possibilities. 15 layers of Black Flame, I can reduce a boss's defense and elemental resistance into the negatives, and the negative effect, practically nothing. Next, he generated Golden Light to enhance his strength, and evolved a skill, Instant Shadow Slash, upgraded to Legendary. The system explained, dash rapidly 30-40 meters in one direction, enter stealth for 12-15 seconds. Deal 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width 6 meters. Each slash deals 700 additional damage. New effect. Each slash grants a shield equal to 100% of HP, stacking up to 9 layers lasting 60 seconds. Chinfong grinned. With 9 successful slashes, my effective HP will increase tenfold. Survival chances skyrocketed. Satisfied, he left the battlefield. At this rate, I can hit level 15 in just 5 hours. Then, it's time for the Magic Metropolis. Meanwhile, back in the city, the red-orange sunlight painted the streets. At the central monument, the girls who had bullied Xiao Yu earlier were still at it. You cheap thing, beat you to death, you little fox. Chinfong observed silently, disgusted. These women were vicious. The white-haired girl stretched her back, pretending she'd accomplished something. Aya, I'm so tired. The girl with braided horns complained. My hands are smoking from hitting her. They glanced at Xiao Yu's bruised form on the ground, satisfied. Once they left, Xiao Yu slowly tried to stand, curling up in a corner and crying. It's all Chinfong's fault. I said break up, and I really meant it. She steadied herself with her wooden cane and muttered, luckily I signed a contract with the Holy Temple Night Guild. 3 years of guaranteed survival. Even if I give 50% of my lifespan, I still have plenty left. I'll develop faster than Chu Yian. Xiao Yu's determination burned quietly amidst her pain, a spark of resolve for the trials yet to come. Xiao Yu roared with all her strength, her voice shaking the sky itself. Wait until I grow stronger. All of you who look down on me will pay. She summoned her holy healing technique, draining all her magic power to restore herself to full health. Gasping and collapsing to the ground, she realized she wasn't fully prepared. Strange, where did it go? Meanwhile, in the Magic Metropolis ruins, the battle against a powerful boss raged on. Young warriors coordinated attacks. A blue glowing power struck first, while a trio of observers lingered behind, assessing the fight. Shishi, her face hidden by a scarf, criticized the fighters. Men from Daxia are weak. 18 of them to take down one boss, pathetic. The black-haired companion disagreed gently. Beloved Can, they stir helping us. Be grateful. Shishi smirked, unconvinced. Too polite, their damage is pitiful. They can even defeat a minor gold boss after all this effort. The battle participants pushed forward, shouting to each other, quick, give it all, final blow. But one was immediately killed by another, a smug smirk on the killer's face. The surviving fighters sensed danger. It was the Black Peach Group, a notorious gang of Daxia outcasts and foreign allies. The gang leader, a ghostly-voiced girl, sneered at the resistance. You trash still want to fight? I will slaughter you, Daxia pigs. The black-haired boy struck with devastating force, shattering the earth and sky, purple energy obliterating the opposing group. Satisfied, the girl lowered her purple sword. Daxia is full of trash. Ordinary players cannot compare with us. She turned to her companions, plotting once we reach North America, we form a guild for slaughtering Daxia pigs. Good idea, her companion agreed. What shall we call it? Another asked. Alice, she replied calmly. With a snap of her fingers, the guild Alice was born, ready to dominate. Back in town, Anu excitedly reported to Chinfong, God, the superiors have quoted a price for the hideout. Let's discuss. Chinfong raised an eyebrow. How much? 1,500, Anu answered quickly. Chinfong frowned. Too low. Negotiations began, and Anu adjusted, attempting to push it up. Eventually they settled at 2,000, much more reasonable for a hideout that could hold hundreds or thousands. As the sun set, Chinfong and his escort army marched, fully armed. Anu teased, Dawn set mine dark shadow. He carries too much lifespan, so the superiors sent an escort. Chinfong's mind raced. The government still underestimates me. Just a few moves and this escort is nothing. A mechanical voice announced, transaction successful. You have lost the hideout key in the church holy hall. Receive 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Chinfong left satisfied, silently muttering at the escort's protests. Charging 2,000 years for this place? Few would be as generous as me. He proceeded with further transactions, arming himself fully. Consumed 71.25 tradable lifespans, leveled up to 15. 161.75 extracted Graceful Liberation Mythic. 71.12 extracted Assassin Intuition Legendary. 36.35 extracted Shadow Knight Blade Epic. 23.71 extracted Quiet Stealth Epic. 34.65 extracted Darkest Moment Epic. 113.89 extracted Mount Bell Item. Chinfong had now fully prepared, armed and ready for the upcoming journey to the magic metropolis, his strength and resources unmatched.